Can you hear the sound in the silence? Relentlessly striking through the walls. What's it gonna take to erase my sins? When I've done nothing wrong, I've done nothing wrong at all. I've said it all before, but don't be surprised when you see me come alive. When there's nothing in between us, I wanna tell for myself, I wanna die for a takes me higher. Subconsciously, I'm ready to fall. When there's nothing in between us, I wanna tell for myself, I wanna die for a die. The sky will burn so bright for only you and I. I've become your shadow, your misery was mine. Tell me what it's like to be on the other side. I've become shapeless, now taste your own divine. I'll take it back once mine. And I for and I. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Nothing remains, nothing rewinds. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Nothing remains, nothing rewinds. Taste your own divine. I can feel the gears are turning.
これらの仕掛けの使い道を説明してくれないか。進行 ここは静かですね。
これでいい。
あなた方は多くの人々を受け入れているようだね。
ランセット2姉様はどこだ？もっとマシな椅子を申請できないかな。もっとマシな椅子を申請できないかな。
Resources received. Resources received.
やっぱりドクターくんのそばが一番居心地がいいわ。設備の維持管理状況は良好のようだ。
休憩ですか？私にはまだ早いですよ。先ほど新しいエネルギー貯蔵装置に交換したばかりです。本日の仕事終了まで。
Let's really decorate this place. It'll be cozy in no time. Promise.
おはよう、ドクター。
Okay. Back to this. Oh. Forgot. Did I read this? Okay. This is them helping Horn. Them holding out. Okay, now this is new. My friends and I spent a lot of time in Northport Video Shop watching old movies. Many of them were war movies. They were story of heroes, but also story of terror, depicted by directors with sadistic streaks. I remember that the four of us all had nightmares that night. Even now, I seem to be drifting in a dream. We took on a few soldiers who were still breathing when we passed through that valley. Oh, and the survivors have caught up to our column. They're all infected as they should be after spending a night in a corpse-filled crater. You did disinfect properly, didn't you? You could have gotten Arctivirginum dust on you. Very hot, nah? I'm a little worried. I have experience with large-scale Activirginum zones from my time in County Hillock. We undertook the cleanup according to SOP. The soldiers work on scripts under the Duke of Ashworth. They said that their company simply pulled out after the battle without rescuing the wounded or cleaning up the battlefields. Horn is Hannah angry at me because I acted on my own? Why is she ignoring me? He said he had a friend who had been crying for help by a shallow puddle all night. Couldn't turn himself over because his legs were injured. He had drowned by the time we found him. The puddle was ankle deep. He would have survived if someone had just flipped him over. I examined the area. Looks like they marched into a royal court trap. Some sarcasm mercenaries must have sacrificed themselves by acting as baits. Something on my chest. I can't breathe, Morgan. And I feel something hot rolling in my chest. Is this Delphine? Is she infected now? How could have they gone without a fight? No, it's not Delphine. You're telling me this is Vina? That's not surprising. Other than the strongest dukes, professional soldiers make up only a quarter of the army of the other armies at best. Wow, the amount of armies. Most Victorian soldiers are conscripted, sent into battle after only a few months of basic training on how to use a crossbow or arts units. Frankly, if not for this war, the officers and soldiers may never have spoken to each other their entire lives. Peter wouldn't like to hear it. I hate this. How could you trust your back to someone whom you don't trust? I just nobody hear me. The taste of iron in my mouth, something boiling rushing up my throat. Blood. Mother never answered my question. She said I would find the answer someday. That was Siege POV. Okay. Yeah. Take it easy, Morgan. My neck. I can't breathe. Sorry, I got excited. You had been unconscious for 2 days. You were running a fever at least. The wound on your chest was healing well. Otherwise, we would have been. We aren't in chalet anymore, or are we? Yeah, silent. What happened? Maybe I should explain. Pulled out 2 days ago. We're back to our original encampment. At Horn's advice, we pulled out as quickly as possible before the Duke of Gododin's fleet entered Chalet, avoiding direct contact with the reinforcements. Horn? We have a lot of complicated circumstances. It's going to cause a lot of complications to establish official communications with the Duke's troops. I've talked about this with Misery and the other supports what we're doing. Oh, and the others support what we're doing. While we still have troops formally under the command of Duke Windermere, their military ID has expired, and there's a high risk of friendly fire. Well, not so much as expired as no longer recognized. No need to mince words about the nobles' dirty deeds. They're infected, they're not part of the army anymore. It's the same deal as gangs fighting for territory. Just right, since when did war become like this? We could give help to when we can see, but what about the places beyond? What's the situation? Some have chosen to join Duke Gododin's forces and continuing the fight. Gododin officers didn't even say anything about the infected. The Major have chosen to stay with us, however. They trust us, or I should say they trust you. We won. Morale is really high right now. They're even joking about the old conflicts now. Did it? plan worked. We made it. It's very plausible that no one will ever know the sacrifices we made. It's just one small victory in a greater war. Look at Delphine's tired face. A great burden has weighed upon her heart ever since she was left behind by the battleships. But now I see a rare smile on her face. This poor fucking girl. But we've saved Shalevina. It's with it. My brain tells me that I should be relieved or happy. But I can't do it. I'm afraid to know how many stayed up behind in that building to leave it. Everything that happened there seems like a dream. That is what victory feels, right? It's so weighty. Well, things have gotten so bad if everyone was fully committed to fighting for Victoria from the very beginning. Now they all firmly believe that they are fighting for Victoria. It's the other way around. Things have already spiraled out of control, therefore we're fighting for ourselves now. See, each one of the survivors from Chile has brought us a surprise. His family collected Gaulish artifacts, and his father once picked up a little Victorian object from Lingon's former route. It wasn't anything valuable, so it has been sitting in a warehouse for a long time. He gave it to us before we left as a gift of gratitude. And Horn recognized it immediately. Here. This is an IFF beacon used in IF. Okay. Nope, I don't understand. It emits a signal that allows Victorian armies to identify the bearer's affiliation. Contains a military identification code. Yes, this black box belonged to the Victorian army. Familiar with the symbol on it? But I thought that the unit that it once belonged to no longer exists, lost in the ruins of Gaul. Exemplars. A unit of legend, the predecessor to the Tempest platoon. This took a long journey back to Victoria. Your grandfather's platoon? That's still different. So you have a war hero background thingy. Back to us. Exemplars. The present dukes may not recognize this ancient unit. At best, it might prevent direct artillery strikes. The more important thing is the mission of the unit was inscribed inside the box. The exemplars. To make miracles. Only thing I can think of when I fucking read that are the DD2 enemies. Fucking darkest dungeon. Consider it a gift from fate. What's this? The beacon that the Lieutenant Scherer left us has picked up the signal. Scherer? Lady Delphine, there has been a change of circumstances at Ironclad Galloway. We are approaching your position now, ETA in 1 hour. Be prepared for unhappy news, and I guess who insists on seeing you. Golfcaster? Your wounds. The shoddy work at first aid. It may look like the wounds have closed, but the inflammation wasn't effectively treated, which explains the fever. With a serious one like this, it's important that they are treated by a doctor and all vital signs monitored, reducing the chance of lingering after effects. We're fortunate that it was a piece of metal, not originum crystal. When you're dealing with sarcasm with such devices, even the slightest touch could be infectious. Are you not infected? That's surprising. Even if it was directly caused by Originium, there was a high risk of infection given the circumstances. It's incredible that your blood Originium levels still remain at normal levels. Oh, she is an ancient. You really should thank your lucky stars. Well, it was a chaotic situation, Lieutenant. At least I'm alive, it pays to have a strong constitution. Fine, Lady Delphine has explained what happened. It was a battle worthy of study at the war colleges, given the difference in strength between the two sides. Most of the people on your side weren't even regulars. Oh, should I be sad that no one will remember that we did? You're wrong, that Sage. I'll remember. The soldiers outside will remember. The survivors of Chile will remember. Most legends are not born from official records. Didn't know you were the type to say things like that. Ahem. Well, wrap your words again. Don't try to blow me off with excuses like strong constitution, because I'm going to be keeping a close eye on your condition. I'm the doctor in this room. Oh, good. Checking on your friends too, endangered soldiers and civilians. Thanks, Lieutenant. Also, I suggest you check on that guest. I'm not sure if Lady Delphine is ready to handle her on her own. I sincerely apologize for my behavior before and my misplaced assessment about you. There's one thing on which I won't budge, however. You're too impulsive and emotional. You shouldn't be trying to solve every problem on your own. Turn around once in a while and you'll find plenty of people ready to help. Yep. That's not Caster. Take it easy on Manning. Psychos were everywhere on my way here. I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness that the Lieutenant's Shearer was tracking Ironclad Galloway, which was how I got there in time to save my life. He's a decent man, but lacks flexibility. Postman would never allow him to board the ship. You said you escaped the Ironclad Galloway? What's happening there? Makes me angry just thinking about it. Those damn officers charged into a central hub of the fortress and pointed their swords at me. Marquise Vontaire must be. I found an opportunity to change into inconspicuous clothes and escape. Fortress elevator almost fit my dress. Sounds like you really were lucky. I thought I was just coming along with your murder to see how things were on the front lines and to take you home. What's the worst that could happen? Safe inside a nomadic fortress, who would have thought? The old Dukes of Windermere would be proud of Mother. Right. But you are the Duke of Windermere now, Delphine. I don't think you're hurting me. That look on your face. The general staff were eager to go back because they believe the Duke's death was caused by a Lithanian plot. You want to laugh, don't you? They have evidence. Lithanian may not be in league with Sarkaz, but they undoubtedly caused this situation. Staff are cautious about accusing Lithanian nobles directly, but they have set their sights on the rebellions going on the provinces. No one wants to come all this way to fight the Sarkaz. Only to return to find the demands. No. What is that word? Is that a typo? No, it's a real word.
Domain.
Name? Uh-oh. Okay. Old English, thank you. This is like fucking jail all over again. The domain they have defended for centuries has fallen under Lithanian control. You're her daughter, Delphine. Your duty will come soon. Now let me rest, then we'll leave this place. Leave to where? You should not be with this peasant. What's your word? Don't call them peasants. Alright, Delphine, listen. If you really care about them, you'll think that they're heroes, a part of Victoria. Think of how many people like them are there in your mother's domain. If you really want to protect these people, take my advice and seek aid from the Duke of Caster to return to your domain and take charge. This is gonna fuck me up. Eat that. Perhaps you will have to become a Caster vassal, but you'll be able to fulfill your duty. Which is also true. What are you balking about? Another word. Yep, correct. You fall in love with them just because they fought alongside you. You'll stop loving your own subjects. Accept it, Delphine. You and your mother have suffered enough. Accept Duke Caster's proposal, and at least Windermere will be spared from the devastation. Why do you hesitate? Do you really want to be a vagabond forever, leaving your family, your bloodline, and your duty behind? Understand. My mother's daughter, you're right. I have a responsibility not just to my friends, but to the subjects of Middermere as well. But why did the sword guards leave me behind when I still had such duty? If this was a duty glorious beyond all doubt, why do you come to me in such condition? You're right. If Windermere has fallen under the cloud of conspiracy, then I feel both the obligation and desire to do something about it. But where will you, Delphine? Say what you want to say. So I couldn't hold back anymore. You know what I just went through, madam? You are going with you. But duty. I'm your mother's daughter, comrade to these warriors and nothing else. Even if I once was, I don't believe. I stood here for them so that their lives would be no longer be the playthings of people like you, and I'm not going anywhere until I've bled my last. Leave. I hope the sarcasm don't take you. Viscount's face is spectacle of color, but Delphine gives her no further chance to speak. So their head bowed in the direction of Lieutenant Scherer. Delphine's expression is calmer than I thought it would be. She said what she went through. Think of an old friend. Which one? Delphine did not make the same mistake. Tragedy will not strike again. What was the price? Death of a loved one, a swift betrayal. Apparently, I was rather concerned how Delphine would react to these things. Delphine smiles at me. It seems she has settled down. Fine, let's go. Up, Allerdale. Same thing cannot happen again. Did not expect this music to be here. Okay. Wes, once you leave the camp, if you're lucky enough, you should be able to reach the kind Duke of Castor. You think you can survive without the Duke's protection? We can, and we'll. Alright, I'm going to the Duke of Castor. We'll take a leisurely pace. This is your last chance. Come with me, and we'll all live. Won't stop you. For the work of Delphine and her mother. No, I'm not the one who's wrong. You're naive, stupid, foolishly believing that you're right. So be it. Sierra was a vehicle not meant for rough terrain, living under the cover of darkness with a small escort. Turn around to look at our group. Hundreds, thousands of eyes converge upon a single spot. Soldiers laughing with each other, others are civilians celebrating. The camp falls silent. They are waiting for an answer. And you've heard her. It was undoubtedly an attractive proposal for many people. We survived the worst of times together, Rena. But what now? What happens when the moral and spirit that burns so brightly now is worn away by hardship and suffering? We'll tell them where to go. They do not answer. Not yet. It's here. Creature with golden mane. Oh, finally. Golden mane walks amongst the crowd. He looks at me. Gawain. See the answer in his eyes. Hear a word of advice in this fleeting moments. But he gives no answer. All he does is look at me, waiting for me to find the answer. Yes, perhaps he is not even there. Lend me your ears. If any among you still have faith in the proud dukes that are the faces of our Victoria, you should go with that woman now. No one would fault your decision. Crowd wrestles, but no one leaves. And among you? Is it not our instinct to seek protection from the powerful? It's nothing to be ashamed of. I would very much like to. Oh, how I wish that this sorry sword I carry had the power to protect my friends, such that none among them would die. She would very much like to. How many times has she cried when no one was watching, wishing that someone could have saved her mother's life? You would very much like to. Don't look away. I know you would. Sarkaz wouldn't have butchered your brother so badly he couldn't even identify his corpse. If the troops that were supposed to escort you did. But none among you have left. You know that those nobles don't care about you in the slightest. But do you really need to seek strength and protection of another? It's always been like that for us. We keep worshipping people and things that never really gave us anything. Come their willing slaves. Massacre, infection, besiegement. Survive all that on our own strength. We all want to go home, we all want this rotten war to end, but we can't win by hiding. The fastest way is to give us those warmongering bastards hiding in Londinium the one old 1-2 in the face. If the Dukes won't do it, if no one will take us home, we'll walk home ourselves. Gift fell in our laps, a unit ID that the Dukes left behind in Gaul. It was called the Exemplars. They were elite, the will of the nation, with a long list of accolades. Oh god, this is allowed. But now they are nothing more than this little box in my hands. It has no special power, but we can take it back to Londinium. Punch those warmongering bastards in the face, throw this in the faces of the Dukes, and tell them, this bloody land is our land. I want to go home to the gym where my friends were. I want to go home to the lives they once had. We cannot rely on others anymore, we can expect justice to be served on its own. I smashed my hammer into the earth with all the strength I can muster. I do not know why I did it, all I know is that I can no longer hold back my aim. Hammer silences all other sounds. Exemplars. It's the Glasgow gang that first breaks the silence. Exemplars. And they are joined by Delphine. Chanting now. Until everyone joins in. We have so many factions though. Reed's factions, Eblana's faction, this one. Rhodes Islands, of course. She had a strange dream. I dreamed that the Golden Beast was talking, taking a walk through our camp. Show me the full picture, goddammit. Good omen, perhaps? Let's hope it all goes smooth. Wonder if the Self-Salvation Corps are— oh, I forgot about them. We're out at Brentwood before us. The most fuck faction at the moment. We'll have even more hands once we join up with them. Who would have thought a few days ago that we would have our own army? Kind of like the name Exemplars. Sure about this though, Vina. Are we bringing all of them back to Londinium? Very few of them are ready to fight. The royal court head on. Apps. I'll protect them. Or maybe there will come a day when they don't need anyone's protection anymore. What the wait? Well, not get that screenshot, oops. Oh, hello, Hodur. This is either the Doctor or the Merc group with W in S. Oh wait, no, it's Hodor. That's why he's a trial character. How absurd it is that we're chasing illusions on the battlefield full of bones, blood, and smoke and mud. The illusions are our only clue, like the Lich said. The drifting fragments of history are the tracks it left behind. We passed through many ruins, some long forgotten, some never remembered to begin with. Soon these sites will be gone too. Many times we barely arrived in time to grasp the last traces. We found 17 vampire war art circles. There may be a dozen more, maybe even hundreds more of them on these battlefields. All appeared within the past week, a scary level of efficiency. On a troop tracks on 2 of them, but the marks indicated that the troops were only on maintenance or patrol missions. I thought there was much point to destroying the art circles. They could easily replace them. Only that much more important to take control of that thing, whatever it is. This place is complete. Just like Rhode Island, just like the Rhode Islanders said, another secret network of routes that lead into the city. These hubs, Theresis has shipped huge amount of steel, crystal units, and witchcraft devices into Londonium. Enough to repair the shard and complete that airship. But how did these materials reach Londonium? The dumbest dukes wouldn't let large shipments of material outside their control to travel freely around Victoria. It's probably that they, like the Manchester King's Legion, appeared out of thin air around the hubs. The so-called supply line we've been looking for may be the best, last, and least important step of the transport process. How do they do it? Not only that, if Theresis had access methods like this, why isn't he using them directly in battle? Teleporting armies behind enemy lines or plopping Originium bombs right on top of ducal flagships. Either there are limitations to the method or it's actually really fragile. The Lich call it an art beyond the realm of Originium arts, but I just couldn't picture it. W over there. Huh? No sign of battle. It's completely collapsed. W has looked detached ever since the encounter a few days ago. I saw her gaze absent-mindedly into the fire while on night watch. I can't help her. She'll get through this on her own. Ah, the Teresa incident. Let's go. There's nothing to see here. RC6 background. I look at the map in my hand. Scattered dots mark the location of the vampire art circles. I added a few, including the logistics hub just now and the Natchez King's Legion camp. One of these days I'll know how to actually pronounce this, rather than making up my own. Something that had been placed there using the same methods. There must be something linking them. I scanned the names on the map: hills, valleys, small patches of forest, and a few small ponds. Some source of commonality, shared geographical traits. My eye falls upon the name of a town, Brentwood. Base Observation Corps. Ines, you said that Rhodes Island analyzed the intel from Defense Forces Commander Tower where they had set their sights near a town by the name of Brentwood. I draw a circle around Brentwood's location. Closure came of the analysis. She stole the records of all cargo movements since services entered the city in 1094 and created an overlapping route map. All towns around Londonium were covered in this cargo movements on the map. It's Victoria's capital, after all the steak and wine and citizen enjoyed before the war didn't grow on the shelves. But the area around Brentwood is strangely empty, with only a few scattered entries around 1094, 1095. One year. It's pretty weird, like there's a forgotten town right here in the middle of Victoria. Most islanders think Brentwood might be the starting point of the Sarkaz Underground Railroad or the hub of a hidden network, implementing some sort of secret embargo. We just proved the existence of these logistics hubs. But we also learned that Terraces has a pair of invisible hands which lets him put things anywhere he wants. May need Terraces to sacrifice the significance of Brentwood. No. The closer we get, the more vampire articles we see. Meanwhile, if we draw a line from the furthest point to Brentwood, we see that they're about equidistant. That might be the logistical limit. Stop guessing. I know Brentwood. You cannot hide anything in that poor ass town. There were barely any Sarkaz vagrants when I visited a few months ago. Maybe the caravans just don't pass through cause there's nothing interesting there. Lolia disinterestedly throws a rock over. She's in a bad mood, alright. She would normally have thrown a grenade pin. The rock rolls on the map and falls right where I'm looking. I'm about to move it out of the way. There's a patch of hills not far behind Brentwood. The rock fell right in the middle of the icons representing hills. Let's go, it's not like we have any better leads. Maybe coincidence has something in mind. Let's start here. Let's start there. The hills are dark and eerie. A Victorian history book wrote that the study of history is like walking into a cave, feeling the grains on the wall. Working blindly in the dark, all you can do is try to piece together the puzzle of where it came from, the feeling around in the darkness. This land is not friendly to history. Virginium veins assimilate an organic tissue around them, even bones. All that archaeologists had to work with are Virginium-infested ruins. All they could do is mull over metal shards. But we are different, we are Sarkaz. We have many ways to look back. Legends say that the revenants in the furnace of Kazel whisper the achievements of a certain king of Sarkaz, or the sad ending of another. I still don't understand what a revenant is. When I was little, I used to wait by the furnace that never went out, hoping to capture a single echo from the past. But all I ever heard was silence. So revenants are spirits that can possess inanimate objects? Because now it's a furnace. The other one's a big ship. You might actually be right, there's something unusual about the shadows here. There seems to be a pattern in the chaos. It's like the ripples created by a sailing ship, overlapping and interfering with one another until nothing is left but entropy. Not so much sailing as drifting. I once heard a story from the old Diablo. This word came up in his broken whispers. What story? Story of disaster. Let's hope we don't run into the stuff of those stories. Let's hope we still have some good luck left in the bank. A mark who thinks his lucky is a dead mark. Which is why we need you to stay behind, the boy. We're not here to fight, we need to figure out what we're... If things go south and we need to pull out, don't worry, I won't leave the way open for you. I'll set up the explosives, wait until you're almost at the exit of Vampire, and as soon as they're hot on your tail, maybe Theresis himself, and just as you're about to see the light, boom. You'll become the tragic hero right out of your favorite story, soldier. You can't handle Teresa on your own, Dolly. Yes. I'll actually bury you, you know? You do you. Sure, it'll blow the hills apart though. We both know she's crazy, no need to provoke her with Theresa's name. It's just pathetic, the act that she's putting on. I'd rather she knew what she wanted. We've been in the city for so long, she wanted to know the truth, she could have just asked you. Did she ever ask if that Teresa was real? She never asked me either. She's never grown up. She could do one of two things: grovel at Teresa's feet and beg for forgiveness, or plan to kill her. But what is this that she's doing? Trying to prove that she's all great and powerful? Or is she trying to convince herself that nothing ever happened, that all she needs to do is kill people and plant mines like she always has, and it'll all pass? Would have been fun if she could actually stop thinking about it, but right now she's like a little girl standing on thin ice. On the ice. It takes a few steps forward, then a few steps back, looking around the same place, sinking into pointless sentimentality. I have no idea. Give me a break, you just don't want the extra trouble. I didn't know you cared so much about her. You care about me, I don't want to die because of her. In all seriousness, Ines, have you ever thought about going back to Casdell? What? Am I in the way of your great plan? No, it's just occurred to me that W and I have a reason to stay in this war. What about you? I've got my reason too. There we are. We're inside the hill. Hollowed out the whole thing. Well, that's going to make things easier for W's demolition plan. Got the side of these tracks and loading mechanisms. That's a big guy. Got into the shadows. When's the next shift? Close. Always on time. It'll made a report to the boss. I would rather be outside killing Victorians. You're not a warrior. I don't need you to tell me. It's just that this place is so oppressive. I see those illusions every day, the things you don't know whether they're real or not. It's like a maelstrom that keeps putting out trash from another dimension. Good thing Ursula is a decent woman who doesn't pick up on us for no reason, abuse or her authority. Ursula. She the youngest major ever, according to military commission ranks. She's not a member of the royal court, she won't go. Either Teresa and the regent aren't blue blood devils either. Through the royal court, Gazel wasn't won by those old bosses huddling around in a circle, but they're the strongest. That's because it's almost time. Go to the machine and prepare to load. Did you hear the name they said? Ursula. Could it be? It's not necessarily the one we're thinking of. Targa's names are often code names or taken from legends. Ursula, the Time Stealer. Ursula, with the lock and key. That's the name of the whale. Okay. It's the name of the fucking whale, I see. Sarga's legend about the settlement, anyone could have drawn from it. Wait, Ursula the Time Stealer? It's the origin of your name, Hoarder. Have one. Ah. Bells. Bit over there. What's that? What was that? The hills are trembling. No, space itself is trembling. Cutscene. that's cool. I thought this well is supposed to be in Rhodes Island. Why is it here? I'm gonna get food, baby. For an instant, I see your visions beyond reckoning. Bloated emperors crumbling in halls of gold, ancient bloodborne cutting open their wrists to feed the newborn. Diabolic flames burning amber, demons with deer horns proud beneath great bronze walls, offering battered willow wood with deer horns. The walnut falls from nothingness, splitting into countless threads. A red-skinned monster cuts off its own horn, impaling its own chest with it. Broken shards become whole again. I see faraway city. Calm, peaceful, not yet wheeled, not yet drowned in hatred. Its beauty is absurd and out of place, even in a dream. For no reason at all, I am convinced that it was Castle, a home that has long ceased to exist from somewhere in history. About 10,000 years ago. I want to go there, go into there, and I want to see what kind of life we once led. I lift my foot, but put it down in the same place again. Sit quietly, till all is silent. Till? A pathetic creature that is naught but bleached bones moves slowly. Nerve strands reaching out and grab the massive containers. It still roams this place, it is not dead yet. This is the cargo ship? So big, how did terraces? It's really Ursula, the Time Stealer. What a coincidence, right? The legend of Ursula tells Castle being attacked by a phantom that could slow the time of all things and peer to the past through the fog. So many pasts, the hero also led journeyed, rescuing their kin lost in the mirage of time. Who knew that I, who took the name by happenstance, would one day witness the legend with my own eyes? I see, sir, you're also as well. You've really ground those horns into shape in us. Could have almost passed for a true blue sarcasm. Ursula, are you really going to betray General Manfred Hodur? I knew you wouldn't kill Inez when I first heard the rumors, but the confidential nature of my work precluded a personal visit to Londinium to see you. Aren't you supposed to be the hand-picked successor to the Scar Market? Sounds like you're already the bone driver here. Displaying hero of legend worth such loyalty and commitment. Ancient things are not so appealing anymore. Only one stuck in the past would continue to use the name. You could give yourself a new name. How would old friends who come a long way to visit to be able to find me then? Drink? I forgot. Yeah, one of the consciences are locked in this, and then the other one in the fucking Ostima. Okay. Don't use a beer drinker. Used to, huh? You didn't used to swing your sword at me either, Ines.
依頼内容は承知した。
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。恐怖は隠せないわ。絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。
いいチャンスだ。憎悪がお前の視野を奪う。いいチャンスだ。
絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。
I see. I get a bit of new gimmick.
時間心配しないでください。すぐに薬効が現れます。
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影にし
この矢を見ろ。この刃がまだ血を吸い足りないって言ってるわ。チームでの戦い慣れてるから任せて。
みんな、私はサボるからよろしくね。
私に任せてくれ、ドクター。
交差、エンジン、鮮血。多くの人間には想像もつかないことだろう。
운이었을 때 나랑 마주치다 저렇게 베어주마! 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.獲物はどれですね。我慢まだ足りないわ。警戒態勢。気をつけなさい。この海流は脆弱な命を飲み込みますね。
あれ、バイバーイ。じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
誰を餌にするか決まった。あまり絶望の匂いなんてカムフラージュできない。
ご命令。おもちゃで遊ぶのもここまで。
まだ足りないわ。
액션 어머니죠. 이걸로 조용히 됐으면 좋겠네. どうすれば足元を見ています。
準備が整った。
怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。
どうすれ恐怖を隠せない。
悪くない位置取りだね。ほら頑張れ。もうちょっとで僕に勝てるかもしれないよ。さあ、もう
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈め。
他に仕事がないのならこれで失礼する。
血に飢えて戦うのは虐殺者だけだ。
ターゲット確認。手早く済ませるぞ。
시작하지。
楽しい時間の幕開けね。
誰を餌にするか決まった。누구도 날 묶어도恐怖を隠せないわ。戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。どうすれば足元を見てみなさい。階級の戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。
ようやく私の出番か。
알겠다。
続けておつま。
霊力のハーモニーであまり抹消を隠せない。
지정된 위치로 가겠다.
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
戦おうが抗おうが無駄だ。 ないでね。どこに行くの？
私に命じてする砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。あれ？どこに行くの？
여긴 아무일도 없었다. CG 연못. 빠르게 처리해야.
何がしたい？あれ？私の出番？怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。
私に戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。階級の万物を一元に収むるは奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。志かなって得意満面といったところかな。聞くんよ。しかれどもおごることなかれだ。とはいえ褒めるべきは褒めねばならないかな。よくやったね。
Bumping into an old bumping into an old friend isn't necessarily a good thing for a sarcasm. Yeah, be a sarcasm, but I know to come prepared. When you're a kid, you're naive, stupid, a little camaraderie is enough to get you handing over your heartfelt trust. You know, even if the place where you built that camaraderie stinks as bad as Casdell. Eventually, at some point, you grew up. It's the first time you kill someone. Maybe it's the first time you almost bleed out, or maybe it's the first time you can crawl out of under a pile of corpses. You start learning how to live in the grown-up world. You can be ruthless, use any means necessary. You can even throw your friends under the bus just to live on, and nobody will hold it against you. Then the contrived plot comes around, and you bump into an old. Honestly, after all these years apart, even if you're old friends, do you really have that much to talk about? It's just when you were young and stupid, you handed over that trust and you built a friendship. But when you're at that age, you have the unique opportunity to talk about friendship and dazzle without being laughed at. Also, we're done unloading. They're counting everything in at the warehouse. Same as before. Steel, pure gold, iridium, stuff like that. There hasn't been a personal transport in weeks. Sounds like most of the forces from the Royal Court and Castle are already here. That makes things easier on us. Back when the Royal Court guys were floating around, they'd come down here and complain to us. Made all sorts of trouble. Stop, that's enough for now. That's oh sorry. Hey, Commander, I've been posted to the way station for 6 months now. According to the station rotation regular schedule, it's about time for me to. I haven't received any new orders for you, but your performance speaks for itself. I could approve 3 days of leave for you. Oh, our Ursula. Will it go to your head? Make sure to stay grounded. All your life in Kazel, you were a cobbler. Your greatest accomplishment is nailing souls together. What are you in the running for unless you're prepared to blow yourself up? Ursula. Are they singing? Out of here, kid. I watched Ursula's profile, the corners of her mouth curling up. Thinking back to then. Carries herself in the same way at least. The young sarcastic cobbler approaches Holder and shyly hands him a flask. Hold on to this for me. Ursula can't go a day without the stuff. You're really something, man, walking around with this piece at your side and still. Watch your mouth, cobbler. What's a sweeter than honey? What stocks is that shade? Looks like he hasn't even had his coming of age yet. Those years with Her Highness Teresa did a lot to see this kid grow up nice and sheltered. And now he's at a war out here by London. Brother and sister joined hands to create the worst joke in history. If only it wasn't a joke. If we open that notebook, I'm setting it on fire. Orderer quietly tucks away his notebook. You two haven't changed. That's nice. It's been years since that operation. Me, Orderer W, and the old W got ourselves into trouble. Killed some people we shouldn't have killed. Okay. That old, okay. It's not just a scar market showing your faces in Gaza would be trouble for you. I see your names there a lot. On the bounty lists, you're famous. I've never been a cheap date. Fair enough, and as investment paid off well. You were also young. Getting old now. A sarcasm or a sheep, in theory I'm gonna live longer than you, Ness. We're all infected, so this isn't about racial lifespans. Good point. I'll drink to you and wish myself good health. I remember I used to say that if a sarcasm wants to live long, she needs to keep a clear head before somebody else trades it for coin. Whoever wants it can take it. Victorian sarcasm doesn't matter to me. He leans in close, sizing me up, then glances at Hoarder. We've got wrinkles in us. I died 3 times and only got a few wrinkles to show for it. I should thank the myriad souls. You don't thank them, you're a sheep. As for Hoderer, you're missing an eye. Wanna see the socket? It's all things to define. Caprina woman right there. Lose an eye or lose your head. You had a choice. I guess Ines broke her heart when she made the move. But the old friends getting together again. Can't we get back to the nice atmosphere and sentimental nostalgia? Talk about days gone by, muse on the passage of time. Talk about how you became the youngest major in the military commission and the driver of this skeletal fragment, Commander Sula. Guess we should talk about that, otherwise, we being who we are, we shouldn't be so warm and friendly. We'd also talk about you, these 2 sarcas. 1 sarcas trader and 1 sheep. Why are you popping up at the secret military commission site? I know you were detained by General Manfred Hoderer, and you and Ines who disrupted our operations together with obnoxious still girl planting bombs all around stole into my territory in broad daylight. As an officer of military commissions, I can't very well let that go. It's 2 against 1 here, Ursula. Is it? Remind me, where are we again? Huh, since when? The girl wasn't like this before. The most important thing I've learned over the years is to be true to my decisions. And Terrace, is this your decision? No, the military commission is. You decide to go with Babel, or what is it called now? What's Island? I decided to stand with the commission. We decided our paths a long time ago. Was it we can still? No. I know what you want, Horderer. You haven't changed a bit. But we're not those kids who strutted around cheer for a whole day on the back of a single bounty anymore. Let's relax after our missions these days. No idle afternoons on the streets of Kazdel. We are Sarkas, or at least we're citizens of Kazdel. It's our responsibility to make those streets and alleys a better place. Kazdel is the main issue here, Ursula. And you've got to admit, the military commission is the best choice we've got. Ever Her Highness Teresa wouldn't disagree. Even. It was the two royals who made Kazdel into a nomadic city, the both of them who made it possible for us to even talk about the future of the Sarkas here. It was the same two royals who promoted me, giving a poor girl from the slums a chance to stand in the sight of the royal court, among those pure and ancient bloodlines. Once trapped by naivety and compromise, the Sarkas lose our chance at a true home. There's no room for me to hesitate here. The Military Commission, it's the foundation for Kazdel to become a nation. There'll even be a Kazdel once the war is over. All I know is I'm no traitor. Sure, we were prepared to bomb this old friend from the beginning. Were tacitly crosses from my side to confront this stupid girl. A major of the Military Commission. 10 minutes, that's my limit. Got as much intel on that thing as you can. Ines, this isn't the first time you're doing this. You have checked this before. I bypass several Sarkas blocking my way, shadows entwining their ankles. I leap up, climbing the nerve cluster of this terrifying creature, slippery feeling making me slightly sick. Is this a Fermut? I've never seen one before. We have a lot of that now. Show me the secrets hiding in your mind. Isn't its consciousness lock away though? Can you actually do it? This isn't a good section to walk up. My luck has been pretty bad lately, always ending up in the body of some kind of monster. Last time it was the Revenant, this time it's whatever this is. Ugh, I hope I don't have to jump off it this time. These nails piercing its spine must be some kind of witchcraft device. Are those nerve clusters trembling? Does this thing still have a will of its own? Yes, but also it shouldn't be here. From, you know. It's here, Spine Guardian. Ugh, how are they so quick? They climb up the skeleton in hot pursuit. The sinews between the bones become something like a ladder for them, with the splinters of fallen bone serving as their weapons. They know war. Ursula's trained a real elite unit. But they could stand to work in some variety. What I got on me is numbers. I want to see the background alone. Ah. A foreboding instinct pops into my head and I instinctively dodge to the side. A huge cluster of nerves come crashing down and the bone fragments I have been standing on shatter and crumble. It's so hard on itself. It's like every bone fragment, every bundle of sinew here could be a deadly weapon. What a pain. The nerve cluster wraps around again. I sink my dagger into it so hard that it recoils violently, carrying me high into the air. Alright, so it has the most basic of reflexes. Good enough. There's a cabin up ahead. Right there. With all my might I grab to the dangling bundle of nerves and leap away. Dust everywhere from wind-weathered bow. This should be the center. No clear interference, is it? Driven purely by witchcraft? A willing slave or a marionette controlled by strings? Why are you here? You dodged my artsiness. That should have gone right through your heart. You still haven't fixed that old habit of yours. Your casting always deviates a little to the left. Lucky I've been on the bad end enough the I've been on the bad end of that enough times. You in a hurry? Did Horderer make a fool out of you? It's fragile, isn't it? Not as honest as it seems. You're welcome to guess. If I get a chance, I'd really like to share about those 3 deaths you mentioned. Must be a thrilling story. Wanna try once? No, I'd rather us live. Us. If we can make it through the chaos and live on, that is. Not completely bad. Okay. Tremendous force flips me over, the nerve bundle sweeps away, trying to tug that the Fairmont is gradually swinging its body. They've built a lot of cabins here, and the thing tends to drift into space. What if the Fairmont wanders when I'm not one of the cabins? I don't want to find out. I'm not Horderer, I'm not into becoming history. Shadows like blades sweep through the hall of bow. Say what's left of your dignity in us, there's no point. Your shadows can protect you from the might of Fairmont. Weathered bone thus takes the flight again, filling my vision. Thanks for the reminder. Horderer. The Union music. Oftentimes, even I have to admit that Horderer makes a pretty good partner. I'm actually glad we didn't betray each other. It's hard to find a sarcasm like him. The past was tough, and future's gonna be tough too. The dim firelight rises with the dust twisting. His figure emerges from the ember, sparks in the winds, singes cloak and my hair. And sometimes, only sometimes, I'm willing to tolerate his obnoxious arts. What's his art? Is it just explosion? Or fire? We're well past the age when we can talk about friendship, but I'd rather live in the future of Gaza that keeps the silly naivety we always laughed at. Turbulence is intensifying. I grab his hands. I forget to tell you, Hodor, you don't man how to give me a book. Or your book. It's pretty good, I have to admit. You got it up this bits and pieces, arranging them in chronological order, thinking you found their thread. But you've been running all this time. Do you plan to do this forever? Grab it also time to say goodbye. But are you jumping with me this time? I get separated by the turbulence of history. Never forget the present. The life that you're living. Goodbyes. What a sincere smile. Boiling shadows point the way for us, scorched dust carrying us along. The illusions shift before our eyes. When I'm falling fast enough, I suddenly realize that history really does look pretty fragile and hypocritical. I see a vast and familiar battlefield, one of the war zones from Gazel, where the flames are still burning. I recall the past Horderer always wanted to steer clear of the war that tore apart his people. I force myself, turn my head, while his single-mindedly focus on finding a stable landing zone. Run away from the war, huh? We were in at Babel when Her Highness came under attack. We could have left Gazel straight away. Why did we go back for W? Why join Reunion? Why lay low in Londinium all this time? What is Horderer fighting for anyway? What am I fighting for? Break through the earth, the illusions vanish, and we see what was always there. Grabs my arm, telling me to be ready. Arch envelops us, and my vision clear. Shadows rise from the ground. Maybe we stopped running a long time ago. The Myriad of Souls lie prostrate. Howling knocks on the door from beneath. Tangible usurps the intangible. What the shit? Research to Setha? Nope. Witness. I'm gonna read that. The background in prison, the offender perpetually innocent. Okay, I know where we are. Yes, kings are born before immortality. Calcit? Yeah. Okay. Isabella back yet? No. The time she spent on the mission has already exceeded our worst case calculations. How's Nightingale doing? Not great. Liz has never been more stable than she is right now, but the amount of virginium in her body is rising, and it's highly likely her receptors will be affected. This can't be an ordinary infection symptom. Perhaps it's due to the sarcasm witchcraft devices on the battlefield, or maybe the whispering of the Revenant. I don't know. There's no way I can tell Liz that I feel her pain, or I have no idea what's going on. But yesterday she was happily telling me how she hasn't been feeling any pain in her dreams for a long time now. Or hesitating. You've been like this ever since you returned from the Confessarius place alone. Do you remember what you told me when you applied to come with me to Londinium? To heal Liz, Dr. Calcit. His goal I've never wavered on that. We may not know what exactly status of her illness, but we all know what it means to heal. The things we need to do will not change on this I'm clear. I have faith in you both. The way you look at Nightingale isn't just with compassion. You're not just her doctor, she's healing your fears too. Her body has its issues, but she's a member of the followers, as well as her companion, and not a delicate flower that needs your protection. Confessari secret is truly a sickening affair, but we might only be able to uncover the truth by facing the abomination lurking in the utmost depths head on. I know you may be somewhat worried, but as I said when we first agreed to work together, Road Silence will help you if you ever need a hand. You don't think so. The blue valve is stripped at lands on a shining shoulder. Yep. It's even in her artwork, Itu. This is Liz's usual way of greeting her. Liz is awake, I'll go fetch her. I am fine, Shiny. You don't have to look after me so meticulously. Liz, we were just discussing your condition, and there are some signs that aren't too great. The vicinity of Londinium has turned into a war zone, and there are some things that are affecting your health. Dr. Calcet and I currently discussing our next course of action. This place is also just a temporary foothold. And then come here, closer. Alright? Look at you, why wear that face when you already made up your mind? We can't run forever. The way things are now, we might as well confront them without our dignity intact, right? I know you'll stay with me, or sorry, I'd rather stay here. and be a little more proactive. Liz, be strong, Shining. Your brows have been knitted ever since you met with them. Are you nervous? Alright, while I was napping under the tree earlier, I had a dream. I think we were children walking in a stream. The water didn't even reach our calves. It was cold, but very pleasant. We didn't speak, only walking along quietly. And then I woke up. I saw a strange foul beast pecking at its own plumage. It seemed to be pecking at its bruise-covered body until it was entirely covered in blood. It gazed at me with a pleading look in its eyes, crying as it huddled in its own nest. But it was not liquid pouring down its face, it was white wax. Even its mess of feathers were all frozen, it was still dripping before it died. Kui bears witness. It was a strange melody that sounded like witness. I guess language. Liz? Fanny spots a black fowl beast resting on the tree, weakly nesting on a crown made of dead branches. It looks back at Shining, and a trembling cry resounds from its syrinx, a rhythm permeating. Ancient sarcasm language. A black feather floats from the crown of the dead branches. Covers everyone's vision despite this tiny size. You led me here, and so I've come to take you home, Liz. Monster. Return from whence you came. Holy shit. Structure is so fragile, it seems Ceres' blade is sharper than I imagined. Watch out, Shining. It's fine, Liz, you can't harm me. Regressed. It will be a challenge to return to your bodies to its peak condition that will eat into my experimentation time. I think you'd be willing to leave that sordid lair of yours. The black falbase rests on the dead branches in the Conversarius' hands. Its robust body is covered by an abundance of feathers shining with luster. It was reborn so easily and instantly from corruption. It seems like you're anxious about something as well. We have already arrived at the gate. At the gate? We've made great strides in our experiments, even just knocking softly on the door. You must attend the final ritual. Monster 3 meltdown. "5 minutes will be enough, Salus. Stop her with your life. Do not lend it. Hear me?" Of course. Black curtain of sateen drops straight down. It binds the howling monster in multiple layers, giving it less and less space to struggle. Her eyes are black? That Amias? What have you done to her? No, you didn't defeat her. I should have been able to present the King of Sarkas to the leader unharmed, it's a pity. But no matter, even just getting a glimpse can let the fate take another step forward. So little creature, don't disturb our leader at work. Follow me elsewhere to wait till he's done. Monster. That's it. You're in no shape to exert yourself. I said last time that our next meeting would be on the battlefield. Oh, then why are you concealing your sword even now? You swore to sever your ties with our lineage, and when you left home. And this whole time I've been looking forward for you to return and fulfill your promise. I gave you time, but you disappoint me again and again. If we were supposed to produce the next me, we would have created the most intangible bloodline in the last 100 years. I wait. I see. Shining was a consort. Sharp, but so impure. What's happened to your soul? Did you think you still had hope to cling on to after leaving us? Liz, come back. I won't. Let you manipulate me. Oh, you're a creation that has surpassed even my expectation. You're supposed to be just a shell, and yet you can touch me. Not Shining. Can't hold much longer. A strange feeling surges from within Shining. Nightingale is resisting the Confessorius, and even suppressing him. The ancient devil's soul has never manifested in such a vulnerable state before. Bloodline. The world itself sounds unreal, but at this moment there only seems to be an extensive crack of blood right in front of her eyes. Shining hesitates. Why is this so simple? How could it be this simple? Nightingale, stop! The trap is waiting for her arch to resonate. Themselves down. Monster fights with Salus as Cosset yells out. Everything flows past like streams of light. Both you and I know where fate will lead us, but those without self-awareness will only trap themselves in their own pitiful cage. It is futile to despise your bloodline and resist your fate. No one can deny the natural gifts bestowed by our bloodline. It will do for you what you're hesitating to do. Crack an opening in the cage, enter it with me, and I will bring you back onto the right track. Think it through before you make your choice. Jataka's name. White sword pierces through the heart atop a stone platform covered with dead rats. Annie remembers the first time she cried. She remembers just how amazing it was, the birth of an unexpected emotion. A brand new soul is carved anew under the blade. I've seen pain, your tears. Accidents are bound to bring surprises. You could have stopped your explorations here and now, but you just can't bear to destroy the ignorant consciousness in the hollow sheath. Hollow shell. And you sue memory race into that empty husk instead. She's Liz, she shouldn't. You did this of your own free will, filled up the consciousness with a name, with Liz. Liz is afraid of the completely silent person sitting across from her at the long table. They agreed to sit here every night at the same hour for dinner together. With a white-horned sarcasm opposite her, with a sword in her hand, no longer speaks or moves outside of recording her every action she can remember today. Liz always asks herself, have I done something to upset her? Liz misses the beautiful memories of how their lives were before. We keep having the same dream every day. Dream of us children walking the stream hand in hand. Then I flew upwards and kept going higher and higher. You couldn't hold me back, and I saw you crying from the clouds. Every time when I wish to return to your side, I always wake up in pain. I ache for your suffering, and I want to bear it for you. I just need you to tell me why you feel like this. Kui, is that Shining's real name? Okay. Kirsan Sinag. That's not hard. This name means inseparable hope, our destiny. Poor Liz. I think it's all her fault because of the momentary kindness you showed her. I've already abandoned that sinful name. I am called Shining now, and will always be. Is that so? Are you sure you can resist your family's destiny that has carried on for a millennium? I'm looking forward to it. I like how they called it bluebird at first and then called it indigo for variety. Okay. Liz holds a blue fowl beast rescued from the river in her hands, the indigo feathers are trembling, and the cold river water makes her shiver. She thought Key Sarsinag would get angry at her, but the sorrowful sarcasm merely weaves a brand new birdcage for Liz. Put it inside and it'll stay safe, always. I'm sorry, Kier Sarsinag. Key Sarsinag, not Kier. Didn't mean to endanger myself by going to the river to save it. But I just couldn't watch it die. I became fond of it the moment your family gifted it to me. It likes to fly freely, but once it gets too far away from me, it seems to lose its life and falls into the river. I say it did something similarly yesterday, but I have no recollection of that at all. But I'll listen to you and put it inside a cage. I'll keep it safe. Please don't get angry. I promise you something so foolish as this won't ever happen again. The more fragment and lies you fill her up with, the more confusion and suffering she goes through. I've lifted those dusty fragments for her, so undoing her awakening, and eventually she will suffer as her rootless unconsciousness crumbles. I won't let that happen, Father. Oh, Father, I thought that was a brother. I see. I'll end our sins with my own hands. Liz will be cured. And what next? Isn't her regaining the truth the very thing you fear, my dear sister? Okay, I'm confused now. This is the source of your woeful hesitations. I tolerate you wandering around with this receptacle, continuously strengthening this fragile cage, because I trust you to cherish it with your all, and you never disappoint me. Eventually you'll come back to my side with the cage in tow. That's what you've done. Look, you've even tried to cage me in, to create an opportunity for you to defeat. Your rebellious love for her and her fate-resisting consciousness have sadly only become another catalyst together. You even want to use the hope she found herself? Shining, are you here? I can sense your breathing, but I can't see you. I'm here, Liz. She can't hear your voice. We're walking within her tattered consciousness, inside the cage. Shining sees a blue fowl beast huge enough to fill her vision. Giant gray eyes look down on her. She is unable to see herself reflected in those eyes. Fowl-beast's sharp beak opens and closes, and my little voice traits fills in from nowhere. Shining, there's a vague question echoing in my head together with the name that stings me, but I can't recall it at all. I might be able to remember it after we leave this place. I've found I can share the pains of others and slow down their lives withering away. Said we'd go to a faraway place to find a way to cure me, and maybe I can cure others in pain along the way. You too. She's submerging those disorderly and fragmented memories will eventually lose yourself them. Or perhaps she'll go mad. Maybe she'll end her own life before that happens. But you know how to solve this, Kisar Sanag. I've taught you. Draw your sword and cut down your blood relatives here and now. Our souls will reconnect with your sword as a bridge, and you will give birth to an ancient power. This is your escapable destiny. Become one with me and use the remains of her bloodkin to nourish her consciousness that will stay shattered otherwise. Forgive me, Liz. Shining clutches the sword in her arm, and the Confessorius' hand is already pressing on the scabbard. At last, Kisarsenag. Day and night are about to pour out from the sheath, but a single hand holds on to shining sleeve. Shining, I like your new name much better, Liz. I feel like I've slept for a long time, lost myself within an infinity of fragments. But I heard your voice, and you guided me to the place buried underneath the countless fragments. I dug up some splintered memories there, and I still haven't remembered them all. But I have recalled the questions that I should have given you my answer to long ago. I forgave you long ago, even before you resolved to seal all the memories of that laboratory away. So I am angry with you for deciding to act on your own without asking me. Liz, I've always loved the name you chose for me. Don't run away and bear everything by yourself. Didn't we promise to face it all together? Shining sees Nightingale's eyes and her smile. When she comes back to her senses, the hand has already quietly stepped away from her sleeve. A tragedy we have here, but the ending has already been determined. You killing me will turn you into the breeding ground for the next in our bloodline, or you can look at the helplessly as you watch me take her away and drowning your regrets after. That is all the same, sister. Sir, we need to retreat. Is she dying again? Girl. How many bloodlines have you yet to touch, Chimera? Show me. How many times can you put blood back into your body and tell yourself your own fate? Your little monster's copy is quite poor. Is it because you're not as strong as you were before your rebirth, or is the Dame Gossip beloved of all tribes even more injured than I thought? Isar suits this stage. The other part has chosen you. So what will you bring him? The name itself is the answer. An extinguishable hope. Here's Harsenag. The cage is already awake. If you continue to keep her by your side, she will only, like the dewdrops of her early dawn, evaporate and fade away in the lights. I'll take her away and I will help you maintain her. I will help you make amends. I will forge this cage into a crown. And then we will be King of Sarkas for all eternity. Some point chasing after him. Take a stock of our losses and prepare to move at once. We still have an unstabilized wounded, but our cover here has already been blown. Gossip. Operator Nightingale is an employee of the Rhodes Islands Medical Department, and we will not allow anyone to take her away to do her harm. But we might place her in greater danger if we make any rash moves. After all, we're facing an immortal Lord of Fiends that has been coveting the crown for thousands of years. Oh, something fell. I knew the threat of the Confessari since the days of Babel, even though my numerous countermeasures attempts were all in vain. Terrorists concealed them so well that everyone merely thought of them as the Regent's guards. Please be at ease. I know what we have to do now. I thought you'd be less calm than this. What's your plan? Liz, she has made her own choice. A choice even I had never dared to think of. Daring, aggressive, and also the most effective method. It seems like the one afraid of loss and death has always been me. What I what I need to do, is catch up to her. I believe in you both. How's how may I ask on? She and the doctor were also beset by the Confederacy's surprise attack and are now with Logos. Just fall into a coma. Amiya's connection to the Lord of Fiends is only growing stronger. We can only place our faith in her. We also discovered several of the vampire arts circles, accompanied by some illusion from history. The doctor mentioned that the original used to build these art circles was very special. Special. Well then, Lord Demansy, I thank you for your assistance. What do you seek from us? Seek change to hone ourselves and meaning. Seek the meaning of living a long and disordered life. You will show it to us, and we will verify it. That is all. Are you helping us now, please? I'll close your advice to sweep the place thoroughly. We'll leave in 3 hours. We have a message for W to head towards Brentwood as per our original plans. We really have to hurry. Told you so many times that your ears are too soft. You grip on the frame so hard every time you feel your glass sliding down that you break and change their shape. So of course the scent will stay in place. Better find a better method. Look, better method. No, not listening. You're boring as ever, Uncle Noel. The shadow of the glasses made of leaves comes and goes like a breeze. Disappears into the distant camp in the blink of an eye. Tallulah. Seems like you don't get along with the children, Mr. Noel. If it isn't Tallulah, that won't work. I told this story to my son once, however, he didn't like hearing my stories either. Maybe I'm just not suited for it. I have an abundance of experience, even if we only know it from a smattering of phrases. An average, downtrodden Victorian optometrist who fled year after his shop was taken away from him amidst the war. Sympathized with the infected who were being discriminated against, and so chose to go in the group and help out with a little his with abilities. You've always played a respectable character ever since I got to know you, Mr. Noel. But it's because of that You speak your mind, Tallulah. I'm just curious why long-lived like you would deign to consider your identity and do such insignificant things. I noticed, of course, there's still much better than the worst-case scenario I thought of. However, you cannot deny it, and we'll speak it of no more until 9 though. I won't. The most mouse plucks the leaf and fiddles with it. There are actually many Victorians who I'm well acquainted with that know my identity. I only wish to avoid scaring my traveler companions. Scaring. But I'd like to correct you at one point, Tallulah. I am not deigning to act like this. My longevity aside, I doubt that I'm no more talented than the ordinary people. Who exactly are you, Mr. Noel? Just some guy. 150 years ago, I was telling my third son the fables I learned from my travels in Yan, and he left my side from impatience. And as I stood before his granddaughter, I was once again a stranger in a large family. So now I harbor anger and pain inside me, giving up entirely on both family and love. Try to locate the villain hiding in Victoria who manipulated my fate. I spent the last century researching the long-lived races, long-lived the gods, and the masterminds, their memorials, and myself. I tried to benefit from the system of nobility, to hone my original arts, to accumulate wealth in exchange for its secrets. I tried every method you can fathom to get closer to the truth, but I haven't been successful at all. Change. I didn't manage to become nobility or wealthy. I only had a little shop. That's all I really had. Compatibility, I might not even be able to defeat Mr. Guard. Time has only taught me to recognize the reality that I had no chance at all. That's the ordinary person, Tallulah. This tale I can freely share with you. Noel drops the leaves were in his hand and blows them away. He dusts himself off, picks up his suitcase once more. You're gonna be an operator. You're with them. Please rest assured I hold no ill intent towards you all. I only wish to find the hands of fate that cursed me. She hides behind the country, treating her monarch as her glove, and the city-state her chessboard. She merely looks upon everything labeled Victoria with a cold gaze if needed. Victoria can even be destroyed and rebuilt and top off with a flag after. How can I believe she isn't involved in our current turmoil of absurdity? She's definitely hiding within the Dukes, watching the sarcasm Victorians engage in mutual slaughter. Bloodshed and sacrifice are merely heartless parameters and indicators for her. New character with new lore. And the head of Victoria. Perhaps she might have been manipulated by the similar fans before. You have royal blood running through your veins. After all, she has no reason to let you or Alistair's daughter go. Alistair's daughter. That's supposed to be Chen, I think. Or is that Reed? No, that should be Reed. Me? I do know another conspirator, but he doesn't deserve to be called a god, nor can he manipulate my fates. But that's exactly how they live on Tanula. I want to know how to kill them. Or perhaps how to kill myself. It's getting late. I need to fix Citadel Susana's classes. Mr. Noel, you. Tallulah, the reason why I'm willing to tell you all this and why I joined the reunion, do forgive my selfishness, is due to the intuition I've honed by the extra century I've lived. You two have resisted such predetermined fate. All of you have.
彼らが武器で私を傷つけるとき、何を感じるのかしら。聞いてるけど、알겠다. 누구도 날 묶어두지 못해.足元を見てみなさい. この時より秋だ.私に万物を一元に収むるわ。奢々楽々の境地にこそあれ。あまりまた足元を見てみなさい。명령을 받았잖아.あまり待たせない足元を見てみなさい. 운이 없을 때 나랑 마주치다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 준비가 젖어놨다. どうすればいいか. 명령 누구도 날 묶어두지 못해.
그래? 바이바이.
유언을 전해달라고. 대처리가 난 대전께 소시 이마다 무크이다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
그래?
알겠다.
じっと待っててね.
君にできるかな.
유언을 전해달라고. 거절한다.
Can you start moving, please?
こんなもん剣を抜くまでもない。
あれ? バイバイ.
Huh?
ああ、今でもあの嘆きが。
What's with this attack speed slow?
抗ってみなよ.
운이 없을 때 나랑 마주치다. 지정된 위치로 가겠다.
Was this thing slowing my attack speed? What was slowing my attack speed? It's a child crying. Where am I? Pain, rip, shatter. Every bit of suffering is piled upon my body. Every person killed silently is myself. No, I must. Also, BRB. Let me get it. Let me my drinks because there's a lot more things to read. Dear Lord, we're only at 1310, I think.
Can you hear the sound in the silence? relentlessly striking through the walls. What's it gonna take to erase my sins when I've done nothing wrong? I've done nothing wrong at all. I've said it all before, but don't be surprised when you see me come alive. When there's nothing in between us, I wanna tell for myself. I wanna die for a The sky will burn so bright for only you and I. I'll become your shadow. Your misery was mine. Tell me what it's like to be on the other side. I've become shameless. Now taste your own divine. A sweet revenge, it takes me higher. Subconsciously, I'm ready to fall. When there's nothing in between us, I wanna tell for myself. I wanna die for a die. The sky will burn so bright for only you and I. I'll become your shadow. Your misery was mine. Tell me what it's like to be on the other side. I've become shameless. Now taste your own divine. I'll take it back once more. And I for and I. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Nothing remains, nothing rewinds. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Nothing remains, nothing
The abrupt stop. Hmm. But why can't I summon the strength? What is this? Oh. Summon the strength. Someone seems to be urgently calling my name. Amaya. Oh, it's her. Promised me. Orange voices. I've seen the doctor. The doctor, I can't tell. Want to reply, I try opening my mouth just to tell the doctor that I'm fine. Pain starts to fade away as the chaotic scene finally becomes clear. It's like there's two background music playing. Yeah. Huh. The city's devastated. I see Originium blanketing the land. I see you. The fuzzy echoes get further away as I open my eyes. This is the battlefield. My battlefield of the King of Sarkaz. An army lies dormant behind me, silently raising their banners up high, soaked through blood, pain, and suffering. Of our enemies. Hello, Nashizada King. We will take this last city. The resistance has reached an end. You are the king of the Nashizer's court. What is your name? I am merely your loyal subject, King of Sarkaz. This is your faith, you will bring us salvation. All that we fervently wish for, all that we have finally achieved salvation. I nod slightly. Droning cry fills the air, declaring a new chapter of destruction. The earth beneath my feet, it squirms, it curls, all because of me. This is the grace the Lord of Fiends has bequeathed the lands. The formation begins advancing. Begins. Your will is our will. You have answered the prophecy, and thus it will yield its rewards. Please leave it at us. Please leave it to us. This battle will not drag much longer. Prophecy. I once heard that. You look exhausted these days. Amiya, you can't go on like this, you need to rest. Teresa. Got it? Exhausted? We fought a difficult battle at the Defense Forces Control Tower with Dr. Calcet taking a serious injury. Northport Borough has been locked down, all its residents left for dead. We are at the tender mercies of victorious catastrophes. Our military is yet to give up. Within the Sargonian City of Gold, the Zayeden Millennium Wars kneeled, shut in their coffins. Winning Strum's spires rotted and crumbling, not a tune or ever. This is the next event. Not a tune ever to ring out again. The eternal holy city of Laterano's pure white cathedral dyed in black. Their ancient betrayal paid in full. Even under the tides, the arrogant Aegir bow their heads to me. For those still try to uphold their dignity, I claim them one by one. In all of these, one solitary figure remains constant. Is it all of this my doing? Up. These are all the things you need to do, Amiya. You have come to the origin of it all. This is also our fated end. I feel something flowing out the edge of my eyes. Teresa raises a gentle hand and wipes away my tears. Don't be like this, Amiya. King of Sarkaz, I personally placed this crown upon your head and brought you to this pain and glory. We'll face it together. This is the will of my myriad souls, we cannot deny it. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. The more you resist, it's the weaker you are. Teresa's face begins to blur. All of them are telling me this. Across millennia, all the Sarkaz within the myriad of souls, they are all telling me this. There is no rebuke or no terror. They just truly wish for me to be at peace once more. We have seen so much defiance of fate. Prophecies manifest early before those who defy it, and it is clear as day where they will ultimately fall. We are grateful for those pointless challenges. For their struggles, they weave an ode to heroes. Yet the heroes themselves are destined to perish. The more you reject it, the more you suffer. Because you understand all choices, all struggles, all fatigue, the sorrow you swallow, they bear no meaning. Rejecting it only embitters the gentle out of fate. The more you resist, the weaker you are. Because you realize all fights, all resistance, the blood we spill, our haggard words, they have no destination. Resistance only fills you destined home with thorns. Why bother, why bother? I only wish for you to rest. Close your eyes, Almia. Close your eyes. Millions of kin bow down before my rusted throne. They will bear Kazel here. The king spurs them, the king drives them, the king enslaves them. This is your mission. This is my mission. This is my predestined fate. A good ending is never earned. This is fate I tasted too much of. I fought fate so many years, in the end I could not win. But you, war, will you admit it? Aye. I knew we were going back to this. You're afraid, little king. You know my ending. You believe all the prophecies will be realized. You will be the origin of ruin. You will be the harbinger of disaster. You decide. You accept. Okay. Aye. The last Wendigo will fall upon the King of Sarkaz. Without exception, Amaya. Even he, Boldrick Asti, come to fate. Are you stronger than him? Braver than him? Do you think those soft shoulders of hers can bear the weight of the frost and blade he's born? At the end of your journey, you will regret, you will suffer for your sin of not being able to accept who you are. Look at your hands, child. Look at your hands. I glance down, feeling at my hands. I try curling my hands into fists. Is this my will? On a vast battlefield, I stand alone, innumerable corpses. The black crown hovers above her head. I see you, a black crown on your head, melting millions of lives into nothing but memories. I see thee, Lord of Fiends, enslaving all peoples everywhere. You will regret. You will fall in regret, just like me. The final destination is still there. When death approaches, you will realize that all prophecies are inevitable. I am the most horrific disaster to afflict our world. I step forward towards Amaya, towards myself, towards fate itself. Then black archer into a sword, stabbing the Amaya in front of me, stabbing myself through the chest. And I will kill you. Even if you are me, you are the Lord of Fiends. I once made the same choice as you. I thought that I was strong enough, powerful enough to unbind myself from fate's shackles. Can't do it. Amaya, you can't do it. Really? Maybe. You may have tried once, you may have faced all sorts of bitterness and still fallen to the same abyss in the end. But I haven't. I have not walked on your so-called fated path. I will challenge you. I will challenge you in the King of Sarkaz's names, Amaya. If the end of it all was set in stone long ago by those prophecies you espouse, if the meaning of our lives are just to prove their inevitable conclusion, then why do we live? Why do we exist? The Patriot's lifelong struggle, Dr. Calcett's assiduous choices, Dr. May cries holding my hand and affirming our path. All this just to become a footnote in the fate's manuscript. I refuse to accept it. Amaya, this will only beget pain. It'll be an endless torture. Myriad of souls of Gazdel. I ask you, did Teresa break out of her own fate? Even Theresis, did he face you head on? Teresa, she handed over this gun to me for this. She didn't believe in the predestined tragic creature that you paint. So she is suffering now, listening to our voices with nary a rest. If only to relieve her burden, King of Sarkaz, you must... No. Teresa doesn't need any rescue. The King of Sarkaz will no longer be a symbol of conquest and revenge. Maybe that's why I must be the one. How arrogant, how conceited. No. It is only because I have worn this black crown that I brandish my sword at you. You cannot escape fate's choice. The future you run from it, the faster it will come. Interesting they use this. The Mephistogoons. I won't run. I'll wait here for it, fate. When your plans have dissipated, when your taunts fall short, I'll show you all. We, the people of this great land, can choose an ending for ourselves. I find the strength in my body. They call this power the King of Sarkaz, but I know it was never about the king. This power was never meant for conquest, for subjugation. Its true objective is survival. The battlefield abruptly shatters. shatters. Hear a distant sigh. It carries no anger, no fear, no sorrow. Just a sigh. Was this a reply from the myriad of souls, or just myself sleep-talking as I awake from a nightmare? Morning, donkey. Amir, you're awake. They still are not adding Doctor's name, or even just Doctor. A familiar voice beckons. Feel those lingering emotions dissipate. Do you feel alright? Any pain? You got hit by confessorious witchcraft. Did you have nightmare? The doctor's voice always calms me down. I'm fine now. I lift my hand, the black arch sparking out as usual. King of Sarkaz. Doctor, this power is not a curse. It is not forbidden witchcraft that brings disaster. Teresa passed it to me so that we can use it to find our own path. And we have to wait for fucking 6 months for Babel event to get to NA. Ugh. I trust you. Doctor holds my hands tightly. Hello, Logos. You're up, Amaya. It's fine, Logos. Sorry. Whether or not I was caught by confessorious witchcraft, I would have had to face this self-reflection eventually. In my dream, those voices proclaimed the prophecy again. Prophecy? Yes, the prophecy the preacher spoke of before he died. No matter what voices they were, it's all a trick of the confessori. Don't worry about it. No. Is that a method of confessorious torture, or are they the myriad of souls still deeply connected to my heart? Or maybe I still hold on that scary prophecy deep down inside? It is not important, though I already rejected their offer. Again. Good. I still want you to get a full checkup from Dr. Calcid, though, your rings. I do. Logos, where are we, though? Sound of footsteps approaches. It's some Sarkaz mercenaries. They're moving a crystal shard, the color of blood, onto a truck not far away. I recognize the girl leading them, Paprika. The doctor said she freed workers in Highbury. Logos requisitioned the use of the Sarkaz transport squad's vehicle in the name of the Lord of the Banshee. We need to escape the Confessori's pursuit. Yesterday, closure drones found us. Nobody's safe houses that they were staying at were also attacked by Confessori. Nightingale was captured. Confessori. We let our guard down against this sarcasm squad named after the Confessori. Terrorists' plans also allowed them freedom of movement. However, they finally left the shadows they've been hiding in. Doctor? Paprika and the others are loading the Originium samples you need to board, but they're still wary of us. Right now they're only listening to me because they fear me. I might have to resort to threatening them with the real curse soon. 5 batches of crystals should be enough. Ami is recovered as well. Then we will head to Brentwood next and meet up with Dr. Calcet. Doctor, you look uneasy. What's worrying you? I fear that Terrasis isn't looking for any sort of vampire witchcraft device. What he wants is an even more unsettling power.
勝利の歌あるけど今歌うわけにはいかない
Well, we know that he is using a Fernmut, literally just for transport.
遠くにあるそうでしょ
There was no before. Okay.
출발한다.
We're using this music now, finally.
발동. 聞いてるけど. 알겠다. 누구도 날 묶어두지 못해. 저隠せないわ. 요うやく私の出番か. 목표 확인. 금방 끝내지.
どの戦いも楽しむべきよまだ足りないわ
They slow you when you attack them.
あまりまた足元. 이걸로 조용히 됐으면 좋겠네.
もう声を出さないでねあれじっと立っててね
戦のための歌。悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
Just stop that.
アテンション。指示を待つ。どうする絶望のさあ、もっともっとよ。僕はこのハーモニー特設だ。
Oh. How about you pay fucking attention? Oops.
順次撤退慌てちゃダメだよ
You know what, since we're actually dealing with a lot of slugs, so wait, no. Never mind. You...
他の人と一緒に戦うの戦いの相手は誰
Because I wasn't sure if I had enough DP for Double Dragon. Should have fucking checked.
출발한다. 시작하지. 聞いてるけど 알겠다. 누구도 날 묶어두지 못해.絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。
こんなもの剣を抜くまでもない。
安心して、きっと大丈夫だから。
すっごく気分がいいの。
ああ、目にまぶしくは映るまい。
もう
今日から覚醒。リゴより中日寸時
準備が整った。
영영의 첩첩戦のための歌。悲しみ
まだ足りないわ。あれずっと立っててね。
What? We can do double dragon, never fucking mind then.
すぐに着くから。
科学王が誰かに気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めた。戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らん。빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
준비 이야기를 사시대.
에모노와 노리겠으니? 고메이링의 도움.
그러면 오야스미나사이.
運よく奈良にまで来て逃げる前に私の許可は取ったのかしら。ねえ、レモノさん。
Oh, I'm an idiot. Oops.
準備が整った。ようやく私の出番。
パリゲチャリエやこっちに着くか。
なるほど。
誰を餌にするか決まった。あまり待たせ誰かが気づく前にあなた音楽を手首さあこの奇跡はあなたの心臓に滑り込むまで1秒もかかりませんね。どうすればいいかくらいわかる。私
ようやく私の出番。
목표 확인. 금방 끝내. 이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네요. 지정된 위치로 가겠다. 유언을 전해달라고. 거절한다.
あれがターゲットか。
私に巡ってきたのかな。あなたは私をこんな風に扱うの？私にもこんな結末を迎えてほしいのかしら。本当にそう思っているのなら受け入れるわ。
Wait, there was no after? Okay, just one. Weird. Notice. Residents must comply with all regulations previously announced by the Military Commission. Must comply with all work safety regulations, no time off allowed whatsoever. Leaving your place of residence after 7 p.m. is strictly forbidden. Warning: Mayor West is Animaria is forbidden. Acting Mayor of Brentwood, Federal West. That's struck. Oh, it's you! I still don't have the seed. Can we still have those flowers ready by the next year's Harvest Festival? I don't want my family traditions to die in my hands. Come in. Good morning, Magdalena. No, Magdalene. That's a different person. Were you drunk last night? Old Hang and I had a teeny tiny taste of the mayor's leftover booze. I'll let you in a little secret. Mr. West had more than just a fine wine brewing for the celebration. He was hiding a whole cannon behind our backs. The last time I saw one of those was the harvest when we were at 10. I'll definitely invite you to the dance during the gun salute at next year's festival, Magdalene. You're still really drunk, you know that? I just hope that the flash powder hasn't gotten wet. Though the barrels it was stored alongside. It'll only be a few more days once we're finished with that bloody thing the Devil's having us build. They'll leave us alone. And when the time comes for next year's Harvest Festival, we'll get to celebrate the return of our normal lives all night long. Well, it's good to have hopes, at least. Why did you start hanging clocks in the greenhouse? It's a long past time, though, the times everyone's supposed to gather to head to work. Are you just giving off work today? I won't notice a single man missing. Getting ready to head there. I know there's a back alley behind your greenhouse that leads straight to the work site. Strange though, the devils don't often loiter around here. The door's over there, I'll head there right now. See you. Wait, Will, don't open that door. Watch out! Ah, Magdalene, did a flower pot crack me open? Skull open. Nothing happened. You're still drunk. The door outside is the way. I'll take you to the work site. Right, I gotta remember, bring a bouquet to mourn Mr. West. It's a shame we didn't get to taste the wine he was brewing. You didn't see the notice they put up today? What notice? Never mind, take this flower. Brentwood has visibly deteriorated over the last few years. Whether Mayor West racked his brain to try to turn things around, his ideas all yielded little results. Though caravans once visited it in droves? In droves? None of them are willing to visit this forgotten town anymore. Everyone has been suffocating thanks to the ever-approaching war and the worsening situations in the 2 weeks ago, all of us gathered to the top of the town hall and saw a catastrophe cloud rising to the sky of Londinium's direction. Mayor West hesitated for a day and gave up on sending a team to Londinium to find out what happened. There were only the rumors that war has broken out. It was only when the Sarkaz came that our town regained its former vigor. They hired all of us with food. Everyone scrambled to line up for work day after day. And everything they're all in exchange for the limited food is. We're all very industrious. In a few short weeks, the thing that they had us built is already starting to take shape. With the promise of survival dangling in front of us, we strain to forget how Sir West died. If there's no one working the farms anymore, if the harvest festival that everyone is looking forward to actually celebrating. Giant fucking Virginia. Well, they're coming this way. Wake up. Damn it, Will. I told you not to drink too much. Why are you stuck on NPC? Goddammit. It's a good design. So this man broke the rules. I'll be taking him to confinement to reflect on what he's done. Looks like you enjoyed the power we've granted you, feline. I just don't want anyone to break the rules we agreed on. I can tell you're trying to protect him, childish tricks. You'd best remember how your unlucky father died. Ah, I see. His Highness is willing to overlook your disrespectful attitude before. That alone is your greatest reward. What we need now are honest workers. It's that simple. I won't have it against her, I swear. That's right. Your legs should be shaking. Don't worry, you'll live. If you were dead, I'd have to find a sarcasm to do your job. I'll keep an eye on him. I promise there will be no delays. Better not be. I don't care who picks up his slack as long as one of you does. Not you. Oh. Specifically. Now get back to your posts. I don't want the boss to chew me out. Scram. Magdalene, please let me take care of him. He'll sober up in confinement. I'm sober. I wouldn't dare fall behind on the schedule they set. Wait till you can stand before you act tough. If I pass out at the work site, I won't be able to save you. I should have given you the keys to the warehouse today. Are these flowers for me? Ha, of course not. Got them to warn Mr. West. You didn't see the notice I put out today. I had too much to drink yesterday, so sorry, Frida. I was only going to have a little sip. But that bastard Tom started spouting nonsense. He says, you're a haughty traitor riding the devil's coattails. We're managing to get these days only because you kowtowed to the devils. Old Hank and I were proper pissed off. We challenged the bastard to some drinking games, but we got careless and didn't stop. What they think doesn't matter. Never mind. Give me the flowers. Let me thank you in my father's place. Maybe we could hold a ceremony for Mr. West in the warehouse he was secretly making his preparations in. The Sarkas rarely go there. Thanks, Magdalene. My guess is that you got the flowers. He's not smart enough. But you should go back. I just heard a group of outsiders appeared in the village a few days ago. Not the Duke's army, but they are armed. The Sarkas are afraid someone in town could help them. They'll start today's search ahead of schedule. So early? What is she running that fast for? Is she in a rush? For your own good, I suggest you stop bothering her so much. She has her own troubles to take care of. Now go, sub her up in a confinement. My men saw you go to the work site, Gardener. Do not exhaust my trust in you. How can I get rid of... Wow, that's fucking bold. I hope he hasn't found anything. You hang up the clock I gave you. Very good, that'll help you remember your work hours and not to leave your post. He's got mud on his hands. They turned my daisy soil. I didn't give my subordinates permission to muck around with your greenhouse. Might as well just search out in the open. No need to be so cautious about me. Or are you trying to look for the... Good thing it's just those seeds. The seeds are not on my list of approved transactions. I don't care I got hands on these, but I suggest you knock it off with the stupid ideas. From today onwards, we'll deal with any suspicious individuals directly. Why am I even telling you this? Anyway, better stay in line, don't do anything stupid. It's so quiet, it's eerie. Did I turn around and look? I think the flowers are growing. These roses, we don't have them in Casdell. There's a battle. I need to leave town and I won't be back so often anymore. Be happy about that. Send these flowers to my tent later, Gardener. This coin is my down payment. One last word of advice. Don't go near the worksite at the center of the town. These caravmen are interested in such fragile flowers. I mean, the white petals are stained in red blood. Was his hand pricked by the rose's thorns? Didn't feel any pain? Sarcasm. Oh no. It's safe now. Are all of you okay? Oh, holy shit. I see. You're free at last. It's such a tight squeeze inside. Easy, you were just about ready to fight him, weren't you? And now we can't bring trouble so soon. Oh, Rock. You know each other. And a feist. I didn't expect them to start looking so early today. I heard there's a group of armed militants outside the town. The two of them look at each other. We're sorry for all the trouble. Magdalene, right? Things here are a little not like what we expected. The situation's a bit awful, I suppose. Where there's a surface level peace maintained here. Yeah, it's one of the best places right now in Victoria. The villagers serve the Sarkas. Rock? Oh, the face of the young man named Feist shows me signs of battle weathering. I can nonetheless see fearless courage in his clear eyes. Hello, any guidance on starting Arknights lore story? Okay, and what specifically? Because the obvious answer is just go read chapter 1, but what part of the story are you looking into first? That's a hard question to answer. Japan City have never read a game story before, just books and what I watch. There are people in YouTube who've made videos about lore of Arknights, but it is very long. Also, like I said, which part of the story you want, because aside from the main story, we had a lot of side stories and event stories. And many fucking more, honestly. But I have heard it has a lot of unnecessary dialogue and I don't like waste time. It's just I have experience, so I don't know where to start. Okay. How about try watching the anime, I guess? Because the anime basically covers chapter 1 to 6. That's from season 1 and season 2. Where to go from there? Dear Lord. You know what? Let me go check real quick.
Ohayo, Doctor.
And I will also check the usual people who make actual lore about this game. Well, I don't think they're particularly great because their choices are very limited, but try this channel if it's still interesting to you. There is also Frostbite, I think that's his name. There you go. They are the known channels for some summaries. Because so far no one has really compiled the whole story of Arknights because it's fucking long. And if you happen to finish go away. If you happen to finish the anime, you will need to start reading The Birth of Tragedy. because the anime ends here on partial necrosis. People are guessing that Birth of the Tragedy and Roaring Flame, the last two acts or chapters for Act 1, is going to be on Season 3, but they haven't announced Season 3 officially yet. But everyone is expecting for them to make it. I think they are. And Act 2 is a new arc. And if you are finally interested on not just watching and you want to actually read a certain event, I will suggest... Where the fuck is it? Okay, you know what? Intelligent... Yes. The RC6 collab explains a lot of things about the world, and Vigilo is... Where's Vigilo? This one. Vigilo explains a lot before the main story. So how do you decide what to read and what to skip through? Are there ones that people don't like after chapter 7? At least majority. No, chapter 7 and 8 are the climax of the first act. If I'm being honest, people for some reason hate 4 to 6. Wait, no. Yeah, 4 to 5. They don't like it that much, but 6 to 8 is the fan favorite. Because the three major characters in this chapters are just, to this day, are fan favorites. What about Act 2? Act 2... No, stop clicking that. There we go. Okay. How do I summarize them? I'm trying to summarize them. This will introduce new characters and new perspectives, but you can say it is minor. Shatterpoint is the beginning of the war. Return to Mist and Quiet Under the Thunder is basically locating of allies or trying to get into the war. And this is chapter 13. I don't know what this is, but I'm not done reading yet. How does the story events work together? Okay, how do I explain this? Because they're not all of them are related or at least time perfectly well with the main story. Arknights memoir specifically is before the game begins. A Walk in the Dust is also a chapter before the game begins. Undertides and so on are not that related to main story, although Lone Trail gives us a lot of lore, just in general. Irrelevant to main story, irrelevant to main story. Let me just check. Yep, most of this are irrelevant to the main story because they are happening on other places, so to speak. Also, this is the good thing about Arknights is that the main character or our faction doesn't have to be on every fucking event, and that's why they have their own stories. Now, of course, we appear on some of them, but not always. So if you're looking for side stories, ignore all of this. Just read Dark Knights and A Walk in the Dust for more context on main story. You can oh, I should probably okay. Let me fix the timeline. Sorry. After reading all of Act 1, read Dark Knights and A Walk in the Dust, and then you can start Act 2 if you wish to. Yes, this happens before the game, but the important characters pretty much they're pretty much more explained on the Act 2 of the game. Especially Dark Knight's memoir. I had to reread this before chapter 13 began because I forgot a lot of things. I will also give this channel to you who just compiles every cutscene of the game. If you do not have access to it yourself. That person has compiled every cutscene, including events. Alright, sounds about confusing, but I will start with the anime for now, or watch the summary. Good luck! I hope Arknights stays with you. It's a long fucking read. It is definitely not for everyone because it is confusing sometimes, but I love it, personally. Oh, where was I? That's the only thing I'm worried about. I don't want to end up feeling like I'm forcing myself to read through stuff. That aside, when do you think most people get invested in? Uh, Chapter 6, Partial Necrosis. The Frost Nova story is. People started reading at that time. If you want, it's not part of the main story, but there is a side event that people will always reference to as the most dramatic story ever, and it's called The Children of Ursus. Try reading that if you want. I read before the anime. Thankfully, it is an event, so it doesn't matter to the main story. It will not spoil anything. But like I said, before reading anything, watch the anime because it's easier to get into. If you enjoy the anime, you might enjoy reading. So just start with the easiest media to digest first before reading. I've been calling her that. Skyrimen are interested in such fragile flowers. I watched a 2-hour iceberg for no reason while working. Spoiled some things, nothing major. Is that Sunol's iceberg? That's good. Sunol did a great job of explaining things that are outside the game, which is basically mostly the memes the community made. Yes, he did like explore some story spoilers, but not a lot. And then, have you never played the game before? You talk about Gummy and Children of Forces, but nothing major. Oh yeah, that's the trauma part of the story. But only Gummy. There are others. But yes, Gummy is the most tragic part of that story. Didn't feel any pain. Weird sarcasm. Nope, we're supposed to be this part. Didn't expect them to start looking so early today. I heard there's a group of armed militants outside the city. Two of them look at each other. Sorry for all the trouble. Magdalene, right? Things here are a little not like what I expected. Also, wait. Are you getting into the story without actually playing the game? Or have you been playing Arknights but never cared for story? The situation is a bit awful. I suppose there's a surface level peace maintained here. The villagers serve the Sarkaz. Rock rock. Although the face of the young man named Feist shows many signs of battle weathering, I can nonetheless see a fearless courage in his clear eyes. I do play, never read the story, but like designs and some characters. Okay. That is also a start. The reason for me starting to read story was because I like the character, basically. I was like, okay, the character files didn't give me enough fucking info, let's find where they appear in the story or events. And then after spiraling and fucking reading all of that, I just started to read every bits of story in the game now. Oh, the face of the young man. Nope, read with that. Rockrock seems to be his partner. I can imagine the two of them fighting alongside each other. It's been some time since I saw such a zealous figure in this town. It's not a problem. It's true our town is working for the Sarkaz. Normal for Rockrock to be having that. Told me you were refugees. Up. Guessing you must be more than refugees who escaped Londinium seeking supplies. Sorry about that, we didn't tell you who we were before. We were with the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps. Londinium, but what are you doing here? The game plays well, then a lot of breaks of the game since I don't have time to play multiple things at once, especially gacha game. Thankfully, they're going to make it easier for us to auto-farm on Arknights once anniversary update drops. It's a long story and we'll have time to talk more about that. I decided to stick with Arknights alone since it's been generous whenever I try to pull, yep. I don't think there's another game as generous to free-to-play players as Arknights. But first, could you tell me what the Sarkaz are building in the center of the town? Cal, our consultant, is worried about what's being built here. Feist and I have tried getting closer to the area, but the Sarkaz are guarding the place very tightly. You can only see a giant blood-red crystal. Don't expand on and find more reasons to like the game, and I would like to give the story a go. Yep. I mean, yeah, that's it. Try. If you don't like it, then don't have to worry about it. If you're half interested, there's other people talking about it. And thankfully, through the success of Arknights, we have an anime with more than one season. It's much bigger than all the other ones that we've seen in both scale and complexity. I mean, the thing we are building here isn't unique to this place. We believe this is one of the Sarkaz combat arts circles, but Brentwoods might be more special than that. Our forces are planning to strike this place. Our fighters are not in the best shape right now. Your help. War ever since the news came that the Dukes have made it here. One or more of the town residents have been talking about that ever-distant war. Though I missed Ling and Texas Ultra, I like both their designs. Rep. I think El Sorocosano will have a rerun soon. Ling, her rerun is unfortunately done, so you have to do the whole 300 rolls thing. Although there is a new Sui sibling coming soon. I won't spoil the specifics if you don't want any spoilers, but we're getting another sister. Yeah, I've seen it, don't worry. Okay. Ever since the news came that the Dukes have made it, yeah, it's the same matter. They only ever let their imaginations run wild, lamentably away from the Sarkaz's view. They only ever boast in their drunkenness that the Duke's fleets will follow the routes they whimsically draw on maps to save Victoria. This year specifically is so hard as a free-to-play. There's so many good characters, not just in gameplay, but just characters we've wanted for so long are here. I think the banner is more than worth of banner are cool. Yes. Zoole is. We've been wanting that guy since the beginning. Ever since we saw him. NPC jail freed, Zoole, Viviana freed from NPC jail, and what's his name? Virtuosa was also an NPC back on Ebenhosa's event long time ago. There's so much characters that are out on NPC jail this year, like Ines Hordier, which is currently running right now. God. On a side note, though, I hope they bring Enfield this year. I'm not sure they will, though. They might release that game next year instead. They only ever boast in their drunkenness that the Duke's fleets will follow the routes that whimsically draw on maps to save Victoria. They fantasize about how the Sargas will run away from Brentwood as they shout their rallying cries. Are you interested in WW? What is WW? Or do you just mean World War in general? But no, not really if that's the case. But what exactly is for? Oh, Withering Waves. I have pre-registered in the game, at least. I am just hoping that it is not as grindy as Punishing Grey Raven. It's the only reason why I stopped playing that game. I hate any game that forces you to do weekly quests. God. Up, up, up. Also, as a Devil May Cry fan, the only update we will get from Devil May Cry is fucking PGR and Withering Waves, unfortunately, because there's gotta be no more new Devil May Cry series. How long ago did you play PGR? Like a year ago. I tried it a year ago. Mind you, I didn't play that much. I like played only a few months. I love the game a lot. It's great, but too much grind. If I was playing only PGR, it's probably not that much grind, but like you said, there are many games. Ice Rocky 2 should be on your way soon. It's dangerous for outsiders to be here. Take the alley behind the greenhouse. The Sargas don't patrol that area. Even though Brentwood isn't at the forefront conflict between the Dukes and the Sarkas. The situation here isn't. There is a change in the movement of supplies to Brentwood for the last couple years. You almost intentionally ignored geographical location and enormous arch nodes you're building. Right, I have tried to tone down the grinding and make dailies like 1 minute, still have to play other modes for weekly war, so yeah. The specific modes for weeklies is the thing I hate. Dailies are fine because dailies are like, okay, auto clear this, just use your stamina. Do specific quests that are not even hard and then just claim all, that's easy. Can I see your team before I leave? If that's cool, of course, feel free. Warzone and Pain Gauge, correct. I know them.
Ohayo, Doctor.
Okay, squad specifically. Why am I showing you this? That's not fucking enough. Here you go. A lot. Mind you, I am a free-to-play player. I have never once used money in this game. Favorites? Yes. Specifically, no. No. Fuck's sake. There are 3 niches that I do. Dragons only, well, they're not fixed right now, but dragons only the Sui siblings, and literally my favorite duo. Basically anything dragon-like I like except these 2. Lapland has been a special thing for me ever since day 1. How long were you saving for Texas Altar? God, I don't fucking know. What are the dragons in the game? Let's clear this. The dragons in the game are the Volvier, aka Wyverns, and the other one is Draco, aka Dragons. Chen is a Lung, and a Draco is... There are more dragons, but these are the examples of the races. But... You're a Sea Dragon. You're literally just Rathalos. Sarya is also a dragon. I am blanking out. You are... It's a Quetzalcoatl. She's a dragon, but they're counting her as a serpent. But I still include her in the dragon team. I'm blanking out. I'm pretty sure I have more, but... Oh, idiot. How could I forget? And yes, specifically the dragons are separated from the Sui dragons. Where's elder brother? This team would be a lot easier for me if I have Reed Altar. Because I can actually finally get a healer. so they aren't the same. For my specific niche, yes, but actually no. Never mind. They are different. All of them are fucking different. Because these games separated Chinese dragon are the lungs, Volvier are the Western dragons, and Dracos are just Western dragons but legendary for some reason. It's like Arknights has a separation for cats specifically and then a lion specifically. Dragons are the special type of Western drag. Dracos are the special type of Western Dracos. So yes, it's confusing. Example of a lion, a normal cat. Is it actually written in her file, or is it? There you go. Race Aslan. Race feline. Abanyaman leveled as a 6-star. A fucking lot. I wish I had enough LMD for leveling everyone, but that's whale territory. I am legit sad that I haven't leveled Gnosis. There's been so many times I've wanted to use him, but I keep prioritizing other people. It's not just the 6 stars are affected, even 4 stars. Are you missing any limited? Yes. When the fuck is all the... Oh, for one, I don't have Ash from Rainbow Six Siege. My most traumatic experience ever. I will also be missing Virtuosa because I will be skipping her. Same, but rerun at least. Yeah, rerun at least, but I will be skipping Virtuosa specifically because of that stupid rerun, so... I would honestly love Virtuosa because I can complete my supporter team. Virtuosa would be a good add here. Specifically for killing anything flying because Link cannot do that. You never know, that's a first and free 10 daily. I hope, but I was so sure when that appeared a month ago, like, yep, I was gonna roll for Viviana and Virtuosa. And then every banner after that was a very good banner, and I'm like, holy shit, how the fuck am I going to save anything? Oh. Sculptor, I had to spark the 300 rolls. I did not actually get her. I got her when I was rolling for Texas. I'm stuck between going all in to spark Texas Alter or just skip. I have a big bias on Texas because my favorite character is Lapland, so I want to say just spark her, but there's just really a lot of good units this year. Like, honestly, I was aiming for max pot, but unfortunately, that went to penance. I like penance, but also Texas. Almost all. How in the shit do I not have a full pot? Okay, Texas just hates me. Texas just hates me. Excuse me? Do you know how long I've been playing? Why in the fuck are you not max pot? Hello? Ah, pain. I've been playing for 4 years. Texas, come on, please. Pain and suffering.
Look, a shooting star!
A pot in the oh. You Siren. Thank you for the follow. Jump scare a bit, and if you're going soon, have a good day. I hope you enjoy Arknights. Well, I hope you enjoy the Arknights story. I gotta sleep, but thanks for the information. Yep. Good night and have a good rest. Don't worry, the story won't go anywhere. We only have about... Is this 2 million? Yep, 2,068,939 characters in the game. Oh no, that's not even the whole game, that's just main story. Your account looks great. Thank you. But yeah, like I said, Arknights is one of the fairest gacha games ever. They give you a lot. They stop. But it's a change in the movement of supplies to Brandon for the last couple of years. They almost intentionally ignored your graphical location and the enormous art snow dribble. Where are these original crystals from? Or did the Sarkas come up with such a detailed plan in such a short time? This is a little embarrassing, but we still don't know what exactly the Sarkas are trying to do. Alright, take care. You too, you too. Again, good night. That is not a good thing. The lean, if you could help persuade everyone to help, still have a chance to stop them. Even if it's just helping us figure out the situation of the Sarkas garrison stationed here. Stop hiding. Those observation corps. Twice the evacuation route we were planning to take is still open. Let's see how this plays out. We can give up on this chance to get them on our side. Raquel said it's right. What the military commission is planning here has to be extremely important. I want her to be a playable character, but there is no way. You know what? Being an NPC and then having a specific design, I think you will die. For fuck's sake, Arknights, why? Relax, I was just passing by and I thought I would thank my friend. Magdalene Will said he forgot to say thank you and asked me to thank you in his stead. He's always had those unrealistic fantasies ever since he was a kid. This doesn't feel quite right. Sounds like Will is the drunkard who almost opened the cupboard we were hiding in. So let's not get into that. Rita, I'll leave this to Observation Corps members to you. Do you need me to fill you in their situation? No need, I heard everything outside. Rita, the mayor. The mayor of Brentwood was my father. He's dead. Yep. Fortunately, he's the only one who lost his life in this town so far. But I'm afraid I have to turn down your request. I respect your bravery to stand up against them, but I can't put all of the town's residents at risk. My father had the same idea and he's already paid the price. Resistance would only bring unnecessary sacrifice. Sarkis camp is not far from the main entrance to the greenhouse. For your safety, please leave quickly. Brentwood will take care of its own. Peace doesn't come easy and I am afraid of breaking it once more. Don't you see the problem in that? They made me promise they'll leave as soon as their plan is completed. You trust Sarkis' word? I have to. Rock, let's go. Mayor Frida will working. Excuse me, English. Mayor Frida will. We will be working in the surrounding area. We're waiting to rendezvous with our other team. If we need assistance or if things take a turn for the worse, find us there. That's our promise. Observation Corps. SSC! Magdalena, no, never mind. Reed and I don't actually know each other too well. She has always been fairly social. If it wasn't for Will making all kinds of excuses to drag Frida here to buy flowers from me, I would never have known her. Perhaps like everyone else, I would have seen her as a crazy lunatic who's slaving away for the sarcasm and drag everyone else into that along with her. Could even have forgotten that she's the same age as me. He did save us after all. Mr. West gave his life. Traded everyone's freedom for it. Someone has to be the villain. I'm too afraid to give up, even if it only buys everyone a small chance to survive. At the very least, the Sarkis leader here, the officer who comes to your greenhouse, doesn't kill for fun like the Sarkis in the rumors. So I'd rather keep things the way they are. To be honest, I don't know what I should believe myself. Magdalene, I'm really jealous of you. Please forgive Will's stubbornness, he's just being childish. I've never been mad at him. You received the seeds I secretly bought for next year's celebration? There were some setbacks, but I have them. That's good. Hopefully they will lead to the most beautiful flowers by the time the next year Harvest Festival is here. Father planned for the festival for a long time, and I don't want to see his efforts go to waste. Please help me with this. It's my pleasure. Again, new character. Hello, what in the shit just happened to the background? Is the whale teleporting? Eat. There's no blood thingy.
私に任せてくれ、ドクター。
I forgot the rest of the team. This is fine, right?
蝶が戦勝、太閤古城、歴々と目にあり。
Skip that. Read it after you're done. 1312. How many chapters it is? Or does this game have? Is it up to chapter 20 again? Or stage 20?
鮮血。多くの人間には想像もつかないことだろう。
We are inside the whale. Holy shit. That's the rib cage. Well then.
誰を餌にするか決まった？ I get that. あまり末恐怖が隠せないわ。この時より秋だ。
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。
There's no explosive device, I just realized.
どうすれば絶望の匂いまではカムフラージュできないわ。どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。階級の絶壁、砂に沈む。
もう一人じゃないわ。怖がらないで、同胞たち。すぐに着くから。
여기는 아무리 됐어. 지정된 위치로 가겠다. 어레가 타겟인가? 알겠다. 유언을 전해달라고. 거절한다. 어레가 타겟인가? 시지を待つ. 지정된 위치로 가겠다. 와타시니 경력을 적조すれば干渉倫理たり. 이걸로 조용히 됐으면 좋겠네.
I don't have the bomb thing. How do we stop this? Do I just hope them? Do I have enough wave clear?
유언을 전해달라고. 거절하면 만물도 이치겐이 오사무르와 샤샤 라크라크の境地にこそあれ。
懐かしい。いい。
여긴 아무데스.
ああ、今でもあの嘆きが聞こえてくる。
準備は整った。 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 階級の動物を削除すれば環境倫理たり。이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네. 준비가 整った。聞いてる。あまり待たせないで。あまり待た足元を見ています。 지정된 위치로 가겠다.
아, 이야기를 사시대.
난전! ようやく私の出番か。あまり待たせない。目標確認。금방 끝내지.
Excuse me?
지정된 위치로
Wait.
가겠다.
What in the f...
戦おうが抗おうが無駄だ。指示を待つ。 あまり間違え
This is not optimal.
あなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる
What the shit?
抗ってみなよ
Okay. Interesting bug.
志かなって得意満面といったところかな菊井よしかれどもおごることなかれだとはいえ褒めるべきは褒めねばならないかなよくやったね
Thankfully, it's not a good family spot. Close up. Once again, where dice. Unfortunate woman. My grandfather passed away in the sunlight that shone upon the greenhouse. With his favorite flower in his hand, he had already arranged everything for me. I was going to live the rest of my life as both of us had hoped, stand in this tiny little greenhouse. That is until they arrived. I was incredibly fearful that my life would be ruined. But that Sarkaz gave the order, and so my job remained here in the greenhouse. Still a town's gardener. It has been a week since the 2 Salvation Corps people here arrived. Likewise, it's been a week since I last saw the Sarkaz officer who would turn the soil for the deeds in the town. She's fucking beautiful, Jesus. I'm surprised she's just a 5-star. Good afternoon, Magdalene. Your flower looks just as beautiful as always. Thanks, Hank. Have you seen Will? Well, I'm looking for him. Just realized, flower pattern. Okay, who's the artist for her? I need to look them up. She ordered some flowers the first thing this morning, but it still hasn't come to pick them up, even though it's the afternoon already. Will ordered flowers? Oh, they must be for Frida's birthday. It's right around noon. Most likely he left to prepare whatever surprise he has in store for Frida. Don't worry, he'll remember once Frida gives him a scolding. Everyone seems very exhausted. I've been hearing noises around the work site at night. Has no one been getting any proper rest? Devils are apparently trying to show off for somebody. They're working us to the bone like there's no tomorrow, but I haven't seen any bigwigs visiting either. You're really lucky that you were given a decent job and don't have to suffer like us. You expect us to finish the building this in a month. We're gritting our teeth a little. It's like a miracle. I'm willing to bet that before the Londinium lords would have hauled this into their museums. I thought you used to hate this job. Magdalene, the world has changed. You should try getting the Sarkaz officer's good side too. You have nothing to lose. Pet. Thanks for the advice. I'll think it. That's mean of you. Are you? Okay. Hank's suggestions are always so sincere, but his ideas left me terrified. At night, whenever I can't sleep, I'm kept awake by the noise coming from the square as though there's an iron hammer striking my head repeatedly. Occasionally, I'm jolted awake from my dreams by those strange rocks. I can't help but to think that on the worries of those 2 Self-Salvation Corps people a week ago. Perhaps the Sarkaz changed more than just the way we live. Bombardment? How come the cannon fire sounding closer still? Lately. I heard there's more than one group of folks who want to take over Brentwood. If they come to blows, it'll be a hot mess here again. What's wrong with the way things are now, with everyone getting along? This isn't going to delay our work. Lean, finally. That devil who keeps visiting you brought others to wreck. Are you done? I said it's possible for those Victorians to be hiding here. That's not for you to say. This house is clearly useless and it's only still standing because you're interested in keeping it around. Who knows what might be hiding here. We're all fighting to the death for His Highness, but thanks to you and how weak you are, we've been letting chance after chance go to waste. Watch your tone, mercenary. I am still a member of the royal court and the commander here. Relax, if I find any guerrillas hiding here, I'll off you immediately and apply to join the royal court on that achievement. I'll lose that pacifism of yours, I'm getting sick of it. Your actions are a serious interruption to the military commission's plans for this place. If it wasn't for your setbacks on the front lines fueling their ferocity, the boss wouldn't be having us rush everything to finish our job so quick. So you might as well shut up. Greenhouse. Don't move, just watch quietly. Black Soy Bird, all of them. An actual good guy Sarkaz. A part of the royal court. The daisies, roses, bluebells. The rhizomes were all mercilessly crushed under his feet. Rita asked me to plant these seeds for the festival. She was really looking forward to it. She said it would be the biggest harvest festival in 10 years. All of us were looking forward to it. But now the new buds are no more. Relax, your fingers are bleeding. Don't try to break free. I'm saving your life, Gardener. Let her come. Better that she wants to fight that way, I can just kill her and finish this right here. You're too soft on this town, Commander. Glaring won't kill me. Ugh, what a drag. Flowers mean nothing to this war. Armorist, explosive incinerators. That's what you're really. The very last new buds here are crushed. Grandfather, we won't have fresh flowers during next year's harvest festival. Not anymore. Okay. I'm calm. Have you found what you're looking for? Count yourself, you're lucky that I didn't. Let's leave. I thought I had a bit more guts than those idiots at the worksite. Torians. Don't move, your fingers need bandaging. I couldn't stop then. I had some setbacks on the front lines. Soon there will be another here to take over for me. Yes, others plans for the town. There's an opening in the cement construction about 200 meters to the west town's entrance. The guerrillas nearby blew it open. They won't give this chance up, so we need to fix this opening by 5 AM tomorrow. A weird sarcasm. Why is he telling me this? The roses can still be saved. You must find a way to plant these poor things again. If that opening piques your interest, take these roses and cut through our camp tonight. It's the safest route. If somebody stops you, tell them you're delivering an order. Of course, I'd be very happy if you stop by and put a out of my tent. Some things should never be ruined, Gardener. My name is not Gardener Sarkaz, it's Magdalene. Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Shovel. Shovel? Remember, Magdalene, time awaits for no one. We're planting for this harvest that represents hope. That's what my grandfather taught me. Flowers that line the streets during the festival each year are trusted with everyone's simple wish of bountiful harvest. There is nowhere that needs hope. Not more than Brentwood. I can't leave. The sun should be in this direction. I have to take the flowers there as soon as I can. What's that? What are you doing here? Celine! We're going with this flowers past curfew. What's the direction of the barracks are going? Hurry up and leave. It's fine. I just went some outside for a walk. Right, I heard from Hank that it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. We'll order some flowers for you, but he never came. Ah, he died. If you see Will, please remind him. You that? Say anything. Come with me. It's not safe here. Ah, these flowers. Will left them here to mourn my father. I have been keeping the warehouse locked, occasionally lending him the key when he wants to sip of alcohol. Cannons here. Did Mr. West prepare them for the festival? Isn't all my fault. Something happened to him. Was stopped by the devils at the Sarkas barracks just now. Came to me earlier than usual for some sort of surprise, but he found out I was going to the barracks to report on our progress. Yet he'd escort me there. But the Sarkas should have any reason to stop Will. They've never done that before. I don't know, I'm scared. Didn't have it in me to say no when they asked to take Will. I've been following their every word. They gave them everything they asked for, but they didn't want to take him. Why? Did they do something wrong? Maybe they only had a few questions for him. On the bright side, they still need him to work for them. Right, that bloody thing isn't completed yet. Just yet. I am sure they still need Will. I have to sit here at the barracks entrance and wait for him. This whole thing is giving off mini love story vibes, but this is fucking Arknights. We know what's going to happen. Vida smiles, but I'm not happy about this one bit. I'm lying to her. I'm sure she knows that as well. However, this is all that we can do right now. These days, we all need a tiny shred of hope to poison our minds. Hope. What the fuck was that? Did you see that? A strange creature climbing on a house. I don't know if creature is exactly the right word. It's staring at me with its black body. The terrifying being, feeble limbs are no longer attached to the beams. Okay. Finally, it lands on the flower used to mourn the mayor before it dissipates, turning to a drop of blood. Like the flower buds. Is it looking at us just now? Yes, it was looking right at us. Oh dear Sanguine Arc, what in the heavens are you doing? What in the Well, this is a classic stage. Chapter 0 moment. Sarkas Bone Guard Flayer. His design is so happy looking because it's fucking blue violet.
誰を餌にするか決まってること날 묶어두지 못해今日隠せない任務は必ず果たします私を倒す毛上がりもいいところね
Did you just? Interesting attack range.
障害をすべてなぎ払うの誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげるあまり待たせないで障害を抜く人に積もる恨みはいつか散らん私を倒す毛上がりもいいところね私が聞い
いた慟哭をあなたにも教えてあげる。あれがターゲットか。私に戦がに積もる恨みはいつか知らん。私が聞いた慟哭をあなたにも教えてあげる。
Okay, I hate that debuff. When you're attacking the shield guards, your attack speed is slow. Like, quite big. Holy shit, that's annoying.
私を倒す。つけ上がりもいいところね。私を倒す。つけ上がりもいいところね。
結果さえ伴うならちょっと苦労するのも悪くないね。
Very simple stage. Forsaken Colossal Remains. Forsaken Colossal Remains. We're still inside the whale. Why are we fighting inside the Ferrenmut? Hmm.
私も一緒に行くの？出撃。
What in the shit is that plaid doctor looking thing? Sorry guys, Bloodwalker cannot be blocked. Fuck do you mean cannot be blocked? Nope, you die.
지정된 위치로 가겠다. 誰を餌にするか決まった。
Not fucking dealing with that
どう
shit.
すればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないと恐怖が隠せないわ。静かに。従こうが抗おうが無駄だ。目標破棄。戦のための歌。悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
もう声を出さないでね。
どうすれば足元を見て。
ここだよ。
명령 따라 이걸로 조용히 졌으면 좋겠네. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 私に巡る強欲を直除すれば干渉倫理たり。
これどこに行くの？
恐怖が隠せないわ。 여긴 아무리 덕색이다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 명령을 누구도 날 묶어두지 못해.
懐かしい。いいね。
足元を見てください。
Wait, you're doing damage to Milner? You're doing arch damage. Wait. Damage do you do?
この程度か。抗ってみなよ。指示を待つ。私に強欲を直除すれば干潮倫
No, it
理
was
た
a
り。
part. Is it percent HP?
指示を待つ。
So why is this stage? Oh. I was gonna ask why is this stage easier than normal, but I forgot there's a new enemy. The tutorial stage. Here we begin. Let me just pee real quick.
勝利を砥石のごとくして研鑽を重ねよう。
I just realized something. We have chapter 13.
おはよう、ドクター。
What? Where? The fuck do you mean? Oi, we don't have the Mizuki yet? Or weren't you supposed to give us? Wait, why? In a run. That's why. I guess it's coming on the update. I want the IS3 UI. I guess this is mine. Fear, it's a tolerance that we're naturally born with, just like how plants able to adapt to soil that makes havoc of their own stalks. To shatter our will, they'll need to spread a much great dosage of fear and bound. Fear is the greatest testament. She is so fragile, you could break her simply by bumping into her, but she persisted among a crowd of terrifying men up until now. But I can tell that she needs someone to confide in. If feels, perhaps I can help her. You bring my order to my tent, Magdalene. And you didn't leave Brentwood either. Pitiful decision. He seems very feeble, even more so than yesterday. Happened. Why didn't you leave? This is my home. You have a new order from me? I can bring it to you along with the flower last. I don't have to worry about those orders anymore. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving soon to fight part of the Natchez King's army. Goodbye if that's what you wanted to hear from me. You're too naive to the point of foolishness. Everything that I've tried to protect always courts its own destruction. Perhaps I've been wrong from the start. I don't understand what you're saying, Shovel. I used to be incredibly jealous of all of you. Victoria used to be the noblest and strongest nations there was. Naturally, you possessed many great things, and rightfully so. With the metallurgy you originated and the steam knights you conquered under empire. With your mystifying art and rich academia, you attracted all of Terra's geniuses. Yet now you have halted your outward conquests. Now your rules only indulge in parties and wine, only ever boasting about the medals on their chests. You grasp their own dignity, or their own glory, and they are destined to be replaced. Sit this wall clock. I merely fly. The town citizens must all have gone to the worksite. Your deaths are unavoidable, man. The Sand-Green Arc is an impatient man. That's why the ritual was pushed forward, and under the feline's leadership, Chen was indeed completed most marvelously. Feline. We're talking about the lady the pink lady. Got her name. Everyone here will be the key to the ritual's activation. Of course, that includes you. Ritual key. You was stopped by the Sarkaz barracks just now. Peter, do you see that? Blood-colored worm is staring at me. The entire town will be the key to the ritual's activation. Key, my soul is trembling. Need to go find Frida. Go, you mustn't leave this greenhouse. Wait a little longer, Magdalene, I'll be here with you. Until we bid each other farewell for the last time, I swear. These signs. Stop baiting me. By the people of the town have never done anything against your wishes. Frida and everyone fulfilled each and every one of your requests. His Highness decided to carry out this war, and your dukes responded. This outcome has nothing to do with us or you. All we need to do is follow orders. And let me warn the people at the worksite, just pretend you don't know anything like before. I serve His Highness and I won't allow you to quash troll. Not unless you make it past me, Magdalene. Can you do it, Gardener? Grabs you by the hand, but places a pair of scissors in his hand. There seems to be a ray of longing burning in the depths of his ashen eyes. What is this prideful man longing for? Release, pity, or is it perhaps the word that I can't bring myself to touch? What? I notice that even though the two of us have spent a very long time together in this greenhouse, I've never actually truly understood this man. Understood. I have to leave now, just as he said, there's no time. I'm sorry. Can't stand by and watch anymore. What a guy. Magdalene, where are you going? Why the rush? Got blood in your clothes, are you okay? Trying to cut my finger while I was pruning branches. Was Frida. Frida, after she came back from the barracks by herself this morning, she went straight to the Sarkaz officers. She seemed rather out of it and kept saying sorry no matter who she ran into. Did something happen? Yes. Everyone has to leave this place right now. And the further the better. What's with you being so bloody? Art. Okay. There's no time to explain, I need to tell everyone else. We're almost finished. Besides, if we all ditch work, what are we supposed to do when those officers find us? Fireworks? Where? With that wall open, is that Frida? The last time I saw such beautiful fireworks, it was the Harvest Festival when I was 10. My grandfather put me on his shoulder and walked through the crowd. You know, the fireworks are fucking distracting. On this sad theme. Everyone looked up at the fireworks blooming in the sky, astonished. Everyone kept quiet, only for the silence to be torn apart by the explosive sound wave. A moment later. This is just like that. Beat us out of the cannon. Mr. West was hiding for the Harvest Festival. There are countless sarcasms pulling her from the cannon. Drenched in blood, she is shouting something, but whatever she is trying to say, it's buried by the cannon's loud roar. She is buried by the wave of sarcasm gushing toward her and torn apart. A flame burning bright in the middle of the day. The cannons keep roaring. The grand ceremony has come to Brentwood ahead of schedule. What a brave coward. What just happened? Is there another earthquake? What is this? A house? Run! You're bleeding, bollocks. Stay away. Those disgusting monsters are dripping from your body. What are the Sargas trying to do? Hank, you can close your eyes. I'm starting to feel very tired too, so sleepy. I can feel my own blood fluttering out of my body before disappearing into the earth. Magdalene, hang in there. Is this Rock and Feist? Yep, okay. Captain, I got it. Everyone hold onto the ropes as tight as you can. Do not touch the ground no matter what. Hurry and help them. Magdalene, you can't fall asleep. This guy is so heavy. Right, just see, why are you here? We figured something went wrong when we saw fireworks in the middle of the day. They sealed the wall we blew open yesterday, but that cannon gave us a new path. Hold on to Rock's hand, Magdalene. Our forces don't have enough manpower. We're bringing everyone to evacuate as soon as we can. Go faster ziplines even faster after those modifications you made. Alright, where's Mayor Feeder? We haven't been able to locate her. Zipline starts shaking. What about the weak garrison commander? Where's he hiding this time? Well, no matter, I'll take over. I can feel it. My blood is boiling. No need to contact Major Ursula's squad. We can take care of this laughable Victorians by ourselves. Kill them all. The garrison here is mounting a counterattack. They're putting more pressure on us than any Sarkas have faced before. How much explosive does old Wise still have outside? Can make it here in time to back us up? Probably not happening, not counting the members who laid the ziplines for us. Barely had any fighting men to begin with. Shut the crawlers, we need to break by force. Did she fall? Yep. Deline, are you okay? Can you walk? Yeah, this disgusting things. On the sundering earth, a large number of red worms keep gushing onto the surface. Chew on every soul they can reach and suck their blood. This is the prince's blessing, prince. The kindness of the royal court left for us. In our bodies, our purest blood is now awakening. Let's waste no more time on these Victorians. Rock, you should go. The feline girl named Rock takes out a dagger from her face and stuffs it into my hand. A large group of Sarkas are closing in on our location. Evelyn, get ready to fight. It's not that hard, none of us had any combat experience before. Take a deep breath and make up your mind. Just like that Sargas officer collapsed among the fluttering petals. Keep the dagger tight. The shot rings out. Artillery fire. I thought we used up all explosives. Quick rock Magdalene now. We're contacted by a few old friends. They brought a whole backup unit. And Identification code. Identification code symbol side of Victorian right. Is this Bagpipe and Siege? You must be a group of ice cold men. They are here to kill the Sarkas and save the Victorians. Do they? Exemplars. Yep, it's them. Thick rolling cloud of dust is kicked up into the air. All over within view. Why am I having trouble reading that? Again and again, bright flashes of light suddenly erupts across the ground. Right out of the tank. You can hear a firm, persevering female voice coming from Fight's communicator. Warn. This is time for our team. Warn all units. Make sure to stay clear of my blast zone. Grenade loaded, firing second barrage. Opening traded. Cover the SSC and all the citizens. One continuing suppressive fire. Those arch circles. We need to find a way to stop this bloody witchcraft. We can have someone else drive up to join the ground combat. Eyes on the road. Want to ride. Get the tank as close to the core of the arch circle as possible. I'll take care of that thing. We have other tasks. All units follow regular deployment formation. Morgan and follow Horn's orders and cut open a path for the tank. Lieutenant Sure Dag. Wait, he's with us? Okay. Dag the Delphine, take command of the ground forces and form a defensive line. Stop the sanguine arc swarms. Mr. Misery, the title. I'll leave the commander of the enemy forces to you. All you need to do is boldly execute your plan. Guys, it's been a while. We shall exchange pleasantries later. I need these SSC to help us set up a zipline that will take me above the arch circle. On it. We have no time to lose. Let's take care of the strange arch circle first. Are you just gonna smash it with your hammer? I will leave my rear alt to all of you. Well, they must already zipline to the center of the battlefield. Well, feline, quote unquote. Descended from the sky, bombastically made her way into the center of the arch circle. Blood-red pillar of light. Sound of rock blasted fire ring throughout the entire battlefield. Okay, she just smashed it. I can see each and every swing of her large sledgehammer in that red light. The feline's voice ignites the tank's engine. I see a warrior holding a sledgehammer up high, leading the Victorians to retake our land. Look how easily our Victorian tank fire can blast that thing apart. We said this much long ago, them bloody devils are no match for Victorians' military. Crush them. No, there are too many regiment crystals in town. The mayor's office, the small town square, the library, those things have been building day in and day out. Don't make it in time. Is it over? Pillar of red light rises from the building we built and intermingles with the festive fireworks. There's blood, red color boiling in the dark abyss. Similarly, red worms are reaching their antennae toward the sky. The Earth circle has been damaged. The vampire's offsprings have gone berserk. Seize this opportunity. Infantry units stop advancing. Escort all citizens out of the arch circle's range. Flying squad, follow me and push forward. Destroy the remaining Originium crystals in the town and commence search and rescue. Hell is invading my town. While the formation's rumbling tank accelerates and leads us in on the devils. Oh, that's it. Wait, what the? You don't stop there. What? Okay. No, before story.
彼らが武器で私を傷つけるとき、何を感じるのかしら。
聞いてるけど、I get that。レンズン、指示を待つ。あまり目標を隠せないわ。빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
I don't want to do this.
내가 뭘 해결해줘야지? 아마리誰かに気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。알겠다。
警戒態勢。
階級の戦場に積もる恨みは足元を見てください。
あれ？そこだよ。
じゃあこの宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
명령을 보고 날 묶어두지 못해.
センス次は誰だ。
どうすればいい？絶望の匂いにカムフラージュで。
ここだよ。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。運用する。나란히 마주치다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 어레가 타겟인가?
Why did I?
운이었어. 나란히 마주 누구 날 묶어두지 못해. 지정된 위치로 가겠다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 私に戦場に積もる恨みはいつか散らぬ。あまり待たず足元を見てください。ようやく私の出番。あまり待たせない。ドクター、こっち向き上がれ。この程度か。ようやく私の出番。
懐かしい。いいえ。
내가 뭘 해결해줘야지? 이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네. 준비가 끝났다. 시지を待つ.
あてに眩しくは映るまい。
They're like the worst versions of the Ablana troops. Permanent revival. You see gravel kicked up, tires pounding glass. Some of their sides keep retreating from the car window, muddy earth, dried bloodstains. Shell craters were carefully steered around. Water flows persistently like an slick satellites. The atmosphere outside the car is tense. Everyone remains silent. The driver is focused on driving. Paprika sits beside her, occasionally turning her head to cast a worried glance. Okay, Dr. POV. Cab, the miner, casually oils his weapon. The shopkeep from Kazel mimics him. Guy's out suddenly. Looks like he cuts his palm. Kazel at grocery stores. Children gazing at candy as they lean against the counter. Folks complaining about the changing price of salt. It makes sense, but I never really thought about those sites before. For me, Kazel is just a distant memory. When I was little, Babel briefly stopped near Kazdel. I only remember it from a distance, a sight like a steel monster crawling through the wastes, leaving debris and thick smoke in its wake. Teresa held my hand and told me it was her home. I remember at the time, I didn't know what the look on her face meant. Much later, I talked to the other prisoners about Kazel. Mudrock called it the barren land of houses stacked on top of each other. Stormite talked about an eternal furnace and crystal clusters on the city walls. W. She laughed at my icy laugh, and said, "If I were a bunny like you, I'd steer clear of the place." Kazel feels like the vague symbol representing all kinds of things: pain, hatred, oppression, slaughter. I know these are all true, objectively, but they're not everything that is Kazel. Something along that aside, I know it's the place where Teresa sacrificed everything. Even Theresis, the mastermind behind this war, grew up there. What does the Kazel they envision look like? Well, Theresis is currently pampering Kazdel, so... Logos quietly wipes his bone pen. On the other side, see the doctor turning to look out the window. It's out there. Oh, this is Amiya's POV, not Doctor. Tug on the doctor's sleeve. When the war is over, I want to visit Kazdel again. Stop the car, there's something strange up ahead. All units prepare for battle. What is it? Distance, the town of Brentwood is already coming to view. Crimson light rises from the center of the town, staining the surrounding land. The blood-covered veil gently envelops all living things. This feeling is the same one that came when we were inspecting those arch circles. Banshee, your lordship, what is this? When the war started, no one expected the land to be drenched in so much blood so quickly. Modern warfare, is it? Huh. I'm afraid the vampire has all the prerequisites he needs for the ritual to fall into place. Crystal on the other battlefields were just notes resonating with the ritual. All this time I've been looking at the center. Brentwood, this little town, has a special place in the vampire's wicked design. Alert logos. This is an ancient royal court method, and they have completed the preparations for it. Time. I haven't exposed our positions yet, so we might be able to buy time, but... There's a firefight in the town there. But who is it? Looks like they beat us there. Rather choppy meeting. It looks calm, right? After all we've been through, we finally get to stand shoulder to shoulder with again. Lord Banshee, what are you going to do? Take care of the enemy, Chief? His power, it's a blessing from His Highness. Prince of Blood, is it? Sanguine Orc. His blessed sarcasm bloodline. The Ursin miner swings his weapon in sharp sounds rising out. Looks a little frightened of his own strike, almost losing his grip on the weapon. Okay. The driver and the shopkeep gather around him, investigating his new strength. Paprika moves 3 steps towards me. Lord Banshee, I also feel a bit stronger. Is it arm strength or my brains? I can't tell for sure. But I just feel kinda bloodlust. It's a strengthening altar witchcraft. We've seen this before. But this one is on the larger scale and it feels different. The thing that Patriot used. Logos, could this have any quite unexpected. It does not demand a price for us of us. At least not drawn from our own bodies. Then why? Logos, look at the sarcasm girl. Paprika, was it? But the hope to use this power. The more skilled the sarcasm becomes in war, the more efficient he spills blood on the battlefield. Doesn't matter if it's his enemy's blood or his own. The ritual can continue. Sanguine Ark has prepared for the device battle, but there was his plans, was just for this ritual. Guard circle seems to have come under attack. The vampiric creature are going out of control. As a large colony of crimson worms is drilling out of the ground, around in all directions. A number of them seem to have caught our scent. Leave this to us, Logos. Please look into the ritual for us. Yeah, you and the doctor could accompany me. I look at Paprika's demon in the distance. Those Sarkars are unaware of the danger here. Let's be quick. What are you going to do with us? What do you mean? I realized a while ago, well, the ones who have been captured are us, right? I know that the Royal Court guys pretty well and give you off a totally different vibe. Your name is Amaya, right? You and this doctor are in charge. Yeah, but maybe just me. But I can tell that Banshee is a pretty big deal. You can feel that you can fake that, but he's working for you. 2 days ago I met Caprine lady who called herself a Sarkaz. Is she with you too? Ines. So the heck are you guys? Do you intend to fight us, Paprika? That the girl is not hostile. In the distance, the Sarkaz let go of the sudden surge of power they're feeling for a moment and call out to Paprika. Then let the Banshee get away. What do we do now? The cracks in the earth are spreading towards us. Why did they leave those two prisoners behind? Did big shots from Royal Court trust us so much? Yeah, be on the guard for threats from the direction. We'll keep an eye on these two. Maybe stronger, but you still don't know where. Or I guess none of you are ready to fight this war. After all this time, how could we not now? Get a little closer to her. She seems to understand my intent and retreats half a step. And as if making a difficult decision, she holds her ground in front of me. And at this point, I realize she's about the same height as I am. I'm the captain of the transport team. If we're going to do something to us, you have to start with me. They're just regular people who answered His Highness' call to arms across Terra. They don't even know what they're doing. They just transport the stuff General Manfred says to move. The instant they answered the call, Torians would cease to call them regular people. And that's got nothing to do with what they've actually done. Think of the fires of Akaterig. Sargon? Yeah, Sargon. Factory pipes in Sadaean and the street corners of Norport. Wait. No, it's not. The survival of the Sarkaz means the destruction of Victoria. Triumph of Victoria means the cleansing of the Sarkaz. Those caught in the vortex no longer have the power to choose. Your units put under my control by the General. No matter what happens, I have to guarantee their safety. I swore as much to the General Manfred. General, huh? First things first, let's deal with these out-of-control bloodworms together. Tell your team to fall back. Don't take any chances. These creatures will suck dry any blood they can find. Doctor, stick close to me. I'll use my power to clear the way for us and for them. The vampiric offsprings bathe in blood, indulging the pain. Their bite is a touch of the sanguine Ark himself. Raise my hand and close my eyes. I will stitch together this scarred land. I hold the whispered fate of the myriad souls in my hands. Black rhombus, a black shadow. Black arch surge from my fingertips. These twisted offsprings deserve peace. W. Hey little bunny, there's a faster way to seal those cracks, you know? It's like as mercenaries. Not sure footing Yarnball, that's not a great place to stand. My advice to give that lunatic a wide berth when she's tossing bombs around. W is not the type of sweet little sarcasm baby ought to be close to. Oh, Ines, thanks and wait, over your head there, that's the Black Crown. You're the one General Manfred was talking about. The Black Crown. I thought you were talking about Amiya, but now you're talking about Hoodor. What Black Crown? Eh? These hackers are under my control. You're the captain, right? Let go of me. Who are you? What do you want? Run a mission for the military commission and all the big shots from the royal court. Right, I'm here to enforce their discipline. Hey there, Amiya, and of course, Hoodor. What's wrong? Your first face-to-face meeting got you feeling disappointed? I did spend more time playing the antagonistic than working on our side. I'm not used to it either. No. Thank you for your help, Hoodor. We can talk about the other stuff later. As you can see, this little town is quickly becoming a war zone. Yeah, I do see. And we've got some important intel to share with you. About this town and the lifeline hidden in its shadows. There are two forces attacking the town, Sarkaz garrison. One is SSC, that closure brought out from Londinium. Looks like my save house got trashed and I hope that old hag doesn't go peacefully. The other is force made up of soldiers once fought for different dukes along with some workers and refugees. Pretty disorganized group led by Siege. The Siege? Okay. We reach the town to find the battle has mostly subsided. Logos has not yet returned from the town center. Seems dealing with the vampiric control is no simple task. I catch a sight of Siege and Delphine as well as Misery and Closure, along with fighters from SSC. When we left Londinium, we never expected this rendezvous in Brentwood would be so difficult for each of us. Make our way to a dilapidated house, but the atmosphere isn't the kind of exhaustion and relief you'd expect from a long-awaited reunion of friends. After giving me a quick physical, Dr. Calcet and the doctor take some crystal samples and move to talk privately. The room falls silent and all eyes turn to Hoderer, leaning against the wall alone. The rhythm of his sword sharpening is as steady as his breathing. Delphine recognizes Hoderer with a glance. General Manfred of the Castle Military Commission's right-hand man. He was involved in the execution and assassination of many political figures throughout London. Then Hoderer tells us about a Ferrenmut brought to Londinium by the Sarkaz. Casual Ferrenmut. Right down. We all turn to the circus. I have not yet figured out the situation. Victorians and circus mercenaries. It's okay, I'm still here. The choices are a little bit complicated, but you can trust me on this. You aren't actually gonna carry dead weight around for the next phase of the plan, are you? I promised Paprika that no harm would come to them. Ugh, Rhode Island, same as it ever was. Let's have them stick with my mercs. They've had it too easy for too long, might as well bring some new blood into this. Have some fun. Hey, you blue-haired feline, what's on your mind? You've been staring at us for a whole while. Feel like killing us? Go ahead, draw your sword. That's a blue? Silver? What? Okay, silver blue, I guess. Gotta do it. Yeah, okay, I see the difference. All you want is a Bolivian standoff. I'm gonna pass. Me and my men ought to hit the road. You can stay here and stay mad. Oh, by the way, Ines, if we're gonna fight the Victorians, make sure you let me know ahead of time. Wouldn't want to miss the show. Hey, Delphine. Alright, I'm glad. I was worried. I am sorry. I'm willing to trust Rhode Island's processes in choosing collaboration partners. It's just, I'm an intelligence officer myself. It's not as if I've never heard of this Horderer gentleman. No, it's not just him. Even Misery and Ines, I can't help but think. I can't accept it, not at the moment. No, maybe I can never accept it. Don't accept Misery? Doesn't Misery help you enough? But for now, as I said, I'll trust Venus' judgment. If this is what we have to do, then let's do it. These scars won't be forgotten, nor should they be. The Sarkaz wars have never-ended feline. Cut them. Terror Commission supply lines. Indeed, this has been our goal. In any case, this is a way to end the war. And as for this settlement, I know what you're thinking. Now that no base is safe, the skeleton can become our key to counterattacking Londinium. We can take any of these armies head-on, and we can work around the essentially unbeatable firepower of that airship. So this elusive settlement is the best vehicle we could hope. And at the same time, it's a fortress and a spear aimed right through at the heart. The case, if we succeed, it'll be thanks to the leaders of this counterattack and not Sarkaz mercenaries. As it seems, you have no grounds on which to refuse cooperation. From a rational point of view, I understand that there are differences among the Sarkaz, but the exemplars appear to function seamlessly with the Misery, but we're talking about individual friendship. We may be able to respect, trust, and even love a few select individuals, but now we stand before a war where all sides have blood-soaked hands. Given enough time, we may be able to determine one by one who's committed war crimes and who is innocent. But we do not have that time. We're at an impasse, Horderer. Our cooperation will not be so smooth. That's why we are here. Rhode Islands will serve as a mediator between the two parties, such that we can end the suffering of Victorian people that this has wrought, and such that we can prevent the Sarkaz of Kazel from being dragged back into the abyss. We're not here to force handshakes and reconciliation. We can leave that to the end of this ridiculous war. Attitudes mean nothing. His actions will put an end to all of this. This is all where Rhodes Islands indeed. I've heard Horderer has been in contact with Rhodes Islands in the past. Babel specifically. You've mentioned the place where the settlement is docked among a large number of Sarkaz garrisons. But if we're talking about the plan rationally, a small number of elites would do better than sending workers and street thugs to their deaths. Yes. You can speak openly, I won't mind. But my boys won't miss a chance to strike at the Sarkas. Our armor can draw the garrison's fire. Armor. I see Horderer smiling. It seems that this side of siege that relaxes him at least a bit. After all, he seems to be hiding something. I'll do, thanks. Horderer expresses his gratitude and discussion comes to a close. Sarkas Merc Horderer. After reuniting with W in Chernobog, Ascalon gave me his complete file. Dates back in the time of Babel. So I trust him. Yeah. This is our first formal cooperation with Rhodes Island. Is this? And if I might ask you a question, sure. You didn't express your worries or concerns just now. Your innermost thoughts are to save lives, to put to an end the war and hate. Not right. I heard that the King of Sargas can see into people's hearts. It's different from the ambiguous feeling Ines gets. Probably can't hide it from you. I can respect a Sarkad who has struggled since the Babel days. I hope you can answer from your own free will. That's how it is. I'm fighting for the future. For that future. Thank you for your answer and your trust. Looks like how's it your back? I've analyzed the vampiric ritual and results are worrying. It is indeed blood blessing, using ancient and very fine techniques. Sanguine arc borrows the witchcraft's power, collecting blood spilled the war to activate the bloodline within the Sarkas warriors. He is giving the Sarkas a constant reminder of our fundamental differences with the other races. It's less amplification and more incitement. It really is blood loss. Most importantly, I'm afraid he's using only a small part of the power he's collected for this purpose. More energy is going somewhere else, somewhere I don't know. Tried to track it, but the structure of the arts is complex and chaotic. It only points to Londinium. Playing at. And that reminded me. At this very moment, at the center of the battlefield stands a Sarkas leader even better at absorbing and exploiting death than the vampire. The Matsi? If it was really just about strengthening the warriors, why would witchcraft to come support? Why use an art circle such that even the town on the edge of this war get roped in? Theory, the airship, the Faradmut, the shard, and the witchcraft device right here. The doctor's concerns are justified. As you just said, the Faradmut will be our most important breakthrough. We must take action as soon as possible. Whether Vampire or Nashazar King, Nashazar, even the Confessari, they are all exposed to Nightingale in a most unusual the way they are taking risks. There's reason why the war is being fought at this particular point in time. Darius is preparing his final trump card and Londinium. Sure, seizing the capital of an empire is already unheard of, but what could it be? Let me start with a fundamental question. A question so fundamental that even Sarkas have forgotten it. Why are the Sarkas so uniquely susceptible to our empathy? Oh boy. Know the answer to this? Well, partially no. Really? It's annoying. Skip that. Edit later after the stage is done. 16 week. That's we.
さて、罠に踏み込んでくる虫けらはどんなやつなんでしょうね。聞いてるけど、I get that。あまり待たせない足元を見てみなさい。
もう声を出さないでね。
Goes around. Okay.
戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。予見アームに特設だ。あまりまた誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。さてペオ妻、準備が整った。 빠르게 처리해야 고통을 적을 거야. 階級の情が模様標目を直除すれば官庁倫理たり。あまりまず足元を見てみなさい。悪くない一人だね。I get that。ペオ妻。どうする？誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。
Oh, so why did they activate that? Oops.
階級イカダに積もる恨みはいつか散らん。
剣を抜くまでも
アームに特設だ。
準備はできている。目に眩しくは映るまい。
これどこに行くの？
どうする？誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めてあげる。 レンズン！ 내가 뭘 해드릴까요? 자, 아, 또 스쿠스! 시즌 원. 階級万物を一元と隠せないわ。指示を待つ。予見アームに特設だ。
Stage? Okay.
いいよ。
We're blind?
言わないためだね。カズランだ。あれがターゲットか？
懐かしい。いい。
どうすれば絶望の匂いまでカムフラージュできないわ。 指示を待つ。 내가 뭘 해드려줘야 하지? 대통령이砂に沈んで相思未だ報いず。どうすればいい？絶望の匂いまでカムフラージュできないわ。
Can Okay, before and after, good. Oh, there's so much to read. God. Not right now. Someday. Oh, to you. Whatever you are. Oh wait, no, that's guard. Never mind. Sometimes I think that there really is a creator responsible for these lands. Is one cruel bastard. Yep. Came up with a really awful disease where you feel your body consumed, gradually being replaced by these crystals. Hopeless to do anything to stop it. You can feel itself being removed from your body day by day. You can only accept it. You can only accept it. And this creation of empathy is actually one of the gentler ones across the lands. The uninfected and the uninfected. 9 tells me our own persecution is old as civilization itself. What about poor and the rich, slaves and the noble, foreigner and local, disabled and able-bodied, even abnormal and normal? A parasitic disease is scary, sure, but neuropathy isn't the only most obvious, the most prominent of the terrible diseases out there. The creator's really awful inventions are poverty, war, bottomless insatiable greed, malice, hypocrisy that brings so much suffering, gaps we can never close. But the truth is, we all know no creator came up with that stuff. Humans, we invented it all. And we created them. These are bad news. The good news is that the workshop is still intact, the forest headed good, the books and the sarcasm never got used. It is an outpost. Bad news is someone's living there. Saw lights. I walked up, I identified myself, and the lights went out. Might be refugees or deserters. But they put out the lights, that means they're wary of us. Our fighters are ready for anything. No, let's not be hasty. They might just be cautious or fearful. Don't jump to conclusions. Anyway, Red's carrying a pretty long blade. Anyone would want to play it safe. And then I go, I'll have a word with you. By yourself, that's enough. The more men we send, the more nervous they'll be. Besides, if they mean us harm, a few more hands won't make difference. The skies to the south has been red for the past few days. Percival and the others even found an art circle. Need to move fast. There's some risk in that. I know. But we made it out of Chingapok. Fair enough. We'll be ready to provide support on the sidelines to make a breakthrough. This place was some kind of distillery before the Victorian reunion settled in. I can already smell the booze. Romanich would love it. Certainly was a distillery. Secret distilleries like these are common enough in Victorian, around punishing taxes imposed by the lords. They could be used to make crude medication for the infected. Soaking, mixing, distilling herbs would work, but purification? No way. I'm starting to admire the Victorian reunion. They found this place and turned it into a distribution center for medicine. When did they start calling themselves Reunion and build all this? I'm not sure. All I know is that the building is just an old house covered in vines now. No movement around, no lights in the house. Figure flashes by the window. That's right. There are people and they have spotted me. I dust my clothes and fix my hair trying to look more presentable. Hello, anybody home? I am glad I've got a team nearby. I'm pretty sure you saw them earlier. Don't worry, mean no harm. The Victorian Union used to be used this workshop to make medicine. It brought hope to a lot of infected around Londinium. Its medicine even circulated among the workers. The sewers below the city, industrial districts. Wherever you are, you know the war is turning a lot more people infected. We want to get things going again here to help them. If you're occupying the place, we need your cooperation. You can provide medicine or other supplies, we'll trade fair. Response. The hunter turns and I grip the hilt of my sword. Oops. After everything we've been through, I know it's pretty likely I'll be staring down a pitchfork or a hatchet next. I'm under that sort of thing now. The Union, you said? Your clothes, who are you? Mace. I'm in. This is new. New background, I think. There are more people hiding inside than I guessed. It's quite a group. Some of them are obviously infected, which others, leaning against a wall, are probably ordinary refugees from the city. They're all looking over, silently watching me and the woman in the Victorian rear. Look away and clear out. God falls back and Mace leads past their collective gaze. These people are terrified. They're in charge here. This place is under my control. Let's find a place to talk. Victorian Reunion. Percival is in Victorian Reunion too. Our organization doesn't exactly have franchising procedures, and once word of the name spreads out, the Reunion flag started popping up in all sorts of places. Also, that means that there have been various acts of violence, acts of revenge, taking place under the Reunion. The kind of thing that happened in Chernobog. Start looking at this. Start looking at this Mace. He seems nervous. Brigade is unnatural. We're in the deepest depths of the workshop. Here we are, nobody comes in here. Sorry, reunion, drill reunion. Came from the north. Ursus. Yes, Ursus, Columbia, and now we're in Victoria. So noise your uniform, here's the bed sheet. I ran into a group from Ursus before. They said you're dressed like this. I think I got the emblem right. It's a big bag. You come here just to mock my handiwork. So you control this place just because you're dressed up in the garb of the infamous reunion. Get to the point, I don't have much time. You want to get this place up and running again to start making medicine? Yes, if news got out that the reunion is running the place. No. Things are more complicated than you know. We have all kinds of people here. I'm run out by breaking up the daily fights between infected and uninfected. And you want to make infected medicine. Might as well blow up the place up. It's hard to keep a balance between them. You're a reunion, aren't you? At least you claim to be. More or less. Who are you people? What else would they be? Homeless, infected, war refugees. People have lost everything. We all need a roof all over our heads. I first came here with a few other infected. We found this ruin. Later more people came, including some less than honest folk. We don't take anyone else in anymore. I'm glad to see you, reunion comrades, but I don't want to worry anyone here. Worry? That you're conspiring with us to wipe out the uninfected in our midst. Whether or not it's just a pretext to get us to open our doors to you, we can trade supplies, but let's leave it at that. There are plenty of uninfected here, so I get what you're saying. But I still think good idea to talk it over with your people before you can come to a decision. As long as we can get back to making medicine here, we can come to a long-term agreement. No. Thank you. No, off with you. It was nice meeting you. If you want to take this place, you are welcome to it, so as long as you can take it. I can see her expressions behind the mask. Maybe she's just bluffing. Alright then. but I turn around, nevertheless getting ready to leave. A reunion. Yes. Is Tallulah with your group? Yes. Another Tallulah worshipper. Right now she's our banner, and that's her cage now too. Here she has a nomadic city. That city of hers only take infected. If you haven't been infected, are you allowed to go there? I've heard from passing caravans, it's a nice place. There's some people here in less than ideal positions. Refugees from the wilderness, orphans without a single relative. Talk of that reunion city as everyone full of hope. But you only stand with the infected, right? A city. Might be a misunderstanding here. Maisie, you know what they did? Did you tell them to do it? Have you gone mad? What are you talking about? Hey, those idiots. You might have been a fighter in the war here, or some big important figure here to doom us all. We might be just a couple hours out from the battalion of Sarkas coming in here to wipe us out. What's going on? Are you with the Union, like Mace? It was your people. Those infected, they killed the Sarkas in the warehouse. Bollocks. He was infected too. He's going to explode, right? To deal with him. I'll take a look. How quickly you should be able to help. Oh boy, crystallization. So many things. On the ground lies the corpse of a Sarkaz. I know this guy. Ah, shit. Yep. The Sarkaz rode a motorbike. He was a junkman going around selling stuff he took off the dead. He was also selling medicine. He was clearly beaten to death, limbs twisted up in natural ways. His hands are tied, must have tried to break free judging by his bloody wrists. The gathered crowd is mostly silent. Feel a chill leaving me briefly speechless. But the Sarkaz aren't so strong. Here, the medicine he had on him, some stale bread. The one who did the killing doesn't look well. He indifferently breaks off a piece of bread and hands it to someone beside him. Deserved it. Someone spits on the ground. One of them notices me approaching me while chewing a piece of bread taken off the dead man. You're with the Union, aren't you? Police never told us how we could join you. I remained silent for a while, calming myself down. I lower his hands for him, spotting the regime crystal growing on his arm. Why did you do it? Did he threaten you? Try to hurt you? Huh, why? He suddenly loses interest, stumbling over a nearby crate and taking a seat. When the Sarkaz burned our farm and eliminated my daughter, did anyone ask why? He wasn't a soldier, he was a murderous devil from Gazdal. He was just a wandering hawker selling his wares on the battlefield. He even helped you. Huh, what does he mean? Was he the Union too? Yeah, I'm the Union. You lot must know what this reunion fights for. We're fighting for all the infected. This man that you tortured to death, the one who never even got a chance to share his name. Wasn't he not infected? But he was Sarkaz. Medicine and compassion cannot help the infected in a way that matters, but solidarity, strength can. Solidarity. Infected have no homeland, we share the same fate, the same sorrow. These people don't understand, they never thought about it. What about us? All the veterans from Ursus on the team treat infected from Casimir as well. Can Sancta infected coexist with Sarkaz? Even at Rhodes Island, what about the future if we succeed one day? The Emperor of Ursus vows to stop massacring the infected if he agrees to grant us land and cities. In this beautiful, seemingly impossible future, will the Union will the infected start killing each other? Will we fracture collapse and give them another chance to butcher us? Regard his corpse, it's glowing, it's about to disintegrate. I had no idea his condition was so serious. Or did he really not leave any medicine for himself? Save money for some future that would not be his own. Out of here now. Miss, how do you process the infected here? Atrium the innermost one. Hurry, we have to throw him in there. Damn it all, I need a second production for those nose, mouth, and wounds. Miss and I lift the Sark's corpse and kick open the door. While opening it, my personal Originium monitor started beeping increasingly. I've never heard the alarm going so intensely before. Just so many infected were processed here. Every inch of the room is covered with a thick layer of Originium dust. Clusters swarming the corners. Danger is no longer sufficient to describe the urgency of the situation. Don't know when things are going to get out of hand for this place, but putting a disintegrating infected in there is definitely not a good idea. A good move. What are you doing? Where's the body? There's too much Originium in here. How many infected have you been processed in this room? It was years they were being processed in there. There's Originium dust in the air. The place won't survive a violent disintegration. Get everyone out now. What? Once you get it, the Originium environment here is extremely unstable. The place could blow up at any minute, so we'll leave and go where? We're talking about the reunion here. They have an entire bloody nomadic city. Run, get them. I've contacted some of our teams on the outskirts. They'll take some of you in. Still some booze left in this distillery. If that explosion, the whole place is going with it. That's where they're going. The woman dressed in a union uniform is struggling with the machinery in the deepest depths of the workshop. What are you doing here? Let me pull that lever. Did you work here before? You're not infected. Thanks for not exposing me. Pull harder. Where do you get that reunion outfit? This used to be a reunion base and so many died here. Don't test my patience. Didn't do anything. That's what they all say. I was a worker here. That reunion a lot took over the distillery and they needed hands to run the machines for them. The mercenaries hired by the Lord attacked and I ran. I'm not infected. Why should I die here with those reunion? Why did you come back? Well, I have nowhere else to go, damn it. What other reason would I end up trading my life for a secret distillery? I'm not infected, but sometimes I feel like I'd rather be with the reunion. At least they have something to fight against. They have a purpose. Pull harder, it's stuck. First open the switch for this unloading port. The Union left behind a lot of material. The doctor said this was the cheapest painkiller formula. They were working on it for a long time. It only relieves pain, but that's enough, right? With this, I can be a genuine part of the Union. That is, I might be allowed a home in your nomadic city. Nomadic city. Take a deep breath and throw out a kick. It makes me sore. The lever finally loosens. The machine comes to life. The giant hopper tilts to the side and out falls out his countless petals. She hurriedly picks up the herb scattered across the ground and carefully pods them in her arms. If I don't consider where exactly I am, I feel like this could be a beautiful sight. Just like that city. I don't have a city. But well, in a nomadic city, people without a home, people without nowhere to go, the infected across the world are growing more and more numerous. It's not that disease is becoming more virulent, it's just that the world is becoming. Great words have so much to say about the modern era we live in, an unprecedented era of high-speed battleships, nomadic cities of industry. How enlightened our era is. How chaotic our era is. Stand together. And the infected really stand together naturally? Who do we stand with? Is it just infected? You left rolled the islands, but you're literally having the same answer as Amaya and Calcet. It's fucking right. Your Lord Guard, please don't die. That nomadic city we're dreaming of, does it have a place for them? Is it a city? Is it a city enough to accommodate everything? Take the herbs, we need to leave. There is no application to join the reunion. If you're willing to fight side by side with us, you'll read the reunion. But I'm not infected. It is not only infected who wants to resist. And besides, I need you to help me figure out who killed that Sargas man. They need to be punished. Come on, let's go. Make our way quickly through the gigantic tanks. Some places have already started collapsing. There is full of a pungent scent of alcohol with smoke floating in from somewhere. That's a lot of alcohol. Please tell me it doesn't burn. We make our way quickly through the gigantic tanks. Some places have already started collapsing. The air is full of the pungent scent of alcohol with smoke floating in from somewhere. This workshop, where the Victorian reunion began, is about to go up in flames. We're almost there, quickly now. The waves of intense heat hit. May struggles to stay standing. The herbs in her arms are lifted by the hot air. Above our heads, the raw sound of a buckling metal. Oh, alright, I push her away. Oh, shit. Then I jump up with all my strength and gather up the petals. No, 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 no. Collapse, it's hot. The sun is burning, I'm burning. At the exit, a few steps further. But they're watching behind me, those eyes, are they judging me? Just judging my insignificant death? What did they expect of me? I can think about it, I can't. Maybe I let them down with their deaths. They could have hoped for a more meaningful end for me. Like, I don't know, dying on steps of the palace in... What? Deity Grifferberg? Anyway, not here, not dying for an uninfected woman I just met holding some broken petals in my arms. How could I face them here? But I still need to face them. Pick them and go. The exit is right ahead, don't lose them in this time. I might have crushed some of the petals, give them to a woman named Nine. She knows what to do. Don't dawdle. I fucking knew it. They gave him a design just to fucking die. Ugh. It's hot, it burns. I remember the afternoon when I first learned I had herpes. What was exactly that caused my infection? I still don't actually know. It was the time I fell in the river and something scratched my leg. Might have been an active virginum crystal instead of a rock. Maybe it was the dust I inhaled in the mines. From Bolton. Maybe it was industrial waste from the factories. Maybe. But when I got back home, the smell of smoke and the room had dissipated. My luggage was back on the table where we usually ate together. I found a salt lake, but I wasn't lucky. Maybe I chose the wrong place. There was no boat at the time. I owe a lot to the Rhodes Islands operators who came over and talked to me when I was sitting by the lake. 9 Red Percival, Tallulah. Not sure if I'll be burned to cinders by the time you find me, but I hope this recorder survives. Are we fighting for all the infected? Whether they're despicable, upper class, or even royalty, or are the people we unite with the people to fight alongside? Only the infected. Got it. Tallulah, could you please save him? Ah, God. Longman. Right. Yep. It's 9. When I was still in the LGD, I used to spend my afternoons going around the city. I knew very well my duty, that I was expected to fight against. We wielded law and order as our weapons to curb chaos, resolve disputes, fight crime, and right wrongs. Back then, I thought people were just so easily corruptible. All of us are born pure and without. But evil creeps in with age, like how mold corrodes every branch and leaf on a plant. I used to think that this land could be rid of evil if we were strong enough, selfless enough. I held that belief until I became infected, until I went to Longman slums. I never noticed this. It's snake hairs. Medusa. And I realized that justice is even weaker than men are. When mutated plants grow from dirty soil, are the flowers in the greenhouse qualified to critique their twisted forms? They have the authority to cut off their branches. There is no way we can talk about the same kind of justice until we share the same soil. Come on, get guard out. We need guard out. Get I went out of this fast as possible. My stuff's still inside till my family has. Clothes and my chest, that's the last balance I took from my home. Are you mad to follow me to the back where it's safe? You haven't got infected yet, right? Better count yourself lucky for that. Crowd's so chaotic that there's so many people running out from there. We don't know who's infected and who isn't. There might even be some wanted fugitives among them. We don't know where they even came from. And this fire, we're not far from the battlefield. Who knows what kind of attention we'll attract. But leave right now. We're not responsible for this fire. 9, make your decision. People are screaming, crying, falling to the mud, and crawling back up to their feet. The fire branch was red behind them. It was unexpected who started the fire. Some infected exploded, so that distillery. They got to do with us. What did you lot brought that sarcasm here? Not us. It's all because of you infected. Could have hidden here for such much longer if it weren't for you. What the bloody hell did you just say? Did you already forget to took you all in? Did they strike me? Incessant bickering. Endless verbal abuse. If they don't want to move, I can send you back into the fire. You and May is the same gang. If it weren't for the infected, if it weren't for you or infected. And what if we weren't infected? Open your eyes, we're not the ones who caused you to lose everything you owned and made you huddle together in an abandoned distillery with nothing but the clothes on your back. We're no different except for the stones in our bodies. We had everything taken from us by the disease, but you haven't experienced how hard it gets. And yet here you are in the same wretched plight as us. What do you know? I had a finger chewed off by a machine assembly line, been thrown out of a factory, your house burned down by some lord. Real about the lives, injustices you suffer, but you're not the only ones who live unfair lives. The Viscount who burned down my home, everyone says it's not actually us or apathy. But so what? Bigwig like him can just send his son to a fancy hospital in Colombia. But us, me, he burned down my house with my 2 children inside. Just because he couldn't pay my taxes, just because I talked back to him. And no one dares to care because he's high and mighty while I'm disabled and poor. You're not the only one to say by the faithos. He's proving. He just proved the point. That literally there's no difference between you and the infected. Why? Because we don't want to remain enslaved in those chains. No one ever said you couldn't fight against it. There's no way I could do that. I don't have your original minds. Don't make excuses for yourself. It's not like every infected comes with powerful words. I'm already grouping up. Are we evacuating? Told Red to bring a few of his men to monitor our surroundings. The battlefront near us are currently at a deadlock, so the warring parties might be unable to spare any manpower to expect a distant fire. First of all, help me calm down the people who just escaped and get their names as you examine and provide medical treatment. We'll stay here for one more day, most to be safe. I'll help if familiar with burns and respiratory blockage. We haven't been able to contact guard yet either. We're not sure if he made it out. Don't worry, I'll find him. We both made it out of Chernobyl after. 9. The concentration of Virginium dust particles. I was already rushing towards the burning distillery. I've entered a scene like this before back in Lungmen multiple times. As an LGBT officer and a slum resident. Fire means loss and also destruction. I always see tears falling upon charred remains. Sometimes they're from an infected and other times they're regular citizens. At moments like this, rumors will spread through the spectating crowd. The casualties were a few infected, or perhaps they were their citizens. It was an infected exacting revenge on his neighbors who had harassed him, or maybe some infected neighbors were fed up with all the sick people hiding just next door. But no one has ever questioned why fires uptown are always extinguished as soon as possible. But the big blazes that destroy several buildings and cause an unclear number of casualties always happen in the slums. Whenever there's a portion of the building, here's a class not far from the exit. A single hand extends from the metal debris, holding onto guard's recorder, and guard dies. Or the people reunited with the people we want to fight alongside. Only the infected. We infected are just culmination of all the decay there is. We gather as one because of our shared experience. But what unites us is not disease, not just disease. That's how you meet Noble, abusing his power to exploit the people. How would we treat him? If he was actually an infected. We can use our infection as our sole criteria and slogan. Our companions must share the same beliefs. We will not only retaliate against the humiliation we've suffered, but also liberate the same people who have caused us pain. We're not the only ones enslaved across the land, so we should stand with them together. We need to get them to stand with us. We can't just fight against disease. What should we actually be fighting against? What are we building here? 3 years ago when I just became an infected, I really loved drinking. Back then, Ace warned me that if I carried on with that hobby of mine, I'd die with my drink someday. And here I am in a distillery. Now you've replayed it so many times now. I know. Totally, I've been wondering if we really did manage to build a city for the infected. What would it look like? Are you sure it wouldn't be a hospice? Hospice. At its core? All we'd do in that city is to wait for everything to be covered in a blanket of disintegrated Shinium dust. For our deaths to come one by one. Can't just wait for our ends to come like this. 9 Tallulah. What is it? I'm thinking of leaving your group for a bit. Yesterday, I met some people among the refugees who escaped from Londinium. They mentioned some matters I'm very concerned about. That maybe someone I've been seeking this whole time is still hiding in there. So I'll be heading over. Londinium isn't safe at all right now. I think Tallulah already told you about me. You're long-lived. Yes. There's no way for me to die. I've become more and more sick of this reality of mine. Kill yourself? How did you get your longevity in the first place? Longevity, huh? How did I first come to realization that the drug that fate played on me? I had my share of happy days too. I came to know that oh god. I came to know the one and only wife I've had a children, a family, devoted my heart and soul to original March research. Of course, I was primary focus of my studies. My children grew up while we grew up. Everything was going as natural as order of things. Until my wife died in an accident, war broke out. I was forced to leave my children, suddenly realizing the years I spent as a refugee that I hadn't changed at all. I wonder if he's part of the scientist that Calcet was tutoring before. The Emperor started a war. Yeah. King sang years later. That's Siege's father. And then the Duke's conspiracies came to light. Afterwards, the Sarkaz. It didn't change a single bit in all those years until today. I have nightmares every day, and in them I hear a voice I don't recognize, or maybe it's every voice I recognize calling out to me together. Pain makes you live forever. The happiness can kill you. Actually, I was already aware of this early on, but what can I even do to happiness and relief? Especially after witnessing death after death, experiencing tragedy after tragedy. We're in the era of suffering and despair. So I shall go look for those hiding behind. I have no right to make you stay. But there's no need to say our goodbye so quickly. If we wish to return to the nexus of the war, we might not have to go our separate ways. Is that so? I thought you would return to Colombia after gathering up enough hands. Running to another place will never put a stop to anything. Fair enough. Perhaps the foes we're facing are fundamentally similar. Also leave a bouquet of flowers for God on my behalf. Yeah, she actually respected God a lot. We're done registering the third batch of infected, and all 7 of them have gotten medicine from this workshop before. He told me men infected used to gather and live in a tiny village near this forest to access the workshop. When the workshop was destroyed, most of them left or died. But some still remain close by. They were all drawn here by the huge blades. Indeed. I look at the petals given to me by the person they called Mace. The reunion doctor here spent their life with these herbs, and according to her, Guard also died for them. I recognized most of these plants. The infected used to chew them for pain relief, where modern pharmaceutical companies were a thing. Perhaps the effectiveness of our drugs can improve, rinsing these just by a little. Can't simply wait for our end, push ourselves with our way. There's more work to be done. But we didn't manage to clean a conclusion on our last discussion. I have to make a decision on my own. Fine. You want to hold a little farewell ride for guard and take much time to do so, right? I'll make some flowers bloom here. Mumu should be your friend with that power. The enormous blaze burns throughout the night. We finally abandon our efforts to recover Guard's body. Red finds a beautiful sturdy tree, its trunk perfectly pointing up toward the sky. He digs a hole, buries a cute towel of Guards in it. Flowers grow around the freshly dug soil. The flower pattern on the towel were too crude. Garden like this suits him better. I'm done questioning everyone that came out of the workshop. The Sargas who died in the underground warehouse, the one who rode motorbike. He was murdered by a few infected Victorians. They were driven out of their homes by the Sarkas. Some of them lost their loved ones too, so they felt rightfully furious, and I calmed them down a little. What's the plan? Back in Ursus, everyone used to think it was through power of unity that the Union managed to fight together with the patrol units, taxmen, and mine guards. That wasn't the case. We simply had no other choice left to break the knife pointed at our throats. The Union used to act on our enmity, but our targets of hate have both become increasingly vague and broad. The infected have no homeland, no identity, no bloodline. We can't just carry on with just provocation slogan. We need to set a clearer guidelines and principles. God and I discussed about this before. He said to ignore the infected in a position of power. because they still enjoy exploiting others with their authority and see disease as only a tool. And that we should always also grant the same kind of liberation to any oppressed people, and not just our sick brethren, because they can fight alongside us and will their strength to put up a fight. Pap, this was literally the words of Amaya back in Longmen. Yay! Commander Union, join fucking Rhodes Islands, finally. Been waiting for this. Shinaburga's taught us enough. He was always thinking so much about this. I thought he could really take us to achieve some great feats. He will, even if he's dead. He merely died when he was still seen as an insignificant and deplorable. What about those murderers? People who violently vent their grievances unprovoked cannot join us. It's war that turned them into brutality, even if they were just Victorians before. If we let this slide, what will happen to our group? Good, you're being struck. Punishment by leaving them instead of death is better this time. Crueler that way, but still. Persian, Colombian, Victorian, Lithanian, Feline, Pero, Liberi, Caprine, Sarkas. Power should be distinctly directed towards a common goal, then become cracks of resentment. Give others chance to dismantle us from within. Goldrock, Stees, and Ursus should have taught us this lesson. They will be banished. They will have to find their own paths by themselves. The Union will make it sure of it. I understand. I'll relay that to everyone and I'll handle those murderers too. Tallulah. There's an infected I used to know who comes from eminent lineage and held a distinguished position. But she threw it all away in her quest for fairness. Chen. You know her. Everyone here has heard of your ideas. The Union's earliest vision, exaggerated, distorted. But what we want is not a nomadic city for the infected. We want is to send a message to all the aristocrats, oppressors, those trying to divide, suppress, and eliminate us. The blade they despise hangs high above their necks. Our goodbyes have already been said. This isn't the first, nor will it be the last. Let's go, our work in Victoria isn't done yet. Oh, shit.
뭐라면 되지?
Na, 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 na. Since our scraped Ursula is setting defenses around the cave, W and her bombs helped us get out once, but that may not work the second time. I haven't been able to get a close again, but I'm sure the drifting bones haven't returned yet. Calling the Fedon with that now? That is, I was sure until we all had the same dream. The ash-bleached city engulfed in flames, the shattered walls, the charred corpses spelled in every corner. The city did not leave the dream until we opened our eyes. Casdell. The flames trampled every settlement, the place we called Castle no longer exists. Fire and ruin remain. The despairing giant knelt down and wept. Giant. Goliath? The king of Sarkaz. The king of Sarkaz is dead. The king killed the king. Why? This should not be. Our city, Casdell. This would be a curse aggrieved upon the crown. This would be the beginning of the end of all. That Faranmut has returned. Tomorrow morning, the attack. Siege and her exemplars will be responsible for their perimeter. Us, the Rhodes Islands Rabbit. Rhodes Rabbit. The Banji have to get deep into the waste station. Where's that old bitch Cal said she's sending us off in this suicide mission without making so much of a cameo appearance? Her injuries have not yet healed. Ascalon will look after her and the doctor. Stay behind. Rhodes Island recently came under Commissarius' attack. They were trying to take the bunny's crown. Whether you didn't tell the Victorians the truth. If your plan works, we go back to Gaza. What are you gonna do? Even your new Victorian friends are probably not gonna be okay with you bundling war criminals in with Sarkaz caught up. Don't tell me you vowed to bring the Sarkaz home, but never thought this through, little problem. Like, are you gonna head off to teach a class on historical reflections with a bunch of grunts dragged off the battlefield? That Gazel Basement University? No. Maybe I'll start a literacy class there. Make sure future Sarkaz have fewer illiterates. W. Huh. Do my ears deceive me? Did Porter actually make a joke out of Ina's words on such a serious topic? What happened? Did sucking up to General Manfred teach you little emotional intelligence? First over back to Casdell. Real funny. We're actually fantasizing about this stuff here. We're mercs, and that's all we're ever gonna be. You're such a lovely us. They've been blatantly just calling her that now. This whole fucking chapter. For the people who didn't get context on Dark Memoir. Maybe you could run off to Lithania and then become a governess for some hoity-toity nobles in a big, tall tower. You could teach, let me think, how to keep your hair nice and silky in a war. How's that sound? Not interested. What are you dreaming about? The battle's about to start. No, I just. And as gaze shifts down to my feet ever so slightly. Just looking at my shadow again. What is it showing? I don't know myself. I really so calm before. Calm gives me a chance to think about all sorts of things. Few trivial things. I remember you said you wanted to open a shop in Gazdel. Oh, this is the joke about. Okay. Because I didn't have a place to fence stolen goods at the time. Oh yeah. How about we use the first round of tuition from my literacy class for your startup capital? I don't think that's gonna earn you much. On the other hand, kidnapping a Lithanian governess could fetch a decent ransom. That'll be at least as much as Denmark said. Let's talk about it when we make it home. For real. Your mental state has me wondering if we can handle this mission. Those illusions or the art circles drive you mad. Face. Maybe they did. In this moment of extreme calm, some tendrils of unease irritate my heart, causing hesitation. Amidst my own surprising thoughts, I find the reason for my anxiety. I'm worried they won't accept me because of my... I have to speak. It's not. Pay no attention to this mopey eating. Time awaits for no man. Once we stake the vampire and behead the Theresis, then you two can head back on. Then you two can head on back to Gazel and talk over all the interior decorating plans for your loveness. Theresis. Been thinking about this for a while, W. You might not like what I'm about to say, but I still have to say it. Sprinkle water on me before the fight. Very much. We can't kill Theresis. At least not right here or now. It can't be the Sarkas executing him. Inasa's right, those illusions did crumble your brains. Killing him means no Gazdel. But there now, for a good long while after the war, he has to be recorded as the regent and even be praised by some. Are you out of your mind? I really don't feel like joking about this. We still need to stop the war and I haven't changed my mind. But Theresis has taken his place as a cornerstone of the Sarkas' future. Gazel won't survive another split, and this war can end with another Sarkas betrayal, with another Sarkas civil war. Remember, the plan I was talking about before, we need the Sarkas here to pull out of Victoria before everyone hears about his death. Once everyone knows the Sarkas have failed and the threat of Theresis is gone, then the Dukes will slaughter every last Sarkas in Victoria without mercy. The revenge killings will spread to other countries in Centrum, and all civilization will have a justifiable excuse to exterminate the Sarkas. They'll put together a coalition, just unreasonable, swift, and decisive to divide up all Rhesus and Theresis' legacies. Did you picture that? To be honest, I don't give a shit about my consequences of Theresis dying. All I'm here is just for my part where he dies. Relations slaughtering Sarkas, weren't they doing that already? Does Theresis dying mean all the devils are just gonna lose their will to fight back? No way. I don't buy that. He sent the assassins to kill us, declared himself king, and dragged all of us into the mess we're in today. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves for his, Kazdal, for his. Don't think you can keep yourself out of it, W. I thought I was gonna really let her have it, really turn to W. Sad woman. Do you think of yourself as nothing more than a merc? How many Sarkas have you brought from the Union to where we stand now? How many Sarkas have you gathered? You're carrying their lives on your shoulders. Don't care. But W is wavering. I know her too well, it's not like she hasn't thought about it. She isn't an uncaring leader at all. Looking at it objectively, a whole lot of mercs have stepped up to follow this mad woman. Yep. You have to care. You think you can just keep on killing people, keep on burying bombs in the dirt? You're leading those sarcasms now. You have to think about how to deal with their hopes and dreams. You have to think through what their lives mean to you. But yep, you have actually saved a lot of people. Ever since Patriot's death. So from more perspective, all we can be is their successors, inheritors, their deals. The two of them, they're the reason of the Sarkas could come together in the first place. That's not the real Teresa. That's a fake Teresa that's cooked up. She can't fool me. W, look at yourself. What do you think? You cannot accept Teresa's death. You're stuck in the shadow of Babel. Like, shut up. Think Amaya's walking ahead of you. You think she's Teresa's handpicked successor that the King of Sargas should be thinking stuff? You look at her and see another Teresa, you think, just follow the king. Think you don't deserve to inherit anything. What kind of joke is this? Think you get me? You're my mentor now, you're gonna raise me, teach me how you're just a merc, not much higher on the ladder than me, but you're so deluded you can stand up to call yourself a successor or whatever. It's so gross. The little bunny, I'm gonna follow her. She was in the right place at the right time to be chosen. Chosen by Teresa to become the leader of Rhodes Island to stop Lula. Work her way into Londinium today. So what about you, Dolan? What exactly does Teresa mean to you? Some distant ethereal symbol who wants to give you a place to stay? One specific flesh and blood royal, or the path she stood for? For this land to fall into peaceful slumber. Ugh. So that's why I say she's fake. Ines, how have you managed to hold back from killing him this long? Because I'm not deluding myself most of the time. Ugh, spare me. Whatever, Holder. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do, and I'm not going to kill you to shake up morale this time. You should be kissing my feet. Polish that sort of yours good with a war tomorrow. Again. You really think she could be a decent leader? She's organized a whole lot of mercs, yep. She's been gathering ever since Patriot's death. Are they really mercs though? How much money does Dodie have to hire them? And how much does she earn from them? The thing she does? Alright then, why are you following her? Why are they following her? No matter what she says, whether it's revenge for Teresa hunting down assassins or just randomly bombing her way across the land, she's definitely walked her path. The ones who follow her really are sad. But people forget how young she is. She's got a lot of room for improvement. Reminds me of Lapland, but Lapland actually cut her ties with the people who wanted to follow her. We can hope. Also, the startup capital for your shop, not a joke. The Exemplars is fully equipped. Some of the Londinium Salvation Corps volunteered to join our team. As telling up the remnants of the various ducal forces we've gathered, refugees want to join the fight, and these militiamen from Salvation Corps have the strength of roughly 60 or 70 platoons. Siege would best formally establish the military structure of the Exemplars. Winning officers such as our chain of command can Lieutenant sure this team is not a true military unit. That is not the Victorian army. Sure, we have some soldiers, but aside from you and remnants of Duke with their forces led by Delphine, the rest of the folk who want to fight workers, farmers, merchants, and of course street ruffians. Should we forcibly incorporate them into one or two combat units, arm them, and subordinate them them to the officers? And what is the difference between us and the Dukes? Numbers is a fine name, but I believe it should bring the people nothing but hope. Or to speak less grandly, it should bring the people something intangible like for which the Duke's high-speed battleships can bring. Just to say, the Exemplar should not be a heroic force captained by their heir to the throne wielding realm blade. I'm rather repulsed by such titles. Then how are we going to organize combat operations? Speaking of combat operations, a considerable portion of our team has not undergone any regular military training. When in Londinium, do as the Londoners do it. Just as we did in Chile, just as the SSC did in Londinium. We're killing the Sargas in our familiar way with our familiar friends. Then Sargas. Untaken, no harm done. The ritual has been terminated, but the blessing bestowed on the Sargas blood has not completely gone with it. For Londinium way, ancient witchcraft stirs. Our mortal enemy operates with unknown purpose, but the urgency they reveal represents an opportunity for a breakthrough. We'll be extra cautious. And let's snatch that bone back. Kill the traitors. Kill these Sarkas traitors. Logos guessed right. It looks like she's too busy. Didn't let me come in last time. This sucker's huge. Can I blow it in two halves? No, stay with the team. Get onto its spine and seize its operator. Yeah? So I feel it. This here. I followed the Banshee's gaze to the shadow cast on the rock. A hint of blood invades my nostrils. Does this skeleton have veins? Hello, vampire.
출발한다. 발동. 誰を餌にするか決まった。무력은 아무 일도 없었다.足元を見てみなさい. 지정된 위치로 가겠다.この時より秋だ. 아마리 맛足元を見て手をつま階級万物を一元に収めるわシャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれようやく私の出番빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. どうすれば足元を見てみなさい. この程度か指示 명령을あまり待たせないで。명령을 내려줘. 유언을 전해달라. 거절합니다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
Ah, too bad.
君にできるかな。強迫を直除する官庁倫理たり。
It's a boss stage.
この程度か。
もう声を出さないでね。
懐かしい。
Okay, you're not batting the way I thought you would be.
あ
Actually doing damage to...
準備は
いいよ。準備はできてるか。
料金アームに毒石だ。あれがターゲットか。誰を君にできるかな。鉄力砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
No phase 2. Okay, mini boss. Not a hard.
僕お手製のミルフィーユ。味はどうだい？
Well, of course, the true boss is going to be the vampire, so... Oh, after, that's weird. See. Oh. Hmm.
みんな、私はサボるからよろしくね。
ターゲット確認。手早く済ませるぞ。行動隊 A4 野党目標地点に到着した。一歩も引かない。
誰を餌にするか決まった？
石が崩れていくの。
足元を見てみなさい。
どっちが重いか、ここで分からせてやる。決断を下すと私の庭からとっとと出ていけ。
あがこうが抗おうが無駄だ。
あまり待たせぬ。足元を
子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
私が来たんだから慌てんな。もう声を出さないでね。
用のためだね。こちら
ドクター、次は誰だ。いいよ、準備はできてるから。
戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
あがこうが抗おうが無駄だ。
あまり待たせないで。足元を見てみなさい。
決断を下すときは冷静に。慌てなくていい。私が守る。
유언을 전해달라고. 거절한다. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
준비가 整った。
호흡을 적조스레바 간초倫理たり。
任せて。
信号を実 が北総 M のに君は気づいていない。
機材の準備は万全。切断を私の庭からとっとと出ていけ。
どうすればいいかくらいわかる。私にあまり末境を隠せないわ。
準備完了。
Okay, this is fine. Hello. Thank you.
病気にアームに毒殺だ。
Oh, it's you. I thought he died. In my wardrobe, I have drawers specifically for collecting medals. Medal I have received upon graduating from Sir Military College. 15-year service medal from the Defense Forces. The Londinium Freedom Medal awarded to me by the City Hall 4 years ago, after quelling the chaos in the city. Deep in the drawer are the remnants of previous order, passed down through my family. The emblem of the Vooks Vanguard. A piece of brick from Lingon's, and a golden cup award by His Majesty Persika the First. The cup is now split in 2 pieces. The etchings on top are unclear. However, I remember the layout of each pattern and the expressions on each relief figure. This is all that my parents and my uncles and aunts and all that they have hoped for. Glory of Gaul, the glory that cannot be denied and would never fade. The cup is quite weighty. You should be able to sell it for a good price. The market for Gaulish pieces has always been brisk. Even if you just melt the thing and sell it as raw gold, it should be enough for you to easily buy an apartment in the finest part of a city. Here's the key to my home. Keep it. The things are in the wardrobe. We got a place to start over. Forget everything that happened in the past year. Call it a fleeting nightmare. So it was you who saved me when those Sarkas were chasing me. You hid me in the Defense Forces elite office. You should be thanking you I'm no longer a member of the forces of warrior Gaulish compatriot. You didn't have to. Take it. If you find anything else in the house you like, it's yours. The memory is minuscule to me anymore. You'll want to hide here for a while yet, until the situation stabilizes. The military commission has disarmed the defense forces. As it stands now, you're no different from the Victorian civilians to the Sarkas. But our comrades are still outside. Some of them are, unsettled. I want to save them all. They've all been captured. I hand them over to the military commissions myself. The anger in his eyes deflates before it can reach a peak. A coward. I evaluated him as much in the past. He had some courage in battle, but ultimately he is a coward. He survives here with me. Nominee. He can't be compared to those warriors who resist the Sarkas. He could never compare. But I don't care. It's been a long time since I cared. Sir, what are you going to do next? Me? The sanguine arc of vampires has been waiting for me for some time. Stay here, wait until all is done before. If you want to live, you'd best pray that when you open the door, cheering you hear is Victorians and not us. Cheering Victorians. Arknights. The first thing that comes to my mind is surprisingly that Toria will win. Most probably just force of habit. Naturally, I hope that the Resist will win. It's a prerequisite to him restoring goal. All my sacrifices, all my betrayals, all my unforgivable sins were enacted in the service of goal. Yes, of course, I serve goal. I hope. Do you know that Goldling is dead, Leto? Oh wait, no, he knows. Yeah, forgot. Groups of people are led out by the Sarkaz forces, heading for the city walls in this distance. Sarkaz intend to fortify Londinium, and I'm afraid the final battle lies right before us. Do they plan to defend the Victorian capital? Perhaps. Some of the men cast resentful glances at me. I know them. We once shared a toast. No one stops me. The Sarkaz don't care where I'm going. Even if you open the door for a cage, foul beasts forget it far. Ovis. Renlato. Marine. Redene. Didn't expect to encounter you like this. This may be a good sign. At least you haven't been executed by the Sarkaz. Do you have time to chat? I know you. You're Calvicia. The little leader of Self-Salvation Corps, yes? You have cleared out all your bases. The remaining forces should all have fled Londinium. Why are you still here? Some of the things go to the defense forces, and some go to the caster for keeping her promise. Her trial by Asher did indeed ensure the smooth evacuation of the Self-Salvation Corps. Duke of Caster. I guessed your identity long time ago, but now, no matter which of the dukes your vassal or puppet of, I no longer care. I may not know how capable you really are, but Londinium as she stands is no place for a rebellious child to be wanted. Go back to your hiding place. Treasure the fact that the Sarkaz have not caught. I'll pretend I never saw you. That's so. You've been cowering in Londinium for long enough. After losing contact with the Self-Salvation Corps, I quickly found a new objective to work on within Londinium. We were betrayed too. I don't even know who the traitor were. I don't have time to dwell on that. The situation within the city far surpasses our understanding of a nomadic city under occupation. What's happening now is something you won't find in the history books. I know that better than anyone. But have you seen what's going outside the city? I've seen the Sarkaz art circles, the red light in the sky, the war machines in their many forms. Things unlike the military equipment of any ordinary nation. I've seen X-craft just floating in midair, seizing control of the sky, forcing drones and arts alike to fail. I used to think the descriptions of the Sarkaz military, the so-called Nachizer, were all tall tales. Literally embellishment for horror's sake. I don't think that anymore. And death itself opens its doors. What man-made hell do we face? None of the dukes. The ducal armies, they're resilient, grand, but sun on the horizon out of reach. I suppose you may be feeling guilt and melancholy, perhaps mixed with a dash of pride. One of the cruel choices you've made, but your mission is now accomplished. I guess you propose to deal regarding the nomadic cities that once belonged to Gaul. Londinium is too small, she can contain the Sarkaz ambition. He is simply using this place to revoke the expansionist's lust of Terra's other powers. You honestly believe he cares at all? Londinium's wall is complete, but you are no fool, you see it. The military commission of Kazal has no intention of occupying Victoria. Correct, I am no fool. I never once placed my hopes in Terrace's keeping us. And yet you still had a hand in so many tragedies. Are you trying to create an opportunity, like what the Sarkaz are doing for Kazdo? Perhaps this warrior will exhaust the ducal militaries, making a space for the ghosts of Gaul to return to the land of the living. But the question is, do you actually believe that, Ramlato? What else can I believe in? I've admitted my weakness. Do you need me to admit my stupidity, my despair, and my irrelevance? What do you want from me? Yes, I see. Those resistant to sarcasm, those struggling for survival among victorious, nonsensical nobility, they also have a chance. That which you seek, your so-called goal, may also exist within the chance. Goal, oh goal. Seems you're still willing to fight. For a person like you that does a rebel in a platform from which to grab the next ledge. For you, or those like you, for the military commission. Who are strong enough to subvert a nation, to change the course of history, not to mention, manipulate the fate of one or two men like me. Enough of the self-pity. There's still much we can do before hell descends upon us. Whether you consider this a form of atonement or the beginning of a new struggle doesn't matter to me. But that I hope we can. Now then, oh great one, can you tell me? How might I save myself? There it is, you haven't yourself. Let me by. You really won't turn back? I won't. I can't say you will. Your hands are stained with the blood of so many, with the blood of my friends, and you carry on with such despicable decisions. Renata, that'll do. Then run along now, Sakas are coming. I set out to say goodbye. Are both you and Goldling just gonna kill yourself as well? Says Lingons, being net, oh god. Gaulish, I assume? Why is it the first thing come to my mind in this moment? Name, rank, unit. Button is pressed against my waist rather harshly, sir. Cormel's La report. Name, rank, and unit, soldat. Bonus, youth, vanguard, 2E, regiment de la garde. Satante caporal leto. Yes, your unit. I've never seen you before. You have just forgotten, sir. Have I? Emperor's Majesty, he ordered me to cook over here, but I want to know what's happening on the front lines. The Royal Sia, the wicked Witch King, did our fleet destroy him? Witch King? Witch King? I saw it on television, the Victorian Duke with the great, big, huge beard, his army. Did he wish to oh, okay, never mind. Our great Emperor, they will stab him in the back too. Londinium has fallen. Says begin. Good. I'll be promoted to the fixed vanguard. It's not your time yet. You still need to prove yourself. He's nearly 90 years old. He's been not entirely there for quite some time, forgetting everything. For decades, his mind has remained golden age when Gaulish men joined Corsica's first march into Lake. The nurses always said he had only to live, but he's still here. He's lived to see Gaul become history. He's lived to Londinium teetering on the edge of her grave. Before I left the defense force, I issued one last order to guarantee the safety of this sanitarium. This is the only thing I did for myself in my entire long service to the forces. I bought you a Rhymes champagne from Lincoln's, your favorite. Have a seat, won't you? A fine drink cup, Corel. When you sing that song, is it as if there was never was any pain? As if you never aged a day. Singling guns. Told me again about these magnificent halls of flourishing roads networks. You remember Goldling, the girl who visited you so many years ago? She's dead. She died for this cruel, unshakable, blood-stained world. And I'm one of the murderers, one of her at all. Yep. I don't want to feel for her. She's gone, she's out of my sight, and she'll be certainly never see me anymore. I am frightened, sir. A girl called Amia says that all I've done was done out of cowardice. I once confessed to Golding that my only goal was to survive the ruin to come. But I still hope. Even if it's just pretext, I still hope. That from the ruins, a new college man will rise. I wish Golding could keep teaching the children under the sunshine among the fragrance of the flowers. Her persistence was truly beautiful. But me, I'm the one who... I've done all I can, sir. It's tiring. Do you think we still have a future? He'd fallen asleep a minute ago. Then... I draw my saber, sword that once belonged to a rich man. I think it might be better to let him or the Sargas force their way in. It'll be a splendid dream. But me, despicable man that I am, I dare not reach out to pollute. The blood of the aged youth vanguard spatters my hands. You also killed yourself. Prince of Blood himself, the sanguine arch of vampires, looks silently at the extravagant decor of Victorian Palace. The expression on his face could be described as serene. You came, Leto. Oh, no, never mind. No, of course not. I was always going to come find your highness. Seems spirited today, I'm pleased. Ever since that old college teacher of yours died, you've been quite the buzzkill. I made a bet with my children. They wagered that you were about to die. But I believed in you, Leto. Have a drink with me. The defeat of your enemies, the death of a nation, of Victoria. I'll begin the ritual myself, bestowing the most ancient curse, the most tragic, and so I will be leaving soon. Even my own kin don't enjoy such an honor. You should be grateful. You know, your highness. By the time I was born, Gaul's capital had already been razed by the Duke of Wellington and his despicable accomplices. A city annihilated as one of breath's sigh. It seems you will do the same to Londinium. Keep for her? I just didn't expect it. Duke Wellington dismantled Lingons, pulling those mobile plates apart. So silly, so boring, the Victorians. Would you like to settle the blood debt with your own hands? I admire your persistence. I could grant you such an opportunity. Your highness is most magnanimous. I bow deeply, but I feel his gaze lingering on me. Pathetic. Mean, fickle, cowardly, self-righteous. Begging for mercy out of fear, self-destructing out of despair. I'm still very curious about you. The scheme of your insignificant life, we've spent quite some time together. Do you really think you can kill me, Leto? My very blood grips my heart. You may think to yourself, this Sagat is so arrogant, so contemptuous. On the contrary, Lalo, considering what I am about to see, I am positively filled with affection for you. You're a fool, yes. Despicable indeed. You cherish your blood. At first I thought they might have some more interesting uses. Such hasty farewells between us. The Gaulish man's sword. I do my best to approach. Despicable man's sword. Poor man, keep trying, give it all you've got, and just might reach the hilt. Now, Grant. What did you trying to say? Saying. The blade cuts across my throat, cold chilling. I see my filthy blood gushing from my neck. Crimson liquid stains his clothes and splashes his face. Huh. Saying I'll grant you my blood, vile lich. I'll never boast about the purity of your blood ever again. Because the despicable Renee Latso has polluted it.
廃墟で頭を上げようと必死な野
Good
草の
spirit
姿
at
を
least.
あなたが見せてくれた。ありがとう。
急げ。武器と道具は全部持ったか？頭数は二の次だ。
私に続け。お前ら大暴れしてやろうぜ。あまり待たせ足元を見てみなさい。ここに立つのは私の使命。이걸로조용히됐으면좋겠네。命令を都市が崩れていくのを感じる。
剣を抜くまでもない。
빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
絶好のチャンスだ。
あまり待たせ足元を見てみなさい。이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네.
先に沈黙を。
手に眩しくは映りない。
他のところは想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。レンズ指示を待つ。戦線こっち向きやがれ。
戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네. 지정된 위치로 가겠다.
もう声を出さないでね。
準備が整った。想像したことある。
砂に沈めて相思相
どこに行くの？
運用する。ならぬまで地だ。 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
決断を下す。先に沈黙を破った方こそ臆病者だ。
この程度か。誰を餌にするか決まった？作戦を開始する。
命令を。子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네. 빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
戦線気持ちいいぜ。
That was
攻
messy.
撃の力を甘く見ないで。
Really messy. What story on that?
発するよ。隠密行動を心がけてね。
行動隊 A4 野党目標地点に到着した。都市が崩れていくの。
恐怖隠せない。
絶好のチャンスだ。頼みはな。自然の摂理は乱してはならない。
運のすってなれんまず地点。恐怖隠せない。
想像したことある。友も故郷も二度と戻らなくなることを。
頼みは何だ。もう声を出さないでね。
Ah, shit.
リーフ、ここを離脱するから援護して。
突っ込むのは私に任せて。お前らはとにかく後方支援を頼む。
血で血を洗う争いに計りごと。古来より変わらないね。
奴らは自らの行いを恥じてすらいない。
I get down。
pt2
恐怖隠せないわ。
もう声を出さないでね。いいよ。準備はできてるか。
この時より秋だ。
たがこうが抗おうが無駄だ。
あまり待たせ。足元を見てみな。設備機砂に沈みて相思未だ報いず。
レンズ、ようやく私の出番か。
I get down。
pt2。
いいよ、ここだよ。
予備アームネット伏せた。あまり待たせないで。
他のところはお前らに任せたぜ。
あれ、私の出番？
ドクター、安心しな。一瞬で終わらせてやるぜ。
右側の中日戦
It's the wrong.
準備が整った。指示を待つ。
獲物はどれです？명령을 내려。ご命令のおもちゃで遊ぶのもここの立派に積もる裏にはいつかちら戦場に転用で反撃の準備。
戦線気持ちいいぜ。
右側の中日戦塾。 지정된 위치로 가겠다.
この奇跡あなたの指示
あれ、バイバイ。あれ、私の出番？
That's just long expected because I failed. Deliver the first bomb.
みんな無事か。よし、次の戦いも待ってるから気合い入れて一緒に片付けようぜ。
I need to wash my face real quick. How dull. Things would anger me, offend me. I would kick your corpse and curse your insolence. I'm not going to do any of that, Lato. Insignificant man, same as the line itself in my eyes. I don't know. Still so conceited, Lato. I want to give you another thought, not so much a momentary glance. If memory serves, I have some sort of role in your hypocritical military commission. But I haven't seen a war report from you in quite some time. Nor have you attended any commission meetings in quite some time. You've always followed the requisite command authority. Command and authority. I don't need to command my offsprings. They serve me naturally. They serve their court. But you need to manage them better. The wars and approaches and your underlings need to play a more significant role. Their wanton behavior vexes me. The Western Front is wasting time. It's necessary for the ritual. Without enough blood and tears, how are we supposed to gather enough materials for the witchcraft? You're at the war and you're telling me that's not enough blood? Jesus Christ. You and Tracer told me about the ancient door you found, covered in scabs. Is the source of all Sarka's suffering the origin of our fate really behind that door? The preparations for the ritual are complete. But one of the nodes, town of Brentwood, is under attack by our enemies. Are dispatching me their servant. Trifling nuisance for your terraces? Oh, that reminds me, O revered region of the military commission. Since the commission has noted this is such a crucial town, why did it not prepare any significant defense? Or shrouded casters? Meat puppets or any haphazardly bewitched flesh-woven brutes. I had no junior sister to account for your dazzling, powerful souls. Big Sarka's cold region, and the confetti I've gathered around, bringing Teresa back to you. The regent, the resurrected king of Sarkas. What a fascinating pair of siblings. But all of this owes to your actions, your power, not your status. I have blessed this battlefield in order to cast the grandest curse of curses. I, in my benevolence as head of one of the oldest of the courts, have awakened the power hidden within the blood of the Sarkas. And so, Teresis, have you felt it? Does my boon delight you? Oh, but how much power can be drawn from your mixed blood? Interesting. The end is near. It's making you restless. conceal your weakness? Or shall I say, do you need a reminder or two? I will complete the final part of the ritual for you, proud regent. But it's not in service of the narrow ambitions of you and your sister. I is always fixed on that nomadic city bearing the false name of Casdal. It's just another resting place in that painful river. The recess ready. The charge will soon unleash a power that Victoria could never imagine. The skeleton is waiting in the hub outside the encampment. You can go from there to Brentwood. Exciting, isn't it, Teresis? You always wear such a dull, lifeless faces. I've seen it, a black light rising over the horizon. The wall of obsidian that will eventually found a real city. You mock my impatience, but isn't it silence the best way to conceal your deepest thoughts? If only I could go back in time to see it for myself. If I really can retrieve the power that could reshape the great land at which the Sarkas first reached out to touch, Originium. What in the shit? If I really can retrieve the power that could reshape this great land, the which the Sarkas first reached out to touch, Originium, I will, on your behalf, spread the name of Gazel through every scrap of land I set foot on. Hey there, Asamo. Sarkas, my people, have abandoned their past for too long. They hate, they curse, they swear revenge upon our enemies. So disappointing. My people have forgotten even the origin of their bloodline, forgotten the names of our ancestors, the Tikas. They mate in numbness and sorrow, giving birth to generations of hideous mixed blood offspring. They throw themselves into the shadows of the nomadic cities, hiding in the streets, begging invaders for food. I have lost interest in Victorian blood, and the Sarkas are satisfied with it. They infuriate me. From the moment Sarkas first called themselves Sarkas, from the moment this world alienated them, it's enough to drive one mad with rage. Is this the part where they reveal that Kazdil is the whole world, not just a nation? My prince, the drifting of the Faronmont is about to end, and we will soon arrive at the way station near Brentwood. The town has been occupied by Victorians, and they are clearing out your creations. Creations? Those mindless insects are nothing more than a few drops of residual blood, carelessly spilled by children of the Crimson Court while painting runes on crystals. Let the Victorians celebrate their victory. My mistake, forgive me, your highness. Look at the Military Commission's Major, a Sarkaz. Paris has arranged so many children to wander outside the court in this system of his. You are called Ursula. Yes, your highness. Your blood is mixed with too much alcohol. I can forgive hedonism and indulgence. Hedonism. But your hesitation disappoints me. I can wash those away for you, Major. I am grateful for your benevolence, my prince, but I can handle myself. I will endeavor to do better. She bows her head. The nerves have gripped her. But at least this mixed blood children understand how to resist, which compensates somewhat for their ignorance. Ursula, Ursula. Ursula the Time Stealer, a popular household story. Ursula has taken the reins of this particular skeleton. Just a coincidence, your highness. When I took the name, I never thought I would really be any kind of hero. Ursula was a coward. Couldn't even look directly into the eyes of this Faronmut, daring only to hide in the turbulent current it seared up, waking some of the people immersed in illusion. So I sent him on such a mission, of course, to save many people. All more massacre throughout the space. I thought Ursula was the whale, I guess not. What is it? I recognize me at last? Never mind. What is that silence? Its intelligence has long been stripped away, only an empty shell remains to react. My prince, we're nearly there. We may encounter some illusions. No need to remind me. I've dealt with this one far more than you have. The Ashen Gazelle sent to its doom in diabolic flames. They sweep through the tents of all clans. I can hear the roar of the flame, the lamentations of the flames. Why are we still surrendering? Why are we still weak? Are you satisfied with this? Satisfied. I, on your behalf, my ancient kin, kneel and weep in the ruins. The king of Sarkaz is dead. The king killed the king. I know he's just a ripple in the illusion. I know this is our unchangeable history. I work hard to build this Ashen Gazelle and the Sarkaz have home again. But doesn't it, the diminutive size, infuriate you? The outblood invaders deprive the T-guys of their ancestral land. Yep. So you started to compromise, shrinking and distorting which stands for your home. A plain circle of fields until you can only call it your city, your village. This is the starting point of the Sarkaz weakness. And now I look from the endpoint. The illusions are over. The skeleton has returned to its lair. My prince, it's my duty to remind you that the forces on control of Brentwood core art circles are nearby. You may not be aware that the skeleton leaves a trace. Our return may have been exposed. Their power is undeniable, but amongst our enemies there may be no matter. Have our enemies destroyed the ritual nodes? The battlefield art circles cast by this skeleton were merely tendrils, extremities of Crimson Court's grasp. In any case, since we've come to the end, allow me to personally stand as the center of this most ancient ritual. The sun is rising, and the first rays of blood red have already spilled through the damaged cave of the way station. But this day will be different from all the sorrowful days that have come before. For Chaser, the crowned hunter, our first king of Sarkaz. If your soul still lingers among the myriad of after a sadden of years, then thousands. Enough dark clouds have accumulated atop the spire known as the Shard. The foolish Victorians see the storm as nothing more than spirit to be thrown. How shallow. The inherently corrupt nature always inclined toward conflict. I close my eyes, feeling the art circles composed of blood-red crystals. Putting all the blood that has flowed through this land into the war now, since we degraded ourselves into Sarkaz. They tremble at my mercy, they boil at my call. If you watch us yet, the descendants of your lost homeland, if those distant legends that have been distorted and painted over are not lies, then let the suffering that cradle descend again. Let us reclaim the lost fate of the Tikaz, the original denizens of the world of Terra. Interesting that NPCs do internal monologues in the first person now. Yep. They've been adding this point of view for other characters as well. It's not just us mysteriously knowing what they think. A drop of blood drips from my eye. It flows down my face. Such a distant voice answers me. It's as if I could reach out and touch it. The door, long buried in dust and smoke, is slowly loosening. Storm over Ladinium is playing a new movement. Seems something is missing. A loud noise. As we thought the Victorians are attacking here, we'll do what we can to buy you time to complete the ritual, my prince. The Victorians? Services really have surprised me. No. Oh no. Girl called Ursula, we're not facing any such Victorians. Our guest deserves to witness this moment. Another pureblood, still a young Nell. Pureblood. Oh, Logos. And the usurper of King Sarkaz. Sorry? It's shining here? I think? No matter who they are, the military commissioner's plan must be executed. I'll strengthen my connection with the Faranmut as much as possible in order to prevent them from reaching this place. My prince, please. Might be Amiya. That is true, might be Amiya as well. No, but Amiya isn't a pureblood. She's a Chimera. You have no standing from which to advise me. And I do so want to see what cliches will they spout at me this time. What moments of despair can they show me? Now then, Major, you stay here. This dispensable work is for yours is over. How many years have this hollow skeleton gone unfilled? For centuries. 5? At the time I was not yet master of the Crimson Court. At the time I could still hear the arrogant whispers of the preached War King. I could hear the sounds of the Arklights of Dajjal torturing the night away. At the time, even if the vampires were hostile to them, these mighty souls surging with hatred and faith made my heart swell. At the time, the Sarkaz were already scattered people with no home to call their own. But at the time, I could see the remnants of their proud souls. Sea of blood devours the curse. Are you still toying with these pathetic words, these false curses, Banshee? Why don't you face the power that truly belongs to you, the power gathered in your blood? Isn't the elegy you can sing now so much more melodious? Alas, you are silent, never to open your mouth. Vampire. What is it that you're trying to reach? This is no ritual recorded in Sarkaz literature. What is it calling? I think it's a seed. You're trying to awaken it with a millennia-old witchcraft, to nourish it with the art's circles on the battlefields, and control it with the storm over the shard. Must be stopped. Will destroy Londinium, it'll be nothing but a heap of rubble full of originium. Oh, not only that, this scale, with this much power, I can even see the revenge of the Sarkaz will drag all of Terra into the abyss. Revenge? Patos, you still claim to be the king of Sarkaz, but your views are so biased. 200 years ago, a coalition of Terran nations destroyed Kazdel once. And now do you think we would bring pain and destruction to Victorian as simple vengeance for the conquest 2 centuries ago? I'm disappointed at you once again. The black crown lingers over your head, and indeed this is yet another ridiculous thing wrought by the king of Sarkaz. Killing an enemy and butchering a country, burying a city, and annihilating a culture, these are not different for the Sarkaz. These are far from enough to be called resistance. We've come to Londinium, this outblood capital, not for any kind of retaliation. Seed? Not a bad description. Watch and see the sights this seed will bring. You're a narrow-minded one vampire? No flowery words can change the nature of what it is you're trying to do. Up. I'll be silent. Rest assured, vampire, you will hear me speak. Fetters fall heavy on your body. Background appears over the Outblood's head. Outblood. Black spear pierces my scapula. Ah. No, it's not. Fresh blood gushes out. The King of Sargas has opened a wound for me. This is the blood so preciously bestowed to me and my ancestors for a millennia. Carefully select the blood of my choice. Masters of the Crimson Court have responsibility to, day after day, wipe away even the most minute hint of impurity. But the reason we are so pure is not that this bloodline has never been lost, never been defiled, but because finally found it, a drop of blood has been passed down through the millennia. Tika's blood. The land falls silent, the rivers stagnate, and the air moans. The entire world turns solemn as I reach out my hand. It floats slowly in front of me. It does not drip, only goes up. Is this a double BGM again? Yeah, it is. Going to complete the ritual. Oh. Tika's blood is now gone from our world. The incantation left in Londinium was just destroyed in that instant. What's happened in Londinium? I'm gonna end this battle quickly. I feel some kind of... That's mild. Don't be so hasty, honored guests. Blood crawls over the bones. Bloodstains emerge from the decay. It's just such a great opportunity. The site of the first curse, perhaps today we can bid farewell to the last king of Sarkaz. I have no clue how he works. Wow, FX actually flexing their budget. Forget the FX. Added new FX. Just give me season 3 faster. Actually, no. Fund Enfield. Please fund Enfield.
출발한다.
20 enemies, really? I don't believe you.
pt2 핏자국을 남기지 마. 처리하기 힘들거든. どうすれば誰かに気づく前にあなたの死体を
Okay, you're loud. You're very loud. Music and cutscene versus music in game. I don't know why it's so fucking different.
빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 戦のための歌。悲しみを紡ぐ歌。
Oh, hello, Sanguine.
レンズ指示を待つ。どうすれば足元を見てみなさい。どの戦いも楽しむべきよ。
That's dead.
帰って東北を解く。おはよう。
What's that?
명령을 내리고 날 묶어두지 못해.
Global AoE damage thingy?
지정된 위치로 가겠다.
What the fuck just happened?
すぐに解決いたします。指示を待つ。あまりま絶望の匂いがカムフラージ先に。あなたの心臓に滑り込むまで1秒もかかりませんね。나랑 마주치다.
懐かしい。いい
こっちに着い거야。指示を待つ。
Okay, we didn't have to do it multiple times, just once.
待つことおやすみなさい。作戦を開始する。あまり待たせないで。
ああ、目に眩しくは映るまい。準備は
Did you heal or is that a second phase and I didn't notice? You know what, whatever.
準備はできた。準備はできた。
No, he's healing a lot.
準備はできた。
この程度か。ニョンニョン。
Uh-huh.
誰かが気づく前にあなたの死体を影に沈めて。岩の茶目だよ。この切っ先もあなたの心臓に滑り込むまで一部まだ足りないわ。レオニアスって絶望の匂いにカムフラージュ。ここだよ。I get that。準備が整った。ごめん、逃げる前に私の許可は取ったのかしら。ねえ、獲物さん。지정된 위치로 가겠다.
剣を抜くまでも。
お。
この程度か。どうすればいい？戦場の武装用で反撃の準備を。
Try and do this somehow. Oh no, now you're just dying now.
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命この時より秋だ。
いいよ、ずっと立っててね。
悪くない位置取りだね。
This thing is doing so much fucking damage.
作戦はあるか。存在の隙を見せる。凶悪を削除すれば官庁倫理たり。ほら頑張れ。もうちょっと手落ちま。言わないためだね。小僧だ。我慢にも限度があるわ。準備が整った。指示を待つ。 지정된 위치로 가겠다. 아마리 맡아서恐怖は隠せない。私に巡って作戦の要望。
Oh, that's so much. That's way too fast. Nope. Please die. Nope, I didn't die. Okay. See it. Order gacha payments went into the blood VFX. See on live stream is gonna happen in a week or so. Scene 3 might be announced there. Spoilers, it's going to be more of case daily doodle. That'd be disappointing, but from how they ended season 2 anyway, it's very likely we'll get a season 3. Because the ending was when Chernobyl was pretty much about to head to Longmen. Longmen. The fuck do you do? Huh, redeployment time. Blood spawn. I see. When defeated, this skill will activate Fort. Huh? Okay. stuns them. I saw this stun a while ago, so there's 4 targets. What? Blood Amber. Spawn. What's a throne of blood? Whatever. Oh, the thing in the okay, never mind. Thing in the middle. You can use the bomb on him. Okay, that's why there's so many bombs. I was trying this on other units, but it wasn't working. So I guess it specifically works on him and on the building thingies. Surge twice. Okay. Let me just be stubborn for a bit and force this. Uh, where is she? Let's see if that's not too greedy. Hopefully it's not.
戦のための歌、悲しみを紡ぐ歌。私に巡ってきたのかな。
Okay.
私に万物を一連に収むるは、シャシャ楽々の境地にこそあれ。
Why are you dying? Oh, the AoE. I see. Okay. I can't redeploy. Link too late. So you know what? Never mind. I'm story clearing. What the fuck am I doing? A link only run. Hello? Let me actually check what the unit does, because there was that unit that does a lot of damage. Let's see, resistance B. There's Sarka's unit, so I guess this is obvious. Or this guy. Jesus. Okay, banning arts. Never mind. more damage in general. Yeah, sure, why not? Is there a free meta tile? The meta tile 1, 2. Nah. None of that. Is this way too greedy? Yes, it is. Proper lane holders, please. Q, don't Q. Might actually do.
この旗が私が目にするすべての罪なき人を守らんことを。私に任せてくれ、ドクター。
Let's make it brain dead. Just us one.
溶岩ケーキを食べませんか？お母さんがやってた。
1321, the Archon Entanglement.
エンジン鮮血多くの人間には想像もつかないことだろう。
一歩も引かない。
お前ら大暴れしてやろうぜ。
聞いてるけど、どうすれば今日
都市が崩れていくのを感じる。
レギゴル風味とスミズフィーパリゲツァリエやポットに着いこや。
30 seconds redeploy. Is that times 2? I think that's times 2. Let's see. Yep, well, less than times 2, but basically around that.
オリジニウム鉱脈を乗せた溶岩には絶対に近づかないでくださいね。
私が来たんだから慌てんな。
安心して、きっと大丈夫だから。
こっち向き上がれ。
恐怖を隠せない。
都市が崩れていくのを感じる。
Who died? Oh, really?
準備が整った。
パリゲツァリエやポットに着いこや。どうすれば足元を見てみなさい。
この程度か。子供たちの悲鳴が聞こえる。
どうすればいいかくらいわかるわ。私に命令しないで。
Locked and loaded.
懐かしい。いいよ。
Oh wait, that's on S3 anymore. I keep thinking it's S3.
命令を。
ならぬまず地帯。
準備まであの嘆きが聞こえる。
あれがタークを抜ける。指示を待つ。
Vegan boy hybrid yaci. Yoki arm interceptor.
準備が整った。
バリゲツァリエや
指示を待つ。
強化しろ。
が聞こえてくる。
이걸로 조용해졌으면 좋겠네.
安心して、きっと大丈夫だから。
빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야. 준비가 整った。この程度か。指示を待つ。
この程度で止まると思うの？
빠르게 처리해야 고통이 적을 거야.
この程度で止まると思うの？
私についてきて、永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
今でもあの嘆きが聞こえてくる。
指示を待つ。
Don't step into the shadows.
誰を餌にするか決まった。
強化する。
あまりまた足元を見てみなさい。
一歩も引かない。
諦めるな。
どうすればいいか。
命令を。
あれがターゲットか。ようやく私の出番か。
Where the fuck is Texas there?
고통이 적을 거야.
視界良好。
戦場すぐに終わる。
こっち向きやがれ。運動を実現させたものが北総 M のに君は気づいていない。
ようやく私の出番か。
Wait, she that dropped that. What? Didn't know that happened.
내가 뭘 해드리줘야 하지?
強化しろ。
지정된 위치로 가겠다.
My sword will respond the instant I spot the movement.
준비가 整った。
聞いてる。
See the light of path will be the judge.
どうする今日隠せない。余分暗無です。
Bomb. All right. DMC3 ending. Hello. The first Virgil and well, no, it's not the Virgil and Dante fight. Excuse me. I need to read the beginning first before that.
摂理に反することなど誰にも許されない。
Oh, two tries not bad, I guess. For a few moments, perhaps more than a few moments, no Saga is there to speak. It takes away all things and shapes all things. What is that? The blessing the sanguine arc left, the sarcasm hasn't faded but just now. Could the doctor have been talking about? Blood rushes from the spine of the Faradmut, apparently only a drop, but it draws all eyes. It leaves the intertwined bones dancing in the dim cave, rising in the freshly sprinkled sunlight. A drop of blood, just one drop of blood. Pure blood. Glorious blood. It has been wounded, it hasn't been betrayed, it hasn't been forgotten to the point of being spurned. For millennia, the land called it a disaster, treated it as an enemy. So I fucking knew it. Oripathy was native to this land. And the invaders were the ones who were infected. For millennia, the land called it a disaster, treated it as an enemy, trampled it until it abandoned its glory and defiled its body. Degas became sarcasm there and lost. Unless I'm talking, they're talking about something else. Today, the blood of those with a homeland returned from history. All men across the land should pay tribute to it. Bed of blood dissolves and silence reigns. No explosives, no vibrations, no grand visions or chaotic whispers. If blocked by the hills, all eyes turn toward Londinium. At this point, all the storms called by the shard feel like nothing but harmless drizzle. From what gathers atop the tower can no longer be called just a dark cloud. The storm has become a cradle. Order W, look alive. Do it. W, where are your bombs? Bombs are buried. Hit your detonator now. You don't have to tell me twice. No guesses, Order. We only take opponents we know we can handle. I know. Though these bombs tear through the defensive line, we've got a breakthrough. Tangled with them way too long. Ami and Logos went on ahead of us. They'll deal with the worst of our troubles. As for the others, follow the path they cleared and climb the Faramut's bones with those gangways. Them and these guys. Don't let them get further. The commander also is pulling up the great gangways. Trembling nerve when they'll begin to close and the bone gangways start to drift. The Faramut has decided not to let anyone walk on its spine. Traitors here, die here. Take their corpse to the tent to the Ancestor King and to nourish our next victory. The undead ghoul. Buried minds under the bones. Feels pretty good. Order NS, get ready. Shockwave incoming. The rising airflow of the grand explosion sends the 3 mercenaries into the air. Order adjusts his posture with some effort, looking down to see the cave being engulfed in flames. The Faramut seems to sense something. It swings its body and its white tailbone, slashing at the 3 like a whip. W3 grenades sent over diagonal. Good idea. This is the last time I play along with your explosive shenanigans. The red-haired Sarkaz kicks up dust and the black-haired Caprine weaves darkness. The scraps from beams and the shadows from form steps. An invisible staircase, stinking of gunpowder, spirals upwards and pierces the chest cavity of the skeleton. Mercenaries rush into its hollow interior. This way to the core of the skeleton. Our target is Ursula. Find her and we get control of this thing we're walking on. Are you sure we can get this skeleton? Sounds a little reckless, almost like robbing a caravan. After otherwise, Ami and Olgus are fighting for nothing. She opened the car door, toss the driver out, grab the keys, bam, my car now. Did you see the illusion this thing made, moving between its bones? You still haven't figured it out? Anything out? This isn't some obscure story. Obscure wanderer? Should I have figured something out? I forgot you don't care to learn history. 300 years ago, the Sargas killed a Faramut that almost destroyed Gazdel. After it fell, there were various claims as to where it ended up, and one of those was that his consciousness didn't die with it, but it was split up, sealed into a bunch of different items. Now it seems that the claim was probably at least partly true. As for the unconscious shell, it was carefully collected before this war. They spent a lot of effort to modify it, and sure enough, it's playing a big role in the war for the military commission. Different items, huh? Ursula never carried a pocket watch before, not like she was ever on the time. Scar market. But if her watch is holding Faramut's consciousness, it's probably already very fragmented. Skeleton we're standing on isn't exactly dead, but it doesn't have much more basic nerve reflexes. Ursula can only guide the basic reactions. We just need to pay more attention to them. Made of bolts falls through the gaps in the bones, followed by the eerie glow of Sarkad's witchcraft. Cover. Sure, just avoid the nerve bundles that can strike at you. And watch out for sudden bone spear thrusts, nothing to worry about. After all, this spell has been stripped down to nothing but bleached bones. Ah, but they're still you, Ursula. You're more dangerous than this half-dead Fernet. And with your important work? Might be, if you weren't here to bother me. Is this bitch the commander here? She's pretty rough on her own skeleton. Those bolts are all stuck in the bones now. I might help him pull out. I've got a pretty handy method. It's that psycho. Trying to kill my men right in front of me. Whatever, you think too little of me. Dangerous and chaotic power gathers in Ursula's fingertips as she prepares to cast her arts. But a moment before she can cast, a black shadow crawls up her like her ankle. Ugh. Ursula has taken a step to the right in order to shake off the persistent entanglement of the shadow. Her arts grow out of control, and red glow shoots out from the damaged seams of the spine. The sound of muffled explosion booms from the distant cave wall. You've gotten rest here, Ursula. I guess you've been doing well for yourself in the scar market. You're a bunch of survivors, I'll give you that. Back in Gazelle, I made a quiet bets with the old-timers on how many of you would actually collect on those jobs you were taking. As long as I bet on hardware, Ines, and later the Psycho W, I always made money. Sounds to me like it was a big cut. That's the famous sharp tongue on this W. Haven't you learned anything? This time, though, you took a wrong turn. Two kings of the royal court are here going all out, not to mention the king of Sarkaz. This place is never going to be a safe haven where you can escape the war, not the kind of place you can survive. What about you? You heard about Theris' trump card in Londinium? Assuming the consequences out there are way beyond anything anyone's ever seen before, you still think it's a fair price to pay for the Sarkaz to rebuild Gazdel? That's enough chit chat. Soldiers, end them here while there's still time. Major, look. The bones there. Blood draws along the bones, creeping toward them. Blood is filling the place, overflowing the damaged gaps connecting the long, cold body. It's a sanguine arc. Looks like he's ready. It begins to grow warmer. Power accumulates in the bones again. The spine sways left and right, audibly creaking. The Faramut resumes living. Nope, groping. So much blood. Ursula, where did all this blood come from? What if you need to ask? It's courtesy of that homicidal sanguine arc. He slaughtered the place clean. No, their wrists. Ursula and her men all have bleeding wounds on their wrists. Drip drip, it starts as deads of blood. Beads of blood, then turns into ribbons, then rivers. How much of blood is in a human body? The blood flowing out of the guards joins with the blood stains spreading over the bleached bones. I offer your highness my blood, friends of the Crimson Court. When you hunt unimpeded, fuck. Let our blood form for you a swift chariot. Also, let's stop. Have you lost your marbles? The Faramut is about to move again. Also, excuse me? You're censoring yourself, Ines? The currents of history might be able to sweep the place away. That bitch wants to go down with us. I'm not controlling it. Blood has placed muscle tendons and marrow. Isn't that enough to control it? Guard's exposed skin is now visibly pallid. Ursula's expression also looking worse. Finally, the flow stops. A Sargas soldier will give everything for his liege, not only his blood. Their skin shrivels and finally they collapse. It's been an honor and a privilege, men. You stood with me to the end. We'll meet again among the myriad of souls. I told you this, Skaldon isn't a place to escape. Is it a place to survive anymore? Energy to cover in the cabin. The illusions are manifesting. We don't know where they might go. Getting a wave. Look out. Where does the vampire want to take us? With her? I'm here with her. She's lost so much blood, whether or not she lives is all up to her now. Might as well leave me outside, hold her. I'd rather die with my men. We've killed so many old friends, so there's no way you'd suddenly grow hard today. We can use you. Told you, the skeleton's out of my control now. You also said you're loyal to the Commission. If you think the Military Commission is the hope for Gazel to become a nation, then why is that guy calling himself a regent? Why does he need Teresa? Why does he think winning the war will secure a future for Gazel? What is Teresa's thinking? Whatever, we'll talk after we take down this Faramut. What are we going to do? Our goal hasn't changed. We're going home. That was supposed to be the skeleton's last mission. It has a name. We've codenamed it Lifebow. Nobody uses it much, but when General Manfred named it, he was talking just like you. Just like me, man. For enemies, I'm done with questions. I'm just gonna wait to die. Oh, I guess making it today is kind of an answer. Do you really think General Manfred is blind, that he doesn't know what you're up to? I mean, you can only talk about going home if you manage to survive your run-in with the Sanguine Arc. Right, so I'm gonna borrow your watch. Perhaps due to her blood loss, Ursula is basically powerless to resist Hodorous. Take the lovely pocket watch without any trouble. Its cold metal case is engraved with the intricate witchcraft runes. The watch is ticking backwards. Murmur that no one else hears fills his mind for a moment. Really is harder than I imagined. Hodor gets his teeth and lives behind the loud whispers. He searches within it for the true, dormant consciousness of the Faramut. Faramut wanders this land. You are not dead. You have decided to continue your existence in a different way. You're still here, aren't you? The lock and key! At the center of the disaster, the silent Faramut slowly swims. Where it wanders, there's only ruined emptiness. Past lifts it, and the future is separated by it. A figure stands in front of it. Stop, Faramut. We're about to step into Kazel, our city. The people here refuse your visit. Choose another path. Or else the Sarkaz will slaughter you. Is your only warning. Very well. My brother directed us to forbid its advance to obey the will of King of Sarkaz. Sanguine Court, to me. Powerful HRF condenses in the vampire's head and giant crimson spear falls from the sky. One massive one after another pierces it. Oh, this poor whale. The silent Faramut finally speaks as if waking from a dream. Kazdel. Oh, I may have slept for too long. Kazdel, when did it become a city? Your king of Sarkaz, is he not your sole chosen leader? Why is he not standing before me? An image that all have forgotten is shattered by the moving Faramut. It has not roamed in centuries. It gently moves its fins, now only bleached bones pushing through layer after layer of space. The one who once killed it now bestows warmth upon it again. Sanguine Arc. The skeleton searches for a suitable place to stop, until finally... Massive skeleton hovers over the endless sea. The cave, the battle, and even the slowing rising sun are nowhere to be seen. So there is only a calm sky, calm sea, calm stars. All the cruelty that occurs in the continent seems to have never existed before. This is beyond the horizon, beyond civilization. This is what remains of the skeleton for the Prince of Blood to find at last. An untouchable realm. Ah! The Crimson River connects with Dark Blue Nerve and intertwines tightly. Sunday Murderer closes his eyes and feels the pounding rhythm of his victim. With blood for reins, the harnesses a creature that can only wander through history. After those illusory visions and memories of the past, you've indeed brought me a more valuable scene. Why don't the two of you in the face of such scene fizzle those frankly laughable arts in your hands? Have a look around, take some time to admire it all. This is a tomb I have chosen for you. Because you are not that old to know, Logos. You are like 200 plus years old. So this must be decent enough, yes. I do wonder how far we are from Kazdel. This land they all call Terra is too vast, or is it too small? May I be careful? His blood is sublimating. You awaken his blood with what? With that witchcraft. Don't talk like an out-blood bencher. You know I treat purebloods as equals. Perhaps when compared to the Crimson Court, which has spent eons seeking purity, you've been more deeply influenced by Originium. But while among the Sargas, you are indeed quite formidable. So Banshees are still pureblood? At least to him? Come, let's not be stingy with my blessing. You cannot reject my gift now that I've awakened your power. You are finally worthy of facing me. Let me hear the screech of your knell. It can still darken the moonlight. Crimson ripples spread, and at this moment the sky is no longer the sky. It's the sea. Sea. I get it, but also, really? That's the time you went... They are only reflections of blood. Tangled Arc smiles faintly, a blood soul pumping like heart in his palm, reflecting the face of the young Banshee in structure as deep as life itself. And then the blood soul shatters. I write therefore I command, the night conceals me from death. Another incantation, another of your shallow incantations. You have talent, no doubt about that. The flapping of your lips and the doodles of your bow and pen are enough to humiliate the so-called Originium arts of common people. And yet why do you resist your heritage, sir? Show me your true self, King of the Court. King of the Court. Banshee. Look, Ariel, signed you an arc of vampires. Prince of all blood demands you show your true self. Enough, vampire. Hold on, Logos. There's hand parting the sea of blood. But the blood does not yield, it roars. The King of Sarka's arch dissolves and shatters, and the red surges even more intensely. Because the Kodos is not from Terra, or should I say from Kazdal. Kodos blood, DD isn't ordinary, no matter how hard I try to scrape something together. I can't find a shred of talent or power. I can't even say that your blood is a mix or impure, as those adjectives still imply an expectation to return to purity, but you. There are chaotic bloodlines I approve of, but they are without a doubt all formidable and magnificent. But what do you have? A laughable motivation? A shallow conviction? I don't have to answer you. I just have to defeat you. This is our King of Sarkaz, stealing a bit of attainment from another chaotic and disorderly. Nothing even on the level of the Banshee still tricks born of his rebellious mind. Even less than that pair of siblings. Only provokes you, as it stands his power is still growing. We need to end this fast. And we need to get back under the clear skies. In the past, I once slew a so-called King of Sarkaz. It wasn't particularly difficult. And I suspect your end will be the same this time. You question me with black blades. I answer with a gift of death. Blood rain falls incessantly, as if it will never stop. Olga's and Amiya's shoulders have been soaked red by the rain. A white-haired vampire, however, seems to stroll casually under the rain, completely spotless. Look at the sorry state of yourselves. Lost and confusing, losing sight of what matters. Even if no one answers your cries, you can't waste the stage you've been given. Don't waste your chance at a grand farewell. I stated therefore it is prescribed. The wind and rain cease, deprived of the right to flow. Like curtains, like stars, it refracts the sorrow of the sea, the brilliance of the moons. Sanguine Arc squints, seemingly unsurprised by the incantation of the Lord of the Banshees. Rather, it is as if he is appreciating a piece of art drawn between heaven and earth. You've halted the surging. Impressive. Blood passes at your command. But I am its master. Suspended beads of blood suddenly burst into thin air. in the air, spattering anything they can reach. The knell will decay, the order will wear, no? If you so disdain the noble blood, I might as well extract it and return it to your mother, Banshee. She will play for you a mournful whistle. Yeah? Amaya's palm presses against the vampire's body, sticky blood burning in her palm. Is this your blood? Heated by art, heated by your talent? But the hot blood I've seen has already been for the sake of resistance, for the sake of life. And those people, their blood is much hotter than yours. The lion sprays from Amaya's palm piercing through the vampire's body. Ugh. It is vitals. Oh, how cold King Osaka is. A monarch of such little grace you are. Thank of vampires, Prince of the Crimson Court. Your offspring will fill every battlefield the Sarkas touch. You proclaim to them that slaughter and conquest are the ancient traditions of the vampires. You've shaped your court into what it is today. You've made the people see all vampires as nothing more than twisted creatures of desire like yourself. But the vampires I know are not like you. They haven't gone mad like you. They've only managed to conceal their desires, conditioned too deeply by this age, and in which they have no home. Some choose to bow down to the invaders, and I pity them. That's not it. How do you interpret the blood that your court stands for? The suffering of the Sarkad needs no elucidation. All Sarkas, even those who submit to you, inevitably know the taste of blood. A word turn in dark alleys, intercepted in dark forests. Sometimes a throat is cut, sometimes cold daggers are thrust between ribs. It awakens the siblings, who now know the cause of submission, and they come to rebel until they are too covered in the blood of their enemies. How pitiful. Kill or be killed, this is the cycle of blood that the Sarkas carry. Is that how you define the meaning of blood, a cycle? The first time any of us felt blood in our skin, wasn't it when we were born from our mothers? Blood is the foundation of human life. Heritage passed down on umbilical cords, inevitable stumbles when exploring the outside world, and wounds that will surely heal. But you see it as only a synonym for torment and death. Your obsession makes you bloodthirsty. You, with all your arrogance and pride, lead them to believe that this is the path the Sarkas should take, things they should do. I reject you, Sanguinarch. I reject your actions, your words, and your court. You and Outblood reject me. Your crown has inflated you to what, King of Sarkas? Ah, this sea. It's from here. The blood sea churns, its waves cover the moons. Crimson removes all other colors. Don't care what I am or what I'm called. They only know what they need to do. We are cosplaying the last night now. Kill the ocean? No, kill the blood. The prince stops moving for a moment. A voice echoes in his head. Is this how you manipulate the king's power, taught us? Will you share some profound words, try to shake me with shallow emotion? You're welcome to try. Shake now. Just rejection. The rolling of the waves slows together with the moonlight. I reject you. I rejected the way you reduce the king, Sarkaz, and Kazel to concepts of power and tradition. I reject you how you entrust this future to the past, entrust life to slaughter. Teresa, the king, the chancellor, the leader of Babel, she showed everyone a path. Maybe that path is too idealistic. Maybe her promises won't bear the thousands of years of hatred for the Sarkaz. But that's not now, not your choice. Laugh at my weakness? Say it's not my place to talk about the Sarkaz with you? Or you'd mock Logos for not making use of the blood you awakened just now? O King of Sarkaz, you eavesdrops on my thoughts. That's your ability. And of course you know what I'm going to say. I do. We've never said that Sarkaz should give up on their resistance. Never said that suffering is justified. On the contrary, those rebels who awaken from their suffering and hardship from the abyss of hatred, they will be much, much stronger than you. The lost homeland of the Sarkaz is not the history you keep looking back to an eon ago. It can be a slogan or a fantasy or a symbol. It's right here where the Sarkaz came from. In the city called Kazel, where so many real people live, people that you've only condemned to void of ideas. You've imagined the present from the past, and the real future can never be born. It's time to stop, vampire. Amiya's ring shadows sending splinters flying. Cold anger burns within Amiya as she scrutinizes the enemy before her. Just one? He thought her anger would rise, burning like a fire that could scorch the ocean, but no, that's not what's happening. Amiya feels more than just anger, also an intense sadness. The Sarkaz are people who have lost their homeland. Yes, they believe that it is only through violence and war that they can reclaim all they lost. It's easy to blame them with cliché words of morality, justice, and kindness. Yep. Words that have been spoken over and over again, even as the war continues and hatred spreads. Because that is how this world treats them. This world has imposed on them violence and war. So then, what's wrong with an eye for an eye? Where's the crime in a blood for blood? Every king of Sarkaz operates on those principles, so the war never stops. This must be broken, but how? How can this system be broken? Even Theresa failed. Do you think you are? Yes, even she failed. That's why Teresa needs me, the doctor and Dr. Calcit need me. And that's why I am here. I, as a revenant, called me, as you called me. So many Sarkaz believe me to be. The Outblood, the weak king of Sarkaz. Stand down. The obsidian decree transforms into a judgment of the king, stabbing into the scorched blood. Thick red finally dissipates. The vampire takes a few steps back, raising his hand to wipe away the blood that flows from his nose and mouth. His body is damaged, and his white clothes are at the last stained with blood. Can't fight anymore, Sanguine Arc. It's time for this battle to end. King of Sarkaz, won't you grant me that vision of emptiness? Don't you want to peer into my thoughts, see my sorrows and pain? You can reprimand me, reject me. Countless Sarkaz believe this is the power of the king. You say I've corrupted my court, but what about you? O King of the Sarkaz. O King, the Sarkaz take your direction, your path. My people follow you, expecting you to well exploit their flesh and blood, their lives and their souls. Their blind faith is ridiculous. I sneer at the king's comfort, but I have seen it. My elder brother was king of Sarkaz. What a lofty title. What a transcendent role. He was looked to as the leader of the Sarkaz, our guiding light. Guiding light. He was a natural savior, the one who would pull us out of our misery. But what was the reality? What kind of people has the Black Crown chosen? In the beginning, the king of Sarkaz was indeed magnificent. The Diabolos walked the path of punishment, the Goliaths roared in the fearless calamity. But they found themselves betrayed by the cowardly, sold out by the selfish. This is our curse. The king killed the king. The accession to this crown often comes with death. The vile always prevail. As such, the crown was besmirched by short-sighted fools. The weak began to appear among the kings. They were narrow-minded, focused on toying with the power they held in their hands. They became no better than the hypocritical lords among the elders and ancients. The power they stole from the others clouded their vision. The focus of my people's faith turned from fearless warriors to vermin hiding in their palaces. They even forgot the shame born with the name Sarkaz, yep. But the crown continued to make its laughable choices right up to my brother. I thought surely he would be the hero we had waited for. He, on the other hand, had the audacity to say to me that Sarkaz could no longer afford to continue to war, that it would take generations to rebuild Kazdal. Even the skeleton beneath our feet knows that the castle we should rebuild was never meant to be a city. And that the king of Sarkaz should be the one to stand before them all. How can a man like that deserves to hold a single drop of Tika's blood within his body? Do you see it, King of Sarkaz? I see a bloody civil war. The carpets of the palace are soaked. I see a vampire lying in the arms of another vampire, the legend of the toppled blood. He died in a civil war. You were his kin. Did you fight in the war? No. No, of course not. Did I fight? I shattered the crown myself. I remember it like it was yesterday. My hand pierced his chest. The limpid Tika's blood danced on my fingertips, finally entering my veins. He turned his head to look at me, grabbing my clothes. The king of Sarkaz showed his illusory vision to his murderer before he died. The vision that should have been bestowed as an honor. In the vision I saw, I witnessed peace. As you said, Kotos, the blood is not synonymous with death. I stood in the valley, watching a quiet village, a doctor laughing as he spoke, stitching up wounds for the injured. An injured man tells the doctor that his quarry was particularly ferocious, but eventually won out. The courtyard hangs the freshly harvested beast meat. And the doctor is me. But this makes me uncontrollably angry. How tragic, how meaningless, how shameful. My brother actually believed that this false peace could deceive me. It was horrifically wrong. He thought I was blinded by hatred. No. I know what peace is, and that's exactly why I feel so restless. We long to see the great and powerful true Tikaz. I absorbed my brother's blood into my body, and I watched as the black crown vanished before my eyes. But you did not ascend the throne, King of Sarkaz. And I do not regret that. If I could choose a formidable leader, I would be genuinely delighted. But this crown disappoints me time and time again. Each time I am more disappointed. My brother's successor was a wandering vagrant. The next was a lumberjack. If it weren't for the records kept by the confessary, these people would not be remembered at all. Later, a king who ruled Gazelle was killed by the monster called Calcid, site of the Coalition army. Came Teresa and Teresis. They were impressive, but also frustrating. Teresa immersed in her fantasies wasted her strength much like my weak elder brother, and her successor turned out to be a Kotos, an outblood. Things being what they are, the crown's choices being so absurd even as its existence brings such humiliation and hope to my people. Humiliating. I would rather bear it beyond the reach of civilization. I will let it be truly lost, forgotten to history. Still struggling. May I don't give him a chance. Oof. We're weakening too, however, tarnished the crown may be, its weight is not something an infantile goddess could bear. It seems the confessari so eager to manipulate the crown are going to blather some nonsense at me. Take another look, Kotas. If you die, there will be no more successors. Or maybe you'd place your crown on the moons. The flowing blood surges towards the sanguine Ark's body. The white-haired Sarkis stands proudly once again. I'm gonna still fight. King's Arch should have pierced his body, leaving it unable to regenerate. He is using blood to fill the holes in his flesh, using it to mend his wounds. He is a marionette now. I wish we could see your injury. Become more proficient in the use of the King's power, Kotos. But all your admonitions, warnings, judgment, and proclamations are nothing but jokes. Ignorant as a rabbit, the crown over your head represents no responsibility or authority. The King of Sarkis, I mock not only your foolishness, but that of the king. That of the crown itself. The once vibrant red, ouch, that filled the entire space no longer exists. Only a bit of crimson oozes from the sanguine Ark's pupils. When the Sarkas lose the king on which they so depended, then perhaps they will wake up from the shameful dream of coming salvation. I accede to your statement that those awakening from a dream will be much more powerful, and that is why you cannot defeat me. How can the fallen consciousness of the Sarkas resist me, once carried the blood of the Tikaz? The polluted cannot defile the pure, the impure cannot touch the limpid. Your origin lies in the Tikaz, a long line you can only climb. We are the rebels. Yep, Tikaz are the rebels. I decree, therefore I correct. Blood and fire extinguished. Face to do. Without logos. A touch of crimson appears from nothing. The space once occupied by the Banshee is replaced by blood. This blood, it's affecting me. Several times stronger than those art circles. Yes, thanks to you, I've also shed my blood here. Therefore, this place is now part of Kazdal. Would have thought that as much as anyone assumed they knew the full length and breadth of this great. The boundaries of our home are still expanding even this time and place. Is the planet growing or the land's growing? Sarkaz, my self-proclaimed Sarkazkin. March with your blood, carry on with that which will never betray you, the boon of your blood. I will take you back to the origin of all this. That is... Shadow pierces his chest. Ascalon. Threads of blood holding him together are severed at an instant. You. Oh, it's an S. What? An S? Sorry, guys. Boons don't do much for me. Bunny. What I'm doing is such even crazier than I imagined. I can barely hear his thoughts anymore. There's only red, all red. I've almost got it. Another outbreak and unexpected development. The scent of your blood. You're a Caprine. Such a dull disguise. Let's have your blood suffocate you. Using such screwed arts would let kill a king of Sarkaz. King of the Sarkaz royal court. Of course not. Our swords point directly at the Sanguine Ark's head. You can call something as cliche as slaughter an awakening Sanguine Ark. You're still wandering in hatred and destruction. You've never left the abyss. You're the ones who are still sleeping. Vile traitors. King of Sarkaz. Now before we recovers, knock him off the skeleton. An LG begins to play. The wailing of the banshee weaves into a mournful melody and weaves beneath his feet, singing a solemn song. A steady male voice harmonizes with the sound of the bells with moonlight as his rose? What is that word? Oh, I see. I see. With Moonlight as his prowess, okay. The bone whistle sound itself before it is played. The descent howls, reversing time itself, strikes the Crimson Court. The moment I took my throne, the notes were already tied to my hide. None of us can escape. But what the elegy mourns will not be your corpse. It will be all our connection. Sanguine Ark continues to struggle, blood gushing from his fingertips like claws carving deep scratches into the bleached skull of the Sovereign, but his body disintegrates into the dirge only to reform in blood. He is the icon of blood, and as long as there is a blood, he will continue to fight. I will not, Banshee. Amiya, join me. Explore the strings of the elegy. Seek out the origin of the Banshee. Look at me, look at the whales you once covered your ears to avoid. We must end him here. Bye. The Banshee's song echoes again and the ancient knells seem to materialize. It's showing the creeping of blood. Vampire still rises. After a moment, a rather tender feminine voice joins the harmonic dirge. A proclamation of death, a sentence of rejection. No, not only, the melody carries a kind of timidity and lingering sadness. As the blood cools, the moonlight changes, the hatred of the sarcasm is not unreasonable, and the vampire's vengeance is not unreasonable. However, this is no by means a promised future, and the survivors have future on the scorched earth. No, what do those siblings actually see? Banshee, listen. You have still accepted your blood, my boon. You have not yet defeated yourself. What echoes here is no longer an elegy. It is only a sigh that makes him uneasy. The heat of the explosion and the weight of the sword make the Sanguine Arc feel powerless for the first time. He looks at this small, ever so small king of Sarkaz. He looks at the Kata so inferior to the Sarkaz. He looks at the black crown, such a meaningless curse. The history and illusions he trampled on, bloodline and inheritance, the revenge and unrivaled power, all suddenly disappear. There is a void beneath his feet. A figure in white falls from the skeleton. Forever lost in time. Ridiculous, even the myriad of souls mock me. Lord of the Banshee and King of Sarkaz. You keep this deserters around who ignore the past, and in the end you don't even dare to act yourselves. Or the vile always prevail. This is indeed our curse. The Outblood King has executed me. The King of Sarkaz resounds with the knells, but you don't know how strong the tie of blood are. Try to judge. In the end, you did use the power within your blood. The Oligaic singers offered me a dirge at the same time. When the time came, you could not resist the instinct within your blood that compromises all that you are. Did you really kill me? No. I have returned the Tika's blood to where it belongs. Go and seek out Lindenia. I'll be waiting for you in the curtain of ruin. Why should I help you, Sarkaz? Do you think you saved me? I didn't die, though that doesn't even matter. This shell is merely a plaything I abandoned long ago. Besides, aren't the Sarkaz the ones hunting me down? How much history have you seen? All that I have experienced. Rumors say that you will Rumors say that you will divulge a piece of truth or a hint, an omen. You tiny little creatures treat me drifting ripples as hallucinations while indulging in them, and yet you harbor resent. After I was divided by those lunatics, there's even a fallen angel crying a part of me. There's even a fallen angel carrying a part of me. And what I've seen and heard since has actually gotten more interesting. On the contrary, what makes me feel absolute boredom are these so-called bulky histories and profound topics. Absolute boredom, you're not wrong with that. History always repeats itself in this land. Looking at the past is now a means of looking towards the future. And so I have actually become a prophet. In this life of mine, if you can still count my current form as the same life as before, I've never thought of having such an identity. And are you looking for a new conclusion? Yes, how old do you think I am, you little rascal? There won't be any new conclusions to draw the way all of you look like now. Yes, something strange has happened These decrepit bones of mine, a rabbit wears a circus crown, and she together with the male banshee are fighting a vampire on top of my head. Of course, there's that sheep playing with shadows who hangs out with you too. Are these new to me? Little, perhaps. But you can't win. Seem so sure. We also belong to the history you've seen that has comes full circle time and time again. There's never been a shortage of those who resist in the great land. They always fall into the same trap. Besides, I understand that vampire strikes. He was the one who peeled off my skin back then. Let's have a wager then, Faranmut. This strange bunch of people, Kotas, Caprine, Banshee, Sarkaz, they'll triumph over the vampire that tried to hunt you. Are you trying to win my favor? Do you think I'll look at you differently for helping me? I couldn't care less about that, but what are you putting on the table? If we win, you'll lend us help, then bring us back to where we came from. And if you lose, you'll all be dead by that point. You're making an empty offer, little thing. I accept. You really aren't easy to talk over. You really are easy to talk over. No, it's because I know that all of you have just the waves, are just the waves I toss up that will come to a still in the blink of an eye. So I might as well spare a little effort and raise my eyelids a little. You have indeed won by a minuscule move, but the bet is far from over. Did you really win? Did you triumph over the enmity, slaughter, and blood that vampire represents? How do we expand our wager then? How long have they been gone? 3 hours, 14 minutes. Pie. Fuck you, Calcit. You should trust them. That's all we can do. We're done with our combat mission too. Our losses aren't light. Their forces have indeed well trained. Most of the Sarkas chose to fight to the end, but a small number also chose to surrender. Fuck me. Keep clicking. I miss the doctor talking on its own. No, I'm not doing that. But I refuse to let them die so simply just like that. Perhaps it's difficult to put them on a trial during wartime. It's definitely a difficult task to judge just how much blood is on the hands of every terror-stricken Sargas who laid down their arms. I'm not. I'll leave it to you. Right. Prepare for battle. The Fernwood will be back soon. Monsters, stand by. The gigantic skeleton finally reappears. The torrents of time seem to have washed away any trace of battle, and it hovers in the air, no different than it was any of the other point in time. Sir? He let go of me, you. It's W. He let go of me, you damn. Ugh, seems like that old hag's awake. I get you're backing you up now. What's my last grenade, so bite onto it. Tight, you little Put her down, monster. Hit the lock today. I just wanted to give myself a ceremonial salute to announce my return. Then as you can see the old hag with a scowl on her face and wants the skeleton stop. Hopefully don't forget you have to repair any structure you blew up after taking over the place. And I decided will be fixed by the same hand. I'll say, Doctor. I've captured the Permut. As well as Commander also left. You're the dame. How's it? I've heard so much about you. One of the Scar Markets people. You know, every little thing that has happened in Gaza clearly, even from somewhere as far as Victoria. Seems like those old guys weren't lying. I'll have to talk with those old guys, as you call them. Through you when we're done with business here. They are the ones who stayed behind to watch over Kazal, and the Lich have already contacted the military commission currently governs the place. They'll be making their decision soon. Same and Logos. I've never seen you blush. I think that's new. The little Kotos crashes into your arms. Welcome back. I find the blood, it was vampires. Yeah, your rings, you used them. Yeah. Let me see your hands. The ring on Amaya's hand has already disintegrated, leaving not even a trace of a fragment. I had to use it against him, I'm sorry. You've become more skilled with using emotions and memories. Amaya, you've made it from releasing a ring before. Cal said we need to run another check on Amaya. No, Doctor, don't worry. I'm just kind of tired. The ring on her right index remains broken. Fortunately, that's just an effect of exerting yourself. You were burning from rage again. Me angry? I thought I'd be angry at the sign with Ark of Vampires for slaughtering so many people, but what I felt was not just that. It was also sadness. Sadness. Cassidy brought paused briefly, and a pair of pink eyes, always hiding sadness within flashes through her memory. 3 seconds after she comes to her senses and takes a second look at Amiya's finger. These rings are meant to help you adapt to the Lord of Fiend's power and the surge of emotions that come with it. Another ring has cracked. Perhaps you can do nothing but to witness these wounds open again and again. Please don't worry, Dr. Calcit, no matter who I face or who I will face next. I won't fall before they do. The sanguine arc of Come on, voice, we're almost done. Fast. The sanguine arc of vampires falls into some place we don't know about. Its court still remains, but no longer poses a threat to us. However, we failed to prevent the curse from being cast. It's coming from Londonium, what's happening over there. Since they originally believed that the cutting off their supply line would be a way to end the war. Things have changed. The war will not last for much longer. It's war. We need to hurry over. The skeleton might be able to become a new stronghold for an unprecedented means of transport. Hopefully it can be put to good use. The decisive battle is right before us. The Sarkas cannot be culprits of the next calamity. Order has also said this to the W. Also Kaz said the vampire's obsession, his hopes, and what he calls a curse is Originium. The oldest castle came into contact with Reginium before any other civilization did. It was not the remnants of catastrophe, or a mineral silently buried within a rock. Rock formation. It was a hunk of Originium from a tip. Mm. And it birthed the oldest witchcraft and most ancient of infected. If the vampire really knew of this fact and developed his obsession from that, thinking it could grant him power, then it wouldn't just be Londonium's fate that will be determined next. Back here again. Londonium. Yeah. After all we've been through, we're finally here in Victoria's capital. A pity, it's now completely surrounded by the Sarkas and the Duke's armies. Got. First of all, arrange another empathy screening for our members. I know some of them are still deteriorating. Non-combatants will be stationed in the forest. First of all, take good care of them. Keep in touch with us. We're really going in there. The infected will be everywhere throughout the city, no matter how the war ends. Sarkas are Victorian soldiers or nobles or even farmers, workers, traders. They won't be able to judge their own identity so quickly. Perhaps they won't even realize it until peace returns and they're once again marginalized. Then it hits them. I was reminded of this because of what happened to Gord. But no matter. We have to let everyone infected on this land know that our flag flies high once again, and more importantly, what it stands for. One day they will become the prisoners again, they will think of our flags as they realize that justice on this land must be won through struggle. What's the plan? We'll split up. It won't happen overnight. Other people can handle the task of eradicating the disease. Well, we'll make sure oppression will no longer be tolerated. We'll need to directly demonstrate this with our strength. In Victoria, we need to, at the very least, There's fire on the other side of the hill, 100 or 200 meters away at most. It's glowing in a natural hue. So, how long has it been since the scouting team last replied to us? Yeah, it's been longer than our estimation, but this isn't the first time. Our comms equipment are just junk after all. Masquerade. There's no reason or omen, only a strong feeling. She smells the stench of death cast by firelight. Anna. This is the only trifling swarm of infected with weapons, weak, terrible people forced to unite and fight. Even if there's a surviving Draco among them, we'll confirm her identity and handle everything on your behalf. Not blaming you, of course. Have the scouts located the target? Yes, it's consistent with our intel. However, with all due respect, why do we have to be so concerned about her this much? Even she has the Red Dragon's blood, her identity will only pose a slight deterrent to your claim. But if our intel is accurate, her current identity is that of an infected. So what does she mean to... An infected? And we know another infected Draco as well. My sister will soon return to my side. Just think of it as eliminating some unnecessary variables to nourish the soil between us. A Draco. I've never come into contact with a Draco outside the family before. All of you wait here. I shall take a look at myself. Not sure if this is because Talula's art is literally so old, but there's like a leftover glow here for some reason. Do you need my help? Oh no, thank you. I walk all the way from Ursus and this isn't so different from back then. Talula's footsteps slows down. The group slowly marches next to her through the shrubs and reeds. Their string sounds are quieter than silence itself. What is it? 9. Can you release this restraints on your arts too? You should be very well aware you're not allowed to use your original arts. These are your yoke and fetters. Your Tallulah the hero only went before our Victorian compatriots. Not a hero or anything like that. I just don't want history to repeat itself because of... He does not finish her sentence. Flames of death ignite from the depths of the swamp, encircling the group in their confusion. Only to know what is that? An ominous deep purple climbs up Nine's bodies before she can finish speaking, engulfing her in death instantly. Cold flames of death swallow everything. Reunion infected. Another group of pitiable people. Fighting against their pitiable fate. Tenacious, powerful, magnificent. And yet completely unaware they're involved in another lamentable conspiracy. Draco and Aslan, Red Dragon and Lion. Two people who rose up from Ursus were actually led to where you stand today by a descendant of the Red Dragon. Will ultimately bring out about your demise. Tallulah Artorius. What sort of woman are you, Draco? If you're deserving of my attention, then come forth from death. Spicefly's death of voice with the dead branches and reeds all reduced to ashes. The flowers are still bloom. They're rejecting death. Flowers. I think there would even be flowers that can withstand my flames. Fine. Fine, the flames are special. Yes. She came for me, so I'll handle her. Whenever she aren't combat ready, you have to keep them all safe. The reunion will pull on your chain. You haven't been judged, so don't die just yet. Her flames of death are cut open. No, her death is blocked by delicate vegetation ignited by flames of fury. Fire ignites fire. The infected turns away from her. She has never been ignored like this before. Blana comes to her senses at once. The gaze of the Draco team told her that never shifted away from her. Raging flame cleaves into mortal flame. Emotion rends emotion. Tallulah tears into Blana. The void is now awash blood. Blana laughs. Tallulah Artorius, daughter of Edward and legitimate heir to the Victorian throne. This is your true self. We have nothing to do with each other, Draco of Dublin. That's for you to say. Just look at you, Red Dragon, how strong and powerful you are. And yet despite your might, you once again willingly toss aside the glory of the Red Dragon to the Aslan so easily. To let them trample on the red carpets of... what? Stalag. Victorious and confounded by a Draco Tallulah. Why do you only resist? I can smell an unimaginable fury in your flames. Do you not crave it? How can that be? Fury? You still wish to continue playing house with the infected? Infected this as Marit mentioned? You can step over it. Disregard it, save it. I give you a chance now, Tallulah. I can disregard your infected status and even this pitiful mutual aid program you control. Your flames move me to the left. Stand with me, and I pledge that everything you desire shall be realized into reality. Come to my side, submit to me, and Tara shall stand together with you. Our careers hold no conflict with each other at all. Both you and this infected movement of yours needs an end, more powerful, prosperous than this. I finished speaking. Draco, your eyes have only desire in them. A desire to free Tara, exact revenge on Victoria, to fulfill your own desires, or perhaps you should have yet to even grasp what exactly lies in the depths of your desire. Fury, it's true, I won't deny it. That's why. Come any closer and my flames will consume you whole. Calm Fury. Burns at the extremities of hard death. Not interested in the Drago's lineage, power, or the country. Do you lead the tyrant resistance with such narrow-sighted desire and ideals? If so, then perhaps it's better if I just cut you down here and now. Truly a pity. Uninterested in lineage, power, nor country. Our history summarized. An imaginary crown, an instigated resistance. Well said. Perhaps I don't know what's going on, or could it be I'm indulging myself in my actions? You shall be my most powerful vassal. Though my other subjects are eager for me to kill any other living Drago to uphold my legitimacy. But they don't know why exactly I wish to establish a nation. And you know it yourself? Of course. My sister will do it in my stead. I'll leave your affairs to your family to do, Draco. You're the one ruining the lives of others with utter disregard. Death is only my prisoner. No death is taken for granted or without meaning. All with your power will die worthy deaths. That up for you to decide? Haven't you realized yet that your manners, gentleness, affection, and even your arrogance or scorn are all fake? You're just a hypocritical tyrant despite your bombastic words. Death is just a scepter for you to brandish your authority, and you're not the first tyrant I've ever met. Stay away from the Union. An extremely dull answer. But your answer will change in the end, so it'd be a pity for you to die here. I can't focus. God damn it. The Union, indeed, those flowers death could not burn earlier, are equally deserving of affection. What if I tell you Dublin's forces will exterminate every last one of the Union's members if you refuse to submit to me? Do you wish for us to be enemies? I don't know what happened in the time you spent drifting about Ursus after leaving Victoria, but I can feel it. From your flame, strong and weak, profound and superficial, angry and remorseful. I is a thinner from the Union. Don't think too highly of yourself, Draco. Ah, the little flowers. Your team's not too far away, you must be so concerned for her. It doesn't matter, this isn't the first time the Union is up against a strong foe. The Blitz force you already erred by not calling in your high-speed battleships immediately. We'll kill you all before the drones arrive. I'll do my best and everything it takes to kill you. Your desires and ambitions, we don't care for them, and I'm in no mood to listen to you or to your Red Dragon chat with Tallulah. What I know is that you'll die. For sure. Enough of that, look, all of us have no wish for this to continue, right? Alright, Tallulah, I did the son of the Red Dragon. Even if you reject me, your actions will have wholly nothing to do with my Tara. But your fury, resistance, desires, and answers your end lies me with too. Let us treat today's meeting as a first prophecy. Tara's loyal servants shall come here, one after the other. Show the Union, bring some chaos to Victoria, and create some opportunities for us. Next time we meet, one red dragon is bound to bite, the other to death. My family came for business and got caught up in the war. I was gonna evacuate with them, but I accidentally contracted a repathy. So they left me behind. Everyone's infected everywhere. Your luck sure sucks. We can't help you either. Getting captured by the Muncher as an infected or by the Sargas as a Victorian. Either way is a terrible way to go, right? So, I can help you get a fire started, at least. But do you need us for anything? It's getting dark at least. Rest here for the night. I'll leave that first light tomorrow. As a foreign refugee like you, this is common and unruffled. On your sword, even I can tell it ain't some ordinary blade. Right. I'm what they call a Zubawo? In the end, like the messengers here. I'm pretty skilled and not a stranger to traversing adverse conditions either. Surviving in the wild isn't that. I'll admit that we did. I'll admit even what we did, even if the soldiers will find us out as long as the sargass don't catch us. It's not like they'll reward you for the feast. That worth discussing when we don't even have a crumb to eat right now. Those are the Union crazes that are the reason why it's so dire for us right now. The Union. You haven't heard? Well, you've only been recently infected after all. Get a bunch of infected and we will all counting on them to be our saviors. Well, over something? Ah. We're all a bit sarcastic, but they were of the opinion that we killed one of their infected countrymen. Sarcastic countrymen, my daughter's dead because of them. My daughter, my girl. Oh. They have a leader? 9. No, she's the one who chose chase us away. There was another one they called Guard, but he's dead. I don't know what the union is exactly, but a group we counted were a bunch of hypocrites who belong to it. Somebody shake hands with the Sargas and make peace. I'll be the next one I see to death. I remember the rumors were always heard from the Ursa Tundra, Talula. Yeah, with the infected, she didn't seem much at all to me. I remember she was trailing behind 9 and never said anything more than a few words. Hearsay from those old infected weren't worth shit. 9 might have been actually the decision maker all along. Ugh. Sweet suspended, it's too late for you to join them, you niece fella. Where did they go? And I know. Back then I left in a huff with this guy in a tow. I remember there being a messenger station in direction about a dozen kilometers from here. Let's rest today though. Nothing unusual to report. Did you hear? The dukes seem to have bumped into each other. Look, when they sacrifice herself and the other lords can no longer sit still either. The Madame's Legionnaire tail is still in my mobile terminal. Legends are useless now. But do you know who was keeping watch there at Chile, where took command? I thought the Sarkas seized this place long ago. But they have stragglers from some army, maybe it's the Londinium citizens. As I see rumors about them, they're still active. It's Ace. They managed to sign up to the Sarkas even though there's no decent recruitment to be found here. Yeah, they're definitely veterans from about the country who can take 100 solo. Right, no, they're just some local thugs or worker riffraff. All that. It's both true. Scouts sent their intel. Basically, it was pretty much what the commander predicted, which was impossible to predict. Send it to the tent. I can't make heads or tails of it either. The Sarkas army methods are just too unconventional. The scouts say they detected a strange squad identification code. To report it together? The Exemplars. Isn't that the name from the War for Nations? Am I supposed to tell them our scouts so I Spectre? Lars. Know anything about them? Infected now, and I'm basically a deserter. Huh, so we're both in a wee bit of a pickle, aren't we? You think I'd have to be so overcautious here in Chile? Bagpipe, I can't find this funny at all. Chile is now under the army's jurisdiction, so are we. I'm sure you have no clue how enchanting the hay pals are this time of year. I want to celebrate with me army chums back home too. But I can't expose myself so easily like that. They treat deserters no better than foul beasts on the chopping block for dinner. Good one, miss. I'm sure you can sort this misunderstanding out. Tell me that a year back and I might have believed you. The exemplars. Isn't that the Tempest platoon's former name? Bagpipe, why the fuck are you separated with Jen? Seems like we haven't eaten in the past 2 days. Well, if I infected everything, travel together for a while more. I'd be able to see the station you mentioned earlier, the hillside. The number of settlements at the very least. But hold on, they're Victorians, I can see them. Ready to squad of refugees, I can see some soldier guards too. What do we do? Better than running to sarcasm, but we're infected. We're going to be... Infected already abandoned us, so we might as well ask them for food, starve to death out here. Think about it, how many people are going to emerge from this war with autopathy? Surely let us live somehow. Ah yes. Person who believes in Victoria way too much. Classic. He's ready. Let's talk with him. We can travel. Where did you go? You beat the sarcasm to death. Hell yeah, you're our heroes. I replied to my invitation, Duke Gododin. Seems that even you realize how serious this situation. What in the shit? Yes, it's gotten so serious that our cautious Duke Caster has actually left her territory to grace in front lines in person. The Victorian Duke has died on the battlefield. How many years has it been since something like that has happened? But a few of our fellow nobles suspect behind your back. Your back, after all, everyone knows you never got along with the Duke of Windermere. That stubborn Windermere would never support your little plot to take over London. I don't know, it wouldn't be. You welcome any loss she suffers, but even if they were major. But now your problems have also only increased with her death. In fact, all of us have attracted the big problem. There are rumors from the outside that young Duke Gododin today is obsessed with notions of romance and lacks the wisdom and wits of his house. It seems that our country has become so weak that we've exhausted our ability to understand people. Don't flatter me, I'm only disinclined to care about others' matters, yours included. Alas, why does this war compel us to face our responsibilities? Wow. All I can do is to walk out, binary, and throw myself down the table today. Listen, I've even brought a friend. It's not easy to bring him off his high-speed battleship. He died. I think that the Duke of Elding would grace us with his presence when time grows short. Here you're met with some troubles on the front line. The National King is not an easy enemy to deal with. More than just a sarcasm. Must take care of yourself after all, you're already... Stalemate on the front line will soon end, and Windermere's defeat will have a minimal impact on the war situation. We'll be able to retake the front lines in no time. Their value and much Ireland has caused the dual armies to clash with the Sarkaz military on all fronts. Not enough. We must execute an effective offensive, then continue defending our fragmented defenses to win this war. Our counterattack must begin. I rest sight to see two of you in agreement. Londinium is now officially declared to be under Sarkaz occupation. This means they no longer have a need to hide. This does not bode well for us at all. Follow-up unit will assemble in 3 days. Suffered some losses in previous war, but Wellington's battleship will still be the first to rush into the storm. I participate as well. See that the Dukes of Normandy and 5th join our efforts. Abercorn and Ashworth will of course also be reasonable. Ashworth. Dukes speeding to Londinium and their battleships shell the city walls. I hope there won't be a next time. Inform your trip that I will take command in this battle. Naturally. Well then, if you'll excuse me, there are many matters waiting for me to handle in the front line. Just like that, truly a swift, decisive man. I grew up listening to the tale of the Empire West Death Knell. I didn't think his hair would actually turn completely. Forming a military alliance with the old used to be an earth-shaking affair, but look at us now. And even have a presentable meeting. Judging from his words, he's become a stubborn old man unwilling to admit his setbacks. Duke of Castor, I know nothing about the war, but looking at old Wellington's condition, I fear I won't be able to completely trust him. Castor? Indeed, trust. No, it's nothing. I merely recalled some past events from my youth. Old Wellington conceals his impatience, his unease, and even his shortcomings. He is getting old. But he can't fool me, it's all fake. I've known him for a long time. For far too many years, even from when I was just a little girl with no experience. Your thoughts on the matter? The look in his eyes as he spoke of the Natchazer was exactly the same that it used to be in his youth. Be it friend or foe, he is like the beast, thirsting to tear the other, there to feast on their blood. To rip out their entrails, chew their bones, and swallow them. Hunt, devour, grow. He has always been that sort of warrior. The old man's habitat has always been good. He was already in Duke Wellington's belly when you met him. Ivan Yevgen, what the shit? Yevich. Jamshorn, as well as Korsika the First. Really quite young back then. Used to be a saying among the nobles in Castle territory regarded as an ominous symbol. Victoria only has one true duke after the War of the Four Nations. We restricted and weakened him that fought more than 60 years. People forget about heroes in peacetime, and the nobles repelled the death knell in their feet. He revealed his fatigue earlier. I think of, and I've always been thinking of something that smile on his face when we were both young, flashed towards the endless expanses of the battlefield. He stood side by side with the Emperor of Ursus, the Witch King's arts, so the greatest of monarchs, and dismantled the largest modern cities to exist then. How can someone like him willingly throw himself to the slaughter? You're telling me our man who has had no choice but to swallow his pride for decades and might be still Victoria's strongest general has divulged his true feelings. You're the one who invited him to the table. You know how he has a trump card up his sleeve. I'm feeling a little chilly. The wind outside tonight is rather strong. Chilly, be sure not to catch a cold, Duke Gododin. Coruscant, please be at ease. Despite what everyone says about me, I really am lazy and would much rather stay in my lovely estate appreciating the countryside view than to be on a battleship. But I do like winter. Shippers haven't gone far enough to pick up any signals coming from inside London. And I already told you so many times I'm a Rhodes Island engineer. Look at my equipment, especially made in Rhodes Islands. Communication can now receive signals from other channels after my many modifications. London SSC Electric. Manico Vision and their members who have not left are still fighting. Need backup. Engineer, West Brian. Need to hurry and tell everyone about this. Wait, they're alright, and I'm done debugging the tool in my hand. There's nothing much from Rhodes Island's channel. Can be what happened to Blaze and the rest with her. I tried all the regular infected. Disembarkment of application for Londonium Victoria has been approved. Local branch operators, please make preparations. Repeat, please make preparations. Many books here, but not even a vegetable stem to be found. Number of books won't matter if we don't find any stems. Are you sure we can find something edible here? If we don't, then we can just kick down some house's door after. Well, they put up a fight. We already took them all away. And I'm beat. Life was so much simpler before. Swing our sword, cut someone down, swing again, cut down another. Then boom, money. And now we can even find a single stem to eat. Something still considered victorious now. I mean, we occupied it, so does it count as a new city for hours now, or is it still victorious? I don't know. All I know is that the clouds have been gathering lately. The top of that building is extremely unusual. But not to worry. That's where the regent is. Real strange noise? Huh? Nah. That's so strange. Let's go. A huge figure emerges from the shadows and a ray of light blazes through the East Store Street. It raises its heavy right arm, then harshly drops it. Charge links. The armor falls into a silence like it was just an illusion. Faint fire sipping from its helmet. It's the only sign that it still lives. Why are you alive? Shit, I thought it was done. Your Highness, what are you looking at? Dark clouds. The charged energy is gathered. According to the Conversari's research, a device like that is able to manipulate Originium's reactions will also be show the piece of Originium. The Dukes have begun mobilizing their forces and in a few days, I don't mean the clouds here. What's about to happen in Londonium is set in stone. Manfred, you were born in Kazel. What does it look like in your memories? It's already the hub unit of your nomadic city while I was growing up. My memories of the place, the sky was always overcast. Even worse than Victoria's skies, to be honest. There was always pungent stench of industrial waste in the air. Would you call that place your home? I would. Really. After thinking how we strikers always travel within a haze, we are determined to tear the clouds apart. When everything is finally revealed, true calamity will follow. Will we make it in time? I hope the light I've been looking at can still shine then. Even if I'm already in the depths of the darkness. And then one more chapter. 2025. We'll finally finish just the fucking Victoria arc. Oh god. Okay, finally I can rest. It's been so long. For all the people who stopped by earlier, thank you for stopping by. And even after reading this, I'm probably going to reread a lot of the story again and visit some older chapters. Anyway, good night everybody.